And there we got Dane and Carissa Moore.
As we can see there too, Dave, a great shot of the Reef Hawaiian Pro. That's the new scaffolding. This is the first year we've elevated the scaffolding there. Obviously last year there was only one level of the bleachers, and this year, you know, we've got 2 levels there, so fantastic view for the competitors up the top there, and of course the VIPs.
Right now the scoreboard showing nothing. I think they're re-entering, and it was a boot, so things are going to restart there. It's the round of 128, heat number 3. Now scores are dropping in real quick. Husno's first wave, a 4.50, then a 6.17. He's been busy. His fourth wave going to come through, and it's going to be a 6.40. So all of a sudden, Husno has a 12.57, and things are looking good in his camp. Here he is again. He's a very aggressive surfer. Nickname, well, I think it's Maccabi, which means little fish. And you go, what does that mean? No, he's a phenomenal free diver, kind of like a Mark Healy type of a guy. Here we go, surfer in white. And it is Gabriel Villaran, the 27-year-old from Punta Hermosa, Lima, Peru.
Yeah, looks definitely aggressive out on that peak there. And obviously all surfers there paddling a little bit of a crossover there. But that's what happens in these tougher conditions. And, you know, we're down to 20-minute heats. There's only 10 minutes remaining. And obviously Surfer in red is out in the front with a 6.17 and a 6.4. I mean, he needs to actually paddle away from that pack, to be honest.
And let them interfere one another and move on to just get out of the traffic jam.
I would keep very clear if I was a Surfer in red maxing.
We have seen surfers in the lead paddle battle, and we're not sure why over the course of several events and get an interference and did not need to hassle one another. You just joined us. Here we go. Surfer in blue. Dylan Goodale looking at this. We did have Jesse Merle Jones, Tyler Newton advance along with Jode Colazo and Kevin Sullivan. We're into heat number 3. Last wave for Villaran at 2.57. Here's Alex Smith, wave number 3.
Yeah, Alex here on the little wave here, gets a nice little snap there, closes out there. And Dylan Goodale electing now to move over to the other peak.
Very color coordinated. Looks like a soccer player.
Yeah.
Looking good. He and his brother, great surfers.
Oh, the Alex and Koa Smith? Yeah.
Oh, just phenomenal athletes. Well, for Alex coming in from the North Shore of the island of Kauai, the 20-year-old has surfed 6 events in 2011. His best result, a 5th at the one-star at Sunset early this year. So the number 104 seed, number 167 in the world rankings, looking for an 8th result, and this is it. There is Skill Johnson, and if those of you watching this event on the East Coast, Skill would like to say, well, he'd probably like to tell you a dirty joke, but in reality, he is one of the main men on the North Shore. If you go into Cafe Haleiwa, you would actually see his likeness up on the wall. Skill, say one word, and it better be a clean one. Scocky. Oh, gosh. Yeah, that's a good one, Skill. Aloha, Skill Johnson, the voice of the North Shore and the voice of the Haleiwa Classic here. Here's the surfer in blue, wave number 2 for Dylan.
Yeah, good little wave here from Dylan. He's got to get busy here as he comes around the section. And Dylan there, that's what he needed. He really needed to get over there, get away from that pack. Those guys were a little bit fierce with him on the peak, and he's moved over to the bathroom bowl and the bathhouse bowl, I should say. Bathroom bowl.
Yeah, we got the toilet in the back. It sounds like a pretty dirty lineup, but no. The legend, I mean, Haleiwa has just a phenomenal history here, and we got a touch of that in July when they dedicated a park bench that's now surrounded by the scaffolding here. Henry Priest, just the legend here at Haleiwa for years and years, where people would take the North Shore Road and they'd look over, there'd be one guy out and macking Haleiwa in the 50s, and it was Henry Priest.
Wow.
Buffalo was over here, Greg Knoll, big dedication, a lot of people here at the park in July, and enjoying Henry Priest's dedication in a park bench here at Haleiwa.
So it looks like we're going to have another little wave on the inside. Looks like Gabriel Villaran, he's in the inside slot. Let's see if Gabriel can get busy as the wave's walling up there. Unfortunately coming unstuck. And Dylan Goodale there dropping in a 4.10. Dylan, he's in the 3rd position. His good mate Alex Smith in the 2nd. And Maximine way out in front with the 2 6s. As we see a little set coming through on the the bathhouse.
Wave number 3, hopefully, for Dylan Goodale, looking for a 3.95. Now, what can he do on this one if he skates along? I wonder what kind of trunks he has.
He's got reef trunks on, mate. Yeah, he does. But he's got to get busy, you know. I think our wave choice is everything in these heats. You know, there's a lot of paddle battling and a lot of moving, but I think if you can maintain your calm and composure and just sit there and wait for a good little wave, as Maximin did. He started with a 617, a 640, just, you know, owning the heat. And I think it's very easy to get in the panic stage in this heat, and let's hope all these surfers can get back into position. We see a great little set coming right now, Dave, and who is going to be in the driving seat?
Well, keep an eye on Dylan Goodell. He's all by himself over near the bathhouse. Surfer in blue just turns and goes on the first of 3, maybe 4 waves. To the inside, looking to replace a 2.07. Needs a 3.95 to move up into a transfer spot.
Yeah, Dylan getting busy here. Nice little snap up the inside as he comes around the section there. And only requiring, as you said, what was it, a 3.95. And look at that unridden wave there, Dave, at the bathhouse right now. That's the sort of waves you've got to wait for. The last thing you want to see in these really tough contested heats are unridden waves, and there's a really nice little ride. Unfortunately, another one coming as well that no one is going to be able to catch there at the bathhouse. As we see Maxine in the red over there, holding down that commanding lead. Surfer in yellow, Alex Smith, is looking at this little inside left. Is he going to pinch it off the Peruvian?
Well, the Peruvian's going to sell the right. No, he's going to just let it go. Maybe they actually paddled themselves too far towards the bathhouse. Well, we've got Dylan Goodell over there hunting down a 3.95. It looks like he might get the score. That last little nugget skating through. Remember, just an average score. A 5-point ride thereabouts is going to give it. That was easily something that he needed, a 4.50. And Goodell moves up into second now. Smith needs a 4.44, and Villaron needs a 6.03. Keanoa Singh, one of the many powerhouses out of Hawaii, and one that could be up for a Triple Crown rookie title, along with, there's a lot of other guys. Obviously, the hottest thing on the planet right now in the 6-star events is Kalohe Andino, winning the last 3 6-star events. This is a 6-star, and so he's on a roll.
I'm a big fan of that young Keanoa Singh. I think I've seen him definitely just fight his way through, you know, through the years and all the rankings, and I just think, you know, he's going to be a force to reckon with. He's very, very hungry young competitor, and he's very confident, and I think that they're the 2 main ingredients that young guys need today to prove themselves. Dylan Goodell on another beautiful little ride here. These are the waves you got to wait for. And let's see if Dylan can get around there. He goes back, big vert there as he comes down the section. Nice big snap there for Dylan.
Really good move. 2 for 1 on a very mediocre wave. 2 open face hits, one on his left and then on his forehand. Talking about those rookies, Keanoa Singh, Zeke Lau, Kalohe Andino, I think Jack Freestone, Garrett Parks, Evan Geisman. I mean, there is a list of talent coming through here that could win that World Junior, the Advanced Triple Crown rookie title. And if you take a look at the history of that, starting in 2019, I don't know. I think it was Taylor Knox winning the very first one.
Well, that could have been a while back.
Yeah.
Sorry, Knoxie, I'm sure you're watching, but Taylor Knox, just, you know, a legendary surfer, obviously one of the Reef team riders, so I can get away with that. But Taylor getting 2 back-to-back thirds in San Francisco and, of course, in Portugal. And at 41, Taylor's still a force to be reckoned with on the world tour.
Just all-time situation you can see on the scoreboard. Husino still holding on to the lead, and he's got a duck dive. Watch out. Guys are coming at him in a paddle battle. Alex Smith takes control of this. Smith in third needs a 6.43. We're down to 2 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock, 2:35.
Yeah, and there's a smart move there from Goodale as he moved over there, and he's got over to the bathroom, the bathhouse peaks there, Dave. He dropped a 4.5 and a 6.10, so he's consolidating his second place. Alex Smith in the third from Kauai, fellow buddy to Dylan, only requiring a 6.43, and Gabriel Villar in the Peruvian, as we mentioned, excelling in the overhead surf. He's requiring an 8.0. So this is a little battle right now. We're under 2 minutes remaining. You've got DG, little Dylan Goodale, and of course Alex Smith there from Kauai. And Dylan paddle battling there. Look at the little fella. I like to see that.
Hustling.
Hustling.
Okay, my brain fade right there. It was Taylor Knox winning the very first Vans Triple Crown rookie title in 1992. Also in competition winning rookie titles, Thiago Pettis in 2000. Jamie O'Brien here. Watch out, he's in the hunt for a Triple Crown. 2001 winner. Joel Centeo won in 2003. Timmy Reyes and Brett Simpson back-to-back 2004, 2005. Guys from Huntington Beach coming over winning that title.
Yeah.
The most recent that's in competition for at this event, Alejo Muniz, 2009 stellar surfer. He won the rookie title. So what that means is it's hard to get in. Once you do get in, whoever performs best, usually in the first two events.
Sure.
For years it was called the Nose Guard events. Did see Dave here, Skidowski from Nose Guard, great supporter of the event.
So we're just down under a minute, Dave. We've got some special guests going to come in and join you for the next heat. We've got Shane Dorian. Who? Yeah, Dozer. Shane Dorian from the Big Island, and of course Ross Williams, two competitors that you'll see in the Clash of the Legends Momentum Generation. So they're going to be coming up and joining us in the next heat. I'm going to peel out for one heat there to go down and see if the Sean Moody and Paul Fisher are all rigged up and ready to go on the beach.
Okay. So nothing on the horizon right now. Your leader, Husino, and he did it by really stomping some solid scores, a couple of sixes. He opened up with a 4.50. The 19-year-old out of Reunion Island, representing France in the red singlet, the number 90 ranked surfer on the world rankings, looking to better his 25th last year. He needs to replace that. So he had 1,253 points he needs to replace. What does that mean? He needs a quarterfinal result. A lot of pressure on him. These guys know the points. Yeah, they do. And, we're down at the dying seconds there. And Dylan Goodale and Alex Smith, unfortunately, not getting through there. But it was Dylan Goodale, young DG from Kauai, and the French, the Reunion Island lad, Maximin Husino. It was that first wave as we see this replay. We're like, look at how crisp those turns were there. And starting that heat strong. Alex Smith there, very good surfer there, just unfortunately not getting the waves he needed to move through. As we see Red there as well, this nice tail drop turn there. And little DG, here he is there, the young Kauai surfer. And just getting busy here on the inside. Nice big vertical snap there. Dylan just climbing over that white water. Nice big
come ride with us.
Round 128.
And welcome back to Haleiwa's Ali'i Beach Park for this, the Reef Hawaiian Pro. And it's part of the Advanced Triple Crown of Surfing presented by Rockstar Energy Drink. Round of 128, heat number 4 in the lineup, wearing red Austin Ware, Adrian Toyon, Piano Singh, and Chris Foster. So you can take a look at the flags there, a couple of Hawaiians, and greeting a Californian and a surfer, Adrian Toyon, a surfer out of Reunion Island, the 22-year-old wearing white. In the booth right now, the legends themselves, the Momentum Generation, at least 2 of the probably 8 heroic surfers and legendary surfers. Shane Dorian, good morning, Shane.
Good morning, Dave. Thanks.
And Ross Williams. Ross.
Thanks, Dave. Good to be here.
So how anxious are you guys to get in the lineup? Are you going to wait for that Momentum Generation Clash of the Legends when there's a little more waves, or we're going to send you guys out first this morning? You want to wait. You're going to wait for this one.
Yeah, we just saw Nutty and we said, don't you dare have us today. Wait for the swell to come up at least twice his size. But no, we're ready. Me and Shane got our boards in the car. They throw us out there. We're going to break Rob's ankles and get out there.
And then you'll be up with Kalani Rob as well.
Yep.
And a fellow from California by way of born in Sydney, Australia. Rob Machado. Who invited him?
Yeah, Rob's about 110 pounds, so he's not going to be able to be in our heat if it's running waves this little.
Is a skater. Well, you've been practicing over at Mavericks for the big waves here, obviously.
Yeah. So I'm totally brushed up on this.
On this type of surf. Anxious moments, the elevation of anxiety and needing points. There's so many surfers that want a job as a professional surfer, and you've got to deliver on a day like this. It's not easy, is it?
Yeah, I think the main thing for, I'm sure Shane can testify, but on a day like today, you just have to stay positive. Imagine if you're somewhere else like Brazil where they have a lot of tour events, and these waves would be okay. So you just got to trick yourself into not getting bummed out that it's 6 to 8 foot Haleiwa and get psyched up on your small wave board and get out there.
Here's a guy that's psyched up, ready to go. 18-year-old from Eva Beach. It's Keanu Singh.
Yeah, that looked like a really good wave. He had a lot of flow, and on a day like today, that's really what you want to look for, especially this morning when the tide's a little full. Anyone who's got a lot of speed and not digging rail, Shane, to me, that's scoreable.
Yeah, it looked to me like Keanu, he looks like he's on a great board. He was flying down the line, doing a lot of really crisp, clean turns. And, the waves actually don't look that bad, Dave. They when they come in, these guys, are able to catch them. They're ripping. They're surfing really good. They're definitely, these are some of the best little wave surfers in the world, all around surfers in the world. But, a lot of these guys are specialists, and they shred these little waves to bits. And, the hard part isn't surfing the small waves. It's actually to find the waves. So, if these guys can find the waves, they're going to do really well.
Wayfinding contest at this point, then wave riding a little bit later today. Let's go down to Sean Moody on the beach with I believe, the winner of the last heat, and it should be Maxime Houssaneau. Sean?
Actually, it's Dylan Goodell we have down here. Obviously not ideal conditions, but it's still about a foot or two overhead for you. What do you think about it?
Yeah, I'm stoked. I haven't surfed this whole last 2 weeks. I have a sprained ankle, and I was just waiting as long as they could hold off so I could get a little better, and I guess it worked out.
Yep, it definitely did. What ended up happening to your ankle?
I sprained it like 2 weeks ago at home, and I just been babying it, not really surfing. There hasn't been really much to surf anyways, but yeah.
Well, good job out there, and we'll see you into the next round.
Thanks, Moody.
Dylan Goodell advances through along with Maxime Houssaneau, the 20-year-old, coming off an injury, and he goes, well, this is a perfect place to get away from the pack and make things happen over at the bathhouse over here, right?
Yeah, and one thing, Moody mentioned his ankle. He twisted it, and he's nursing it, so I think he was one of the surfers that was happy that it's been off for the last 7 or 8 days. He had a chance to heal up a little bit.
Now, a lot of surfers coming in, we did talk to Jode Colazo, and he goes, well, I came to Hawaii from Europe, obviously, and his shortest board is a 6'1". He did not expect it. A lot of the traveling surfers that come here that bring their quiver are then putting a lot of the local shapers to work for these conditions.
Yeah, that to me, that's a huge mistake. I'm sure Shane can talk about this too, but the waves get dead flat here, especially this time of year. We're still in semi preseason, so we've always had the luxury of living here, so we had our quiver here. But if I were to be coming here, I would definitely bring a groveler board. It's very doable that you're going to be surfing 1 to 2 foot waves in the Triple Crown.
Shane from FBI, obviously traveling to the North Shore quite a bit, but when you had to come over for contests in the early days, how many boards would you bring, and would you always have something on standby? I mean, it's just, your equipment is everything. It's like your golf clubs, right? What kind of clubs did you bring over here to play at, some of those specific events that you traveled from the Big Island?
Well, I was trying to be ready for everything. Just like Ross said, in Hawaii, we pretty much have everything on a day-to-day basis. It could be 1 foot, it could be 30 foot. So, there's going to be times you're going to be caught out, and not have the exact right board, but you got to do everything that you can do to be prepared for anything. And, some of these traveling surfers, like Ross said, if you're from Europe, it's really hard to bring 20 boards to Hawaii, and so they're like linking up with local shapers, get some little boards because the waves are so small. But you really do have to be ready for anything in the Triple Crown. It could easily be 1 foot like it is right now, or it could be 15 to plus Haliva right now. So, you really do have to be ready for anything. And these guys, are ready for anything in their surfing talent, but, you really need to have every single board that you need in your quiver.
Well, we're seeing a little bit of everything. That last set, a flurry of waves. Here's our surfer and wife from Reunion, the 22-year-old Adrian Toyon, actually born in Lebanon, and I believe he goes back and surfs the Mediterranean. They just completed a World Longboard event over there. Taylor Jensen winning the World Longboard title, but 2 Hawaiians winning both the individual events, one at Sri Lanka and one in the Mediterranean. But here we go. Starting off very strong. Keanu Singh from Eva Beach has posted a 7.33 and a 6.73. You couldn't get better than that to start things off.
Solid start, and what that does is it will free you up, and you can tell on that wave he's just trying to air it out a little bit, do a little air 360, and so he's in a really good spot. When you're comfy and you're not worried about groveling for that 5.5, you already got 2 good scores, then you just start going to the air like Keanu did. And speaking of that goofy footer, he looked a lot like Rob Machado on that last left there.
Toyon?
Yes, Toyon.
Yeah, he skates very well and makes things happen, a great athlete. So, in terms of big waves, you watch the chart still. You're still chasing the big macking stuff there, Shane. And do you see something for Sunset Beach maybe on Sunday? Are you looking at the forecast? Are you looking overseas for some monsters in Portugal? What do you surf on the internet when you check out? You're checking for waves everywhere. Or are you still chasing the big stuff?
I am. Right now I'm staying on the beach at Laniakea, so every morning I just kind of like look right out my bedroom window to see what the surf is doing. I haven't really been looking at the forecast too much. There's a pretty big high pressure right over Hawaii that's kind of blocking a little bit of swell from us, and that's why it's been so little for the past few weeks here in Hawaii. But I check Surfline every morning to check out what the models look like long term. Whether it be Europe or PPAS or Australia or Tahiti, Fiji. I mean, anything can happen any time of the year. Of course, I got my eye on Jaws and Mavericks and places like that, and I got some great new, really big boards, a new 10.3, a new 10.6 that I'm really excited to ride. So I am praying for surf.
Praying for surf, and well, you're here, and we're going to see you all the way through. We're going to see you, depending on the waves around the globe, you'll be here through the duration. We'll see you at.
I will be. I'll be here at Pipeline as well. Yeah, I'm really excited about that. Hopefully, we can get some good swells to get some of that sand out of the way at Pipeline and have a really good event.
Well, here's take a look right now. Keanu was saying with a 7.33 and a 6.73, still waiting for a third wave score that probably won't change. His 6.73, the surfer in yellow, and is quite a hunter. All he's looking to replace is 42 points in his score line, and he's number 176, looking to move up in his backyard.
Is this Keanu?
Keanu is saying.
Yeah, he's one of Hawaii's strongest young competitors. I mean, he's a very young kid, and he's just been on a tear on the competitive scene as far as I can tell. And he just has really, really great technique, and he seems to be putting on a clinic out here this morning.
He and his dad, really smart, really positive, great aloha, all the respect and everything. One thing he did, he obviously had a great result at a junior event in New York, and with the injury and not surfing, didn't get out. He was there on site and actually got into the New York event, the World Tour event. He really plays it right. He knows where the waves are. He and his dad, in terms of building a career, they've done some amazing things. And you take a look at the results and the travels.
They have.
It's well planned out.
Yeah, he's got. I mean, there's no mistake. He's got an incredible foundation that's been laid since he was a little tiny kid. His dad is, very, very bright guy. He's on the ball, and he's got that really strong foundation to build on now. And like you said, they got a really strong game plan, and he's getting better in bigger ways. I see him out there pipeline and backdoor and off the wall all the time as well, and he's charging. And I think Keanu is one of our brightest prospects for the future.
Another great Hawaiian, Chris Foster from the island of Kauai, the 22-year-old in blue sits there. Also Austin Ware, and he's our top seed coming in at number 91, looking to vault in the ratings, and he's had some great waves. He's known for his people say his big reverse moves, his precise surfing, powerhouse surfing. Some people say he's kind of like a powerhouse Simon Anderson or a Brad Gerlach with the precision. Let's take a look of Austin Ware last year. Well, there he is, a nice smile. He's out of San Diego. He's 30 years young, but he really knows how to put it on rail.
Yeah, look at this stuff from last year. Hopefully we'll get a little spike in the swell. And you can see the difference when with all that energy out there, you can really throw your board around. And Austin Ware here, looking really good. Strong surfer, like you were mentioning, about kind of a little more of a throwback, old school power approach, but throwing lots of spray. Good style, too.
NSSA College Collegiate Champion of 2000, and now coming into the event, Seaside Reef local. You know, when he talks about who do you admire, Rob Machado. Obviously in the lineup there, that nice little left that peels off. But there's Austin Ware. He's looking for a solid result here as he comes into this event. His best result, the 13th at the Super Surf in Brazil. A lot of people going down to Brazil. A lot of events down there. The economy and the surf programs down there, they're frothing along in Brazil. There's 1 million events down there.
Yeah, that's right, David. They got a really strong economy. Things are going really well in all of South America, really. And you know, I mean, they have a lot of really big prime events, and these guys need to be there for every single one of those events because they're all, you know, chasing these valuable points, and it's all coming down to here and, you know, in Hawaii. And even though the waves, you know, aren't the biggest or the greatest right now, I mean, the points are just as valuable. So, yeah, I mean, it really is all on the line here.
Well, Austin Ware with a 4.13. Look at the points he needs to replace. Remember last year, we just saw some great waves, a 17th. So he's got to get out of these early heats. Plus, he's trying to replace the World Cup of 488 points. 2 huge results that will be dropped from his 8 best, and he could go from 91 and move up or down in a big way after these first 2 events in Triple Crown. So a lot of pressure on our surfer, Austin Ware. Here is Foster.
Yeah, that was a big paddle battle there, and we're going to be seeing a lot of that. This is actually over to the right side of the reef called Peaks and near the harbor. And when the waves are this small, and especially at the end of the heat when there's scores needed, you're going to see people shoulder to shoulder, kind of on top of each other's backs and hustling.
So let's go from left to right. Obviously, they end up on the powerhouse rights at the toilet bowl. And then we move over to maybe the bathhouse and the Peaks over there. How many different lineups do you guys have? Yeah, 3 people wanting this one wave.
Yeah, and we saw Toyo, too, in the back there. Toyon. He actually could have got that wave, but he, you know, it's a little scary when if you're making a heat like he is, he didn't want to get interference, so he kind of let Foster get that wave. Of course, Foster's in 3rd; he has nothing to lose. So, as we see some sets coming in here, Dave.
Big wave for Austin Ware, needing a 6.54, and a couple of solid waves kind of move through. Thing I don't understand, you guys got to tell me. Sometimes we see the waves take up here and nothing over at Avalanche, and we're seeing these little peak waves off to our right.
Yeah, there we see Toyon linking a little left. This is going into the jetty, which is all the way on the right side of the reef near the harbor. And, you know, Shane, those lefts are so hard to surf. They kind of bend out to the horizon and go away from you. So the tricky thing about that is when you go up to hit the lip, a lot of times it's not there.
Yeah, this is one of this is Keanu Austin's wave just from a couple seconds ago, but really nice little air 360 reverse on that right, just allowing him 1 turn, but it was a good one.
Important wave for Austin Ware as he paddles back out. He is specifically looking for a 6.54. Where he is right now over at Peaks in the bathhouse, you actually can see the scoreboard. Did you guys get a chance to take a look at the first ever ASP scoreboard?
I did. That thing's cool. I don't know if you saw it, Shane. It's pretty big, and these guys will be using that. They'll be able to see their scores visually, not only just relying on the guys to tell them what they need, but over the loudspeaker, but they can look in too. But yeah, Dave, just touching on your setup here real quick. All the way to the left, it's called Toilet Bowl, and that's where it's really shallow. Usually at the end of the wave on a nice big west wall, that's where it just gurgles and gets nasty and guys throw up huge floaters. And then in the middle of the break, all the way out right in front of the buoy is, you can see that buoy on your screen right there, right in the middle, way out. That's kind of where those nice west peaks come in, and that's ideal. And then all the way to the right of your screen is Peaks. And when it's small, you'll get little waves back there that's actually really contestable. So using the whole reef today.
This is a great sign here as we see 3 waves line up, 2 surfers on it. Our surfer in blue keeping an eye on Foster. And then Shane, we got Austin Ware trying to make something happen.
We do. There's definitely a little flurry of waves right here. Here's Keanu Austin just kicking out of a quick one, and the surfer in white just getting a little short wave. It didn't really look like much, but there's definitely a flurry of waves. We got Keanu Singh looking at the very next wave. He just went on the wave before that. It didn't turn out to much, and he just spun around and got this one. It has a little bit more wall. Very clean surfing there from Keanu.
beautiful carve there. You can tell this board looks like maybe a little shorty, a little 6.0 or something, or for him maybe even a 5.8 or something like that. But yeah, I like what's going on here, Dave. It looks like a flurry of waves, and from what I see on Surfline, it definitely looks like it's supposed to pulse and get a little bigger and more energy all day. So we're in for some waves here today.
Live action here. Our surfer in white is in the second spot, looking to replace a 5.67. Find a little nugget on his backhand, and a resemblance of the skating ability of Rob Machado, and maybe the hair.
Yeah, the hair is what got me, and he's a skinny, goofy footer, but he's staying busy. He got a lot of waves. He did pick up a 6 on his that last left we were talking about that bent out to sea, and he's got a 5.67 to back it up, so he's solidifying himself along with Keanu Singh.
For Austin Ware, our top seed in red, needing a wave of about a 6.84. He gets a 4.83, moves up into the third spot, still needs that 6.84. So the surfers in third and fourth are needing a specific score to overtake white. First and second are in that transfer spot, so third and fourth are trying to overtake white. It's probably better just to be in the lead like Keanu Singh and let everybody else paddle it out, which we've seen.
That's right, and it'll be pretty interesting to see what happens with Toyon in white, because he just got a pretty good wave there, and I think we still have some scores to drop, and he might even be
yeah, he just jumped in. Look at this. He's got 3 more scores to come through. He has been busy, and all of a sudden things are going to shake up. If he gets an 8.06, he'll take the lead. He looks like he's not going to get that. But all of a sudden, Austin Ware and Chris Foster are going to be asked to post a big score if they want to take over the Reunion Island surfer, Adrian Toyon.
And that's just tough, you know, for Austin Ware and Foster. It looks like they might lose out, and you hate to come all the way to the North Shore and surf 1 to 2 foot waves, but you know, that's part of the deal here in the Triple Crown. You got to deal with it and be ready for all the different shapes and sizes. And that's what Holly was putting up for us today, is some little gobblers.
That was a very convincing win there for Keanu Singh. It seemed like Rossi stayed over kind of the main break by the toilet bowl and let those other guys kind of paddle battle it out over their peaks.
Yeah, local knowledge paid off there.
Seemed like the right choice.
Keanu Singh comes in here. He's looking not only for a big result, possibly of a Triple Crown rookie title. The 18-year-old out of Eva Beach, starting off really strong with a 7.33, backstep with a 6.73, and then all the way from Reunion Island, he could be in the hunt for a rookie title as well. Adrian Toyon. It was our surfer in yellow, Singh, and our surfer in white, Toyon, the goofy footers skating through. Unfortunately, we've lost Austin Ware and Chris Foster. Stay with us.
To those of us who share these islands, flying is a way of life. Every day, Hawaii flies with us.
Round 128.
Welcome back, guys. We are in the first day of competition at the Reef Hawaiian Pro, the first event of the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing. My name's Heath Walker. I'm joined with Ross Williams from Hawaii and also Shane Dorian. Guys, up on the screen right now, we've got Brian Toth in the next heat. Who else we got? Brian Toth, Sebastian Zietz, Flynn Novak, and of course, Dave O'Connell. So pretty stacked heat there, guys.
That is a stacked heat, and you know, I remember some of these waves from last year. O'Connell had some great surfing going on with a little bit bigger surf. I think he's a little bit of a bigger kid, but and then Flynn, of course, known for those flips. I don't know if we'll be able to see any of those today out here in these conditions, but yeah, this is a stacked heat.
And as we see a couple of the lines, Shane, it was pretty small first thing this morning, but as the heats progressed, we're starting to see that west kind of kick in a little bit.
It does. It seems like there's definitely a little bit of flurry of action here, and we have Flynn Novak up live action in yellow. Flynn's a really tall guy, and you know, that would seem like a disadvantage in little waves, but he's definitely really quick, limber. He surfs Rocky Point all the time, Ross. He rips that little Ronnie Bull in the end and does those Flintstone flips, as you mentioned. And I don't know anybody, the Flintstone flip. And I don't know anybody really else who does them. And I mean, he stomps the landings on those things like crazy in little tiny waves. And I mean, he's got to be 6'2", 6'3".
Yeah, I'm 6 feet, and I look way up into the sky at
he's
him.
At least
so
6'2" or 6'3".
I like that I saw Nutty. He had it looked like a little flyer board there, a little groveler. I think that's a huge advantage today for guys that have that equipment where you got a little more width, wider nose, and with this full tide, the conditions are pretty flat, so you need that extra width to float you across these sections.
Yeah, definitely. For many years, for the foreign surfers coming to Hawaii, their arsenal was all about step-up boards, but it just goes to show Flynn Novak, their local guy from Rocky Point, you could tell he was really in tune with his equipment, and you saw the flow and you saw the speed there, and as we see surfers here splitting the peak, and Dage O'Connell there, and big boy Dage, but throwing up a couple of big turns there.
I remember a few of his waves from last year. He's got an awesome forehand carve attack, so he's going to have to adjust a little bit, but he's part of that Maui crew over there. They just I don't know what's in the water, but they've produced tons of good surfers, Nutty, in the last few years. So, yeah, he's part of that crew there with Hank Gaskell and some of the guys.
We just had the split peak, and the Vans replay here. We see the surfer in red. That's Sebastian Zeitz from Kauai. And Seabass there looks like he's on a nice little board as well. As he just gets busy here, cutting back there, getting to the power source of the wave, and just constantly moving there. And how important is it, Shane, obviously maintaining that technique and style through these small waves? We saw Flynn look very kind of, in tune, look rail to rail. But how important is it, to make sure you maintain that kind of technique?
Yeah, I think Nutty, like you said, I think a lot of these guys are such great surfers in all kinds of conditions, and especially in these tiny little waves. They all have the big moves. They all have the tricks, above the lip surfing. But, the difference is like linking your turns together so it looks really clean and powerful. And also just, just that, to be able to do those technical maneuvers with style just makes all the difference in the world.
All right. Thanks for that, Shane. And we're going to go down to the beach right now. Sean Moody, the event wildcard. Moods, who we got down there?
We got Keanu Singh, first place in that last heat. He looked pretty comfortable out there. I think probably besides Kiwalos, this would be your home break.
Yeah, I'd say this is probably my home break during the winter, and Kiwala's during the summertime. So yeah, it's great.
Yeah, it's probably Kiwala Basin is probably a good place to warm up for kind of waves like this, little rights and lefts. I know you kind of did a few events on the QS this year. You had a 9th in Brazil. What do you feel? How do you feel about the QS so far?
Yeah, I'm just getting my feet wet in the QSs, and nothing's easy in the QS, and going to Brazil is a huge eye opener for me. I've seen so many people that rip that have no sponsors and stuff, and it just they're great competitors, and I never seen such hard and people that put so much heart into their sport, and so it was a good eye opener for me. But QS is definitely not as easy as people make it look. But yeah, I'm just getting my feet wet, and I'm learning. I'm young, so.
Yep, you have a lot of your golden years ahead of you, of course, and we will see you in the next round.
Right on, thank you.
Sean, just quickly, can I get a question with you while I'm there? Sean,
yes.
Obviously Keanu, one of the up-and-coming talents coming out of Hawaii. We saw him blow up in that heat before. Tell me a little bit about the conditions today, Sean, obviously being a local here. Are we going to see that west kind of come in today and evolve kind of some more contestable conditions?
Yeah, I think with the west filling in, it'll probably bring the waves a little bit more over to peaks, and we'll get a little right over in front of the bath, and yeah, hopefully it fills in, and it should be highly contestable by the end of the day.
Thanks for that, Moods. Sean Moody there, guys, and obviously event wildcard. He knows every bit of sand here on the beach by their first name. He's very experienced in, small conditions up to, that huge year when Roy Powers won here with 12 foot plus. Sean was one of the finalists. It's going to be pretty exciting to see Moods come up in the round of 64.
It is. I'm stoked he has the wild card, and just thinking about some of those waves from Dage O'Connell last year. Moody had some great waves too, and Shane, as you know, Moody's got one of the craziest backhands out here. He just throws it straight up backside, really vertical and strong. So, yeah, we'll be looking for Moods to tear it up.
As we see Flynn here coming across there. Look at that flow, as we mentioned, Shane, before. And also, too, in the Brian Toth from Puerto Rico getting really loose down the beach there. And I tell you what, with that wind coming up the face, it's even going to make it that little bit more difficult. Small waves are, are hard enough to surf, in Hawaii, but when that wind factor comes into it, definitely makes it even more difficult.
Good looking wave coming in here for Dage O'Connell. This left's going to line up. And when these waves, if it doesn't close out right here in this last section, he's going to have one more turn here. And that's the tricky part, like we were talking about earlier, Shane mentioned, but you're not getting tons of projection on these waves, so it gets more important to show the judges how you're flowing and you're not digging rail. So look for the guys today with the most flow, throwing a lot of spray. As you see Flynn right there doing just that, a lot of flow and spray. And exactly, Nutty, with the wind blowing really hard trade winds, that's going to be that extra element that's going to make it pretty tough for these guys.
Yeah, Shana, who do you think got the better exchange there?
I think Dage and Blue, he actually had some open face to work with, and those other guys got like maybe 2 turns, maybe a turn and a half, where Dage got 3 pretty strong turns. And I think that third strong turns, makes a lot of difference in the score.
Yeah, we might have seen one of the best waves ridden thus far in the contest. Dage O'Connell there from Maui's. We see that a lot of flow there, a lot of board on rail, and I think this was the money turn here. Really managed to execute there at his big snap off the top there, and he's a big lad, Dage, coming around the section, driving off the bottom. And I think, we're only into our 5th heater this morning, but I think that might be the best wave I've seen thus far.
I like how he had patience, Shane, for that third turn. We mentioned earlier, a lot of these lefts bend out to sea, so you could throw your board up too early and the lip won't be there. So you have to have good timing.
That's right, and that wave actually allowed him to. He didn't need to fit. It wasn't just going to close out right away. He wasn't trying to fit 3 turns in. He was actually able to take his time, open up, and really surf, with power and style. It's great.
And how important is this, guys? Obviously, you guys are very experienced surfers on the tour. With the judges today being able to go back and watch the wave again and really know if there's 2 guys up at once, well, hang on, they can pause on the score, really define the wave, break it down and give the score. I mean, how important is that?
I think it's very important, Nutty. It's, when you're looking at the waves right now, it almost seemed like every wave would be the same, just like a little piddly thing. But then, if you compare Dage's wave, the other guy's wave, just the scoring potential alone, it was just written all over that wave, and we got scores dropping in. We got a really big score there for Dage and Blue. That's a commanding lead.
Yeah, he's dropped down an 8.0, backing it up with a 4.33. And Sebastian Zietz, we saw him on the right, dropping a 6.50, and in the second place with a 3.10. So some great surfing there from the Hawaiian crew, Flynn Novak as well, and Brian Toth kind of down here on peaks, or bathrooms, I believe it's called. And Brian here all by himself, and he's just trying to see if he can get loose on the end there.
That's interesting. There's a little bit of a change in strategy there. In the last heat, we had Keanu Asing kind of over here to the left in the main bowl all by himself, and then the other 3 guys were kind of paddle battling over there in the bath next to peaks. And it really is a huge advantage if you're by yourself where the waves come in. And I think Brian Toff in white, that's what he's sort of hoping for.
Here. Sorry, Nutty, here we go. And you see on your screen there's the next heat, and that's Keanu Singh's dad there, maybe doing a little bit of coaching for the next heat. But
Uncle Tony?
Uncle Tony, exactly. So he must be a proud papa after his son took down that heat convincingly.
Yeah, he's talking to Rudy Palmbum from South Africa. And Rudy's got a tough heat. He's got 3 stacked Hawaiians there. Kamalei Alexander. Who else we got there in that heat? Davey Cathell, from Australia, and Evan Valère. I mean, Evan has just been a standout here over the years at Haleiwa. He loves the bigger conditions on his backside. So it should be a pretty stacked heat.
Yeah, and you know what? What's neat about this morning and watching the local Hawaiian surfers is normally they have such a leg up here in these events, and today it's going to be interesting to see who can kind of wrap their head around these small conditions. And it's usually they're kind of the ones that are, in command out here, but it's the other way around. It's the kids that do the tour all year long. They're used to these conditions, and so it'll be interesting to see which local guys in the event out here today can kind of wrap their head around these conditions and overcome the whippersnappers that are surfing these conditions all year long, Shane.
That's right. It's, you know, and also something interesting to point out for the, you know, for a lot of the traveling surfers, guys from Australia or Brazil to Europe, and they all come to Hawaii. Names like Flynn Novak or Evan Valier, you know, you instantly think of them in pipeline, you know, with the images of them at 8 to 10 foot Westwell pipe charging, getting huge barrels, and you know they are known as pipe specialists. But then if you take those guys away from there and you bring them out to, you know, 2 foot Haleiwa, guys like Flynn Novak and Evan Valier, you know, those guys can shine, and they surf incredibly well in little waves. They got great technique, they got great short boards, they surf little waves all the time, and it makes for exciting surfing.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, Shane, as you can make out. I mean, obviously, surfing's evolved so much in the last 15, 20 years. I think, you know, gone are the days of that guy's a specialist in those conditions. You really need to be good in everything. I mean, professional surfing today from, you know, 2 foot to 20 foot. I think Kuakai Rothman said it the other day. Is, you know, I asked him what's his favourable conditions, and he goes, I've got to be good in everything. And I think that's, you know, well said, because you know, the sport's evolving, and as you mentioned, you know, Evan and those guys are stand out as a pipe. But I mean, I think Evan's had quarterfinals here the last 2 or 3 years, so it goes to show that his backhand, you know, his backhand attack is a force to be reckoned with. As we are just under 7 minutes here of Heat 5, we are at the Reef Hawaiian Pro. First day of kickoff of the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing, presented by Rockstar Energy Drink. And out in the front is Deja O'Connell from Maui with an 8.0 and a 4.33. Sebastian Zeitz from Kauai in the second place, Flynn Novak in the third, as we see Brian Toth there from Puerto Rico. He's over there by himself on peaks, and unfortunately he didn't get this other little wave here, beautiful little unridden wave here, and Brian will be a little bit disappointed with himself right there, because Brian has a vicious backhand.
He did. He threw up that first turn. It was really nice and crisp. Unfortunately, he kind of came unstuck on that second one. As we see here, Sebastian Zeitz, Seabass, one of the funnest nicknames you have in our sport. Seabass getting a little stuck there. His board, what do you think, Shane? It looks a little small.
Yeah, I think he looks like he's trying to ride a groveler, but it's, you know, and I would be too out there. I mean, the waves are little, they're slow, there's not much power to them. You know, so, you know, I mean, riding
really
short. Riding a little board can be a huge advantage if it works really well. And Seabass definitely, he's a pretty tall guy as well. I think he's about 6'2" or 6'3", and he definitely looks like he's riding a tiny little board.
Yeah, I mean, if he's 6'2", I don't know, that board looks like it's probably like a 5'10" or something like that. But yeah, he did throw up a nice little air there. And like we were saying earlier, it's hard to get any projection on these waves. They're a little gutless. The tide's a little bit on the full side. So again, alluding to that flow and throwing some spray, that's going to be what scores the points today.
So still plenty of time. We're under the 5-minute mark there. There's Brian Toth on the screen. His 2 scoring wide rides are 4.0 and a 2.27. Brian Toth out of Puerto Rico there. Reef team rider, Reef footwear rider, Toth he is. And we'd love to see him kind of kick into gear in these final 5 minutes there. He's looking at replacing a 2.77 and actually requiring, I'm not sure what he's requiring. Let me see Brian Toth there requiring 5.61. Yeah.
You know, it's interesting to see in this heat, you guys, is everyone's got kind of a decent score. Everyone's looking for that backup score. Sebastian's got a nice 6.5. Even Dage, he's got an awesome score, but he's only got a 4.3 to back it up. So with 5 minutes left, you know, this is that pressure cooker time where everyone's looking to back up their first score.
Brian Toth, guys, I would have to say one of the best paddlers I've seen in the sport.
No kidding, that wave was just really not wanting to let him in, and he was able to catch it with no problem. Here he is milking this little right. There's really not much power there at all, but he's surfing it really well.
Tothy's got a really vicious backside snap there, guys, and I've seen him many years traveling around the world, and I've never seen a guy paddle into a wave such ferocious. He's just a little battler.
It's very crisp, like you mentioned. In his backside, I haven't seen much of Tothy's surfing, but it's very crisp. And local knowledge will pay off a little bit. He was right in a channel, but he still managed to catch that wave because he paddles so fast. But this is the money turn right here. Watch, guys, how crisp this is.
Yeah, Tothy there.
He surfed that wave. He surfed that wave really well. You know, and also interesting, even though the waves are little, so far in this heat, the waves have been pretty small, and all the big scores have come from just on the face, kind of power surfing, using the lip, throwing big spray, maybe kicking your tail out a little bit. But we haven't seen really any aerials, and it seems like the trade winds, Ross, you can probably talk on this a little bit, but we're supposed to have some trade winds today, and with those trades blowing into the lefts, it makes it pretty tough as far as just phase turns and getting projection, like you said. But we got guys like, Flynn Novak out there who are really good in the air, and, I think you can get a really huge score if you are able to just kind of really stand out. We've seen, everybody else out there really sticking to the face. If you're able to get in the air, I think that would be a huge score.
Yeah, especially, right now these conditions are on the calm side for sure. This is below average for the wind speed. Once this wind kicks up, like you mentioned, the one good thing about it is it'll stick the board to your feet on those lefts. So guys like Seabass and Flynn, they'll be looking for that air because that's just mega points right away. You can do one big air and you can get, 6, 7, 8 points. So
we're down to about 2 minutes remaining. I watched the San Diego Chargers yesterday with 2 minutes remaining, and that wasn't very impressive. So let's hope this last 2 minutes in this heat of the Heat 5 of the first event of the Triple Crown, the Reef Hawaiian Pro. We've got Brian Toth. He's moved up into the third spot. Tothy now only requiring a 4.54. And Sebastian Zietz and Deja O'Connell out there in front. But Sebastian Zietz there, his second scoring ride, only a 3.10. So still anybody's game there in with Novak and Tothy, only requiring 4.5 points.
That's right. He only needs a 4.54, and it looks like there's a couple little lumps coming in over where Brian Toth is, and he's actually sitting there all alone. So he's really hoping to get a wave right here in the dying seconds of this heat.
That would have been a good one for Brian, actually.
He's in the channel. That's called peaks, that little section over there, as we see Seabass throwing it up there, a couple little wick whacks, but I don't know if that's going to be the 5.8 he needs.
Well, Seabass is actually in the second, so he just needs to better that 3.1, but you're right there, Ross. 5.84 to go to first. I think right now Seabass in the dying minute will be looking at holding off, obviously, Brian Toth. See some spectators there on the beach, and what a great Monday to have here. We finally got the Reef Hawaiian Pro underway. We were breaking records, guys, for the longest waiting period ever. So that's kind of accomplishments you don't want to be renowned for.
Yeah, but here we are. It's on, and the boys are ripping it up, and we got some little waves, and the swell's building. So things are looking up.
30 seconds remaining here, guys, in Heat 5 of the round of 128. The Reef Hawaiian Pro, it has kicked underway today. The first event of the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing presented by Rockstar Energy Drink. We are about to count this heat down. We're at 14 seconds right now.
And it looks like Deja O'Connell and Sebastian Zietz are going to hold on. The boys only needed a little 4, and the waves just went flat.
As you see Deja here, tearing this wave on the end there. This was the big scorer right here.
Yeah, that was the 8-point ride that just catapulted him in the first place. As you see Zietz there, happy to get through this round.
Oh, tearing.
Seabass really scrapped his way through that heat, man. That was not an easy heat. There wasn't a whole lot of, waves that broke that, it gave you a lot of opportunity for big scores, and they did a great job.
See you guys right when we get back. Hold on. Stay tuned.
To those of us who share these islands, flying is a way of life. Every day, Hawaii flies with us.
Round 128.
Right
Great shot there of the Reef Hawaiian Pro scaffolding there. We are into heat 6 of the round of 128. We have the currently the world junior champion, Davey Cathles out of Narrabeen Beach. Rudy Palmboom from South Africa, Evan Valère from Kauai, and also Kamale Alexander as well.
And here we do. We have the winner of that junior event. Nice little fin release top turn there. And this is over to the right side of the reef there. It's called Peaks. And Shane, looks like the guys are, this morning so far, have kind of split the difference between the main break over here left and Peaks over to the right.
That's right, Ross. It looks like things are kind of changing, kind of heat to heat. I think the guys on the beach that are waiting for the next wave are kind of, just watching, what's happening out there in the water. And I think things are just kind of, sort of changing as we go. It seems like, Keanu was saying had a really strong heat just right in the main bowl a couple heats ago. And then, just things are kind of shifting, and it's a little bit of a gamble, just kind of being out there in the heat. And if you're in the main bowl with 3 other guys and there's no one at Peaks, you're going to make your way down there and hope for the best.
Yeah, you definitely want to stay away from that controversy, don't you? There's a lot of paddling, there's a lot of rubbing the shoulders there, and I think if you can steer clear of that, we saw Maximine before there, we saw Dylan Goodale move over to the peak there, and as long as you can get your clean rides there and on the clean face and execute some really clean turns, then the judges will reward you. As we see Evan here, looks like Valère on a nice little left there, and let's see what Valère can do, Ross.
Yeah, I don't mind this wave. This looks like it's got a nice little wall on it. It's a runner. You can see him trying to jet down the line here, get it out to the open face. These are all kind of setup turns. Hopefully he can do a little tail blow here. And he does slide the pickle a little bit, and that's what we're working with, and that was not bad.
Yeah, that wave was really hard to ride. I mean, he had a lot of speed, but there was really no lip. It was really a real flat wave, with a little bit of backwash in it from the high tide. And, I think he pretty much did everything he could do. I mean, that was, really didn't give him any pocket to blow out.
Yeah, he definitely, he was did generate a lot of speed at the start. The air did come around the section. We'll have a look at the replays as they come to us. But judges right now locking in a few scores. We had all surfers up and riding there. We'll just wait for it. We'll just wait for an exchange there. But, guys, it looks like we have the local out down on the beach again. Sean Moody there, the event wildcard. Moods, who we got?
We got Dej O'Connell here, winner of the last heat. I saw that you got a really good left out there. You scored an 8. How do you feel about the conditions?
Yeah, it's pretty much as hard as it gets out here at Haleiwa. But I somehow just got lucky, and I knew I just had to get the best wave of the heat, and somehow I lucked into that one. Slid it with sea bass, and then the whole time I was just like, don't fall, just hold on, and yeah, I got an 8, and I was stoked.
Yep, that was definitely a nice wave. There's been about 10 lay days in the last few days. What have you been doing in your off time?
I've been actually having a good time. We went skydiving, went scuba diving, and then just been trying to surf the worst wave possible because I knew it was going to be bad. But yeah, we've been having a good time.
Skydiving, scuba diving, good stuff. We will see you in the next round.
Right on. Thanks.
Thanks for that, Moods. And Dej O'Connell there, a great surfer from Maui. And, you could be in worse places, right, guys, when there's no swell. I mean, we've all been to those cold places and the waves are flat and it becomes quite miserable. But, look, we're in Hawaii and the place is absolutely heaven sent. Plenty of things to do around here if the waves aren't good.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things we alluded to earlier this morning. You have to be careful you don't get in this negative frame of mind when the waves are small like this. Again, you can expect 6 to 8 foot Haleiwa, but, if that's what you expect, you might be in trouble. So you got to make sure that you keep a smile on your face, get that groveler board, under your arm, get psyched up. And, at the end of the day, these waves are not that bad.
Yeah, I mean, it's warm.
I tried.
Yeah. We have been lucky, though, Nutty. I mean, we've had beautiful days. I mean, the last 10 days have been lay days. The waves have been really little here at Haleiwa, but we've had incredible weather. It's been beautiful. It's been, great for stand-up paddling. You can go to town, hang out with your girl, go Christmas shopping, do the deal. So, you can go golfing like I'm sure Ross has been doing, and
that's why you went to the promos the last couple of days.
Yeah, it could be worse though. It could be flat and blown out and onshore and really rainy, and we've had beautiful sunshine and beautiful days, so we've been lucky.
Yeah, that's right, Shane. I mean, I heard Jose Colazo as well saying, It's what you're into, you know. Obviously, there's the guys that love playing the tennis in the off time. There's guys that love, you know, do 18 holes of golf. I heard Tommy Whitaker and Jake Patterson actually did 42 holes the other day. So
yeah.
I don't know how crazy that is. But we got live action up at the moment, and here's Davey Cathles, the current world junior champion out of North Narrabeen, and some fantastic surfers coming out of Narrabeen over the years. And Davey Cathles is another new young talent there.
Coming unstuck as we see local boy here, Kamale Alexander, and this is kind of one of those heats we were talking about earlier where it's an interesting matchup. It's the two local boys here that would normally be a major threat here, and they're going to have to shift gears into these smaller waves, and they're up against your more typical tour guys who might have a little bit of a leg up on them. So the tables have been turned a little bit. And as we see, that was a nice set there. Some of the cleanest lines I've seen so far this morning. So hopefully that's a good sign of this swell building. And maybe by the end of the day, we'll be getting some big airs and some big tail blows and a lot more surfing.
Yeah, I think Evan got the best exchange there. Shane, tell me a little bit about Evan Belair and what you know of him.
Well, you know, I've known Evan for years now, and he's a strong young surfer from Kauai, and I remember him, you know, growing up, coming over and surfing Pipeline when he was very first coming over. And he just has a very smooth, clean style, and he's just always been a standout at Pipe. And nowadays he's one of the very best. As you see, Davey Capels up there on your screen. He's gotten some pretty decent waves. He obviously is a very good surfer in little stuff, and he just hasn't seemed to got a wave that give him a really strong ending. He seems to be starting off really well, kind of blowing the tail out, but his waves just don't really seem to be giving him the potential to finish off strong.
Yeah, there's definitely some tough ones here. I think Kamale there as well. Just not being able to get into that clean face where he really can execute a couple of nice crisp turns, and that's what these guys are after. You know, that where they can maximise the most amount of potential, the scoring potential on the wave, because. You know, we're looking at most guys, you know, with a 5.6 and a 4.6, so a lot of guys getting through heats with mid-range scores, and you know, still anybody's game here. We're just over 11 minutes remaining, and out in front, Evan Belair, we will see Evan have another score dropped in, and Davey Cathles, I believe, will be the two front runners, and then Rudy Pamboom and Kamale Alexander yet to get a decent score under the belt, but still plenty of time.
Yeah, I like it. I like watching some of the local boys surf up against the normal tour guys, because when the waves are smaller like this, you know, there's really nowhere to hide. You're going to have to be able to mold to these conditions, and so hopefully we'll see how these guys do. There we are.
So a big welcome for everybody joining us on Time Water Cable from all around the Hawaiian Islands, and of course Los Angeles and San Diego, and I believe in Arizona as well. So thanks for joining us. My name's Heath Walker. I'm here with Ross Williams and Shane Dorian. And you are watching the Reef Hawaiian Pro, the first event of the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing. So thanks for joining us. We are just over 10 minutes remaining in Heat 6 and the round of 128. Still plenty of action remaining here, guys. Plenty of good heats coming up. Plenty of a lot of local Hawaiian surfers mixing it in with the foreign surfers. So we've got a building swell. There's going to be plenty of action-packed heats to come.
Yes, we do. And Kamale, you know, struggling a little bit in this smaller surf. Evan Valère, you know, he's got a couple scores there, and he's actually in first place with that 5.6 and a 4.6. So this heat is only about at the halfway mark. It's actually right at the halfway mark. So hopefully they'll get another flurry of waves here to see. Actually, as I speak, I see Cathles is dropping a score too. So he may or may not jump into first. He needs a 4.75.
Yeah, he's an amazing talent, Davey Cathles. And just for all the viewers at home and are tuning in around the world, Davey Cathles is the current world junior champion. He hails from North Narrabeen Beach. I mean, you think of names there, guys. Excuse me. You think of the Fitzgeralds, you think of Damien Hardman, you think of Simon Anderson, Greg Anderson, you know, Chris Davidson, Nathan Hedge. I mean, the list of the Bannister brothers. I mean, it is an action-packed heat. And Davey Cathles are one of those talents coming out. And Sonny Garcia, we thought Sonny might have pulled out this morning, but I think he's seen some contestable conditions, and awesome to see Sonny Garcia.
Speaking of big names, that's probably the biggest name in the Triple Crown ever, right there. Sonny getting ready for his next heat. As we see the little junior from North Narrabeen kind of flicking out of that wave. And Shane got something out the back here.
Yeah, here we go. In white, we got Rudy Palmboom. on this little wave that kind of closed out. And we also have Evan Valier going to the air, doing a nice air reverse there, real clean. That's going to be a pretty big score, Ross. This big old blowtail. That wave right there would be the wave of the heat so far, in my opinion. It was, you know, a lot of these waves kind of look the same, but that wave that Evan Valier had, as we see right here on the replay, it was very clean from the start, stood up real nice with a real open face, and it actually allowed him to go to the air and give him some real nice lip. And that's that wind we were talking about that just kind of stuck his feet right to his board, and that's going to be a big score.
Yeah, he had a little grab there too, which is pretty technical. And Nutty, this is what I alluded to earlier. I love to see some of the local boys that can mix it up in small waves. You know, they're not only known for charge and pipe, but I mean that was a great air 360 with the little grab, very technical, and you know, that just makes me proud to be from Hawaii when I see a Grom like that. You know, that can surf small waves as well as big waves.
Yeah, and definitely the fin's starting to get loose here. You're right, Evan Valaire's the sort of guy that will throw him over some of these nastiest ledges you'll ever see. And I've worked with Evan in the years past, and I've seen him in Tahiti. I've obviously seen him out at Pipeline, but then to see him on a 2-foot wave do that as well. And as I said, he's a complete surfer, and he's a surfer that can compete in 1-foot conditions, you know, right up until 20 foot.
Huge scores dropping, Nutty.
Yeah, you're looking at one judge with a 9.5 and 8.8, and it looks like Evan was riding a little Xanadu there, and I think we should always, you know, give these pros shapers a plug. You know, if it wasn't for their shapers and they're being in tune with their shapers, with their equipment, you know, the surfers wouldn't be where they're at today. So looks like Evan with a nice little Xanadu there, and definitely we're waiting for one more score. He's going to drop a huge one.
That's right, Nadia, and you know, it's pretty interesting. Right before that set, you know, there was, as we see another replay of Evan's wave, he just was setting up right here, and I think he knew that he had to do a really big turn to make the score count, and he had a lot of potential to do a big air, and he definitely used it. And not only did he take it to the air and get a really technical big old air reverse, but he had enough speed and a great little section here at the end to do a nice roll tail as well. But like as I was saying, right before that exchange there, that Evan got that wave, everybody, you know, it looked like it was flat for a while, and everyone made their way over to peaks except for Evan. And I think Evan knew that you know, his best chance in this heat is to get the very best waves, allow him some space and some speed. And even though there may not be as many waves in the main bowl, you know, I think they allow the biggest you know, scoring potential.
Yeah, and we did see that. That's right. And Evan obviously gives you footer really confident on his forehand, and you know, he took the board to the air, and you know, the rest is history.
And then I think the rest of the guys who are at peaks are all now in the main bowl, and I think they're all looking for that wave that Evan just got.
What happened over there, buddy? They're hugging to him. They're all on the reef.
That's right.
Doesn't that sometimes make you glad that you're not a competitor anymore? Like the frustrations of being in some heats.
Oh yes. It was really strange for me, like walking up to you know, a surfing contest with a surfboard under my arm this morning. Everyone was looking at me like, what the hell are you doing, man? I am so happy that this is a, you know, sort of anomaly for me, and just, you know, being here, I'm a mega surf fan, so I like to see all the best, you know, young surfers in the world like we have here at the Reef Hawaiian Pro. And you know, for me to be here in the booth and commentating and watching these, you know, watching these heats and watching these guys serve is a real treat.
That's right, Shane. And a man that needs no introduction there, 6 times Triple Crown champion, 5 times Haleiwa champion, and you can throw in a 6 in there because he was the Clash of the Legends winner last year, and that's Sonny Garcia. And that's what I love about Sonny, you know, like he doesn't care if it's 2 foot or 20 foot. I mean, Sonny, like you've seen him at the US Open, you've seen him in tiny conditions all around the world competing, you know, through 2 decades plus. And Sonny's a competitor.
He is. I mean, he's the world champion, and you don't get to be world champion without surfing good in all conditions. And as we see a little set here, this might be kind of a closeout. See if he can throw it up. And he does. Nice little air 360. Kind of a cool how he picked the nose there, kind of flung his board around and actually made it look more exciting.
Yeah, that's Rudy Van Boom out of South Africa. He's a really good young surfer. And just so you know, guys, obviously one of the Triple Crown sponsors is Hawaiian Airlines, and they're offering 250,000 frequent flyer points for the winner of the best air of the Triple Crown. And Evan Valera, and I think Rudy's up there right now, Tyler Newton, Kayoni I Singh. That's a lot of flights.
It is.
It is a lot of flights. And these little lefts, I'll tell you, these little lefts are perfect for aerials. And I think in these coming rounds and these coming heats, we're going to see, you know, some guys launching some real sick aerials in these little lefts, especially now with this wind picking up. I think you really have the potential to, to do a lot of different varieties of airs.
I liked how he, I think it was an accident, but, they have that maneuver called sort of a nose pick air, but that was a tail pick there. The tail kind of picked in there and he spun it around, made that little backside air all that much more exciting.
Coming up next heat, Heat 7 up on the screen there, Jano Bello, and I'm sure you're going to see that kid go to air. These young Brazilians, you got to watch out. As we see a good shot there, Sonny Garcia, and I believe Love Hodel, if that's correct, in the red, and he's a very experienced Hawaiian surfer. Been living here for many years, and was actually born here. Is he born from? Is he in Hawaii? Or
yeah, I think Love was born here, and I was sitting next to Love and Sonny just about an hour ago. They both seemed really relaxed. We were kind of poking fun at each other, and I was asking them what kind of boards they're riding. Love actually had to borrow a little groveler from a friend of his. So, everyone's just trying to wrap their head around these conditions, and Sonny just seemed really relaxed. He just, he told me that I'm just here to have fun. I'm going to make trouble to everybody, and that's Sonny in a nutshell, Shane. He just loves to make trouble. He's always got that sinister little smile on his face, and he's just looking to poke fun at everyone. So, he seems like he's in his element, even though the waves are, on the small side.
Yeah, you would think he would be at a major disadvantage, being like about. He's probably what, Ross? He's probably 215 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
Sonny,
you better be careful with those.
I don't know. I'm a little guy, so I don't know what guys weigh. I mean, I know Sonny's a big guy anyway. I know his weight fluctuates, but he's looking pretty big right this second. But he is very good in little waves. He's beat me in waves this big, and even though he's about, I don't know what he is, 60 pounds heavier than me, but he's incredibly talented in large waves, small waves. In the Eddie Aikau, I've seen him charge 25 footers, behind the peak, and I think, in little tiny 1 to 2 foot Haleiwa, he can put on a clinic as well.
Yeah, well, that's it. I mean, I think Sonny going out there right now it's about positioning. And if Sonny gets the wave, he'll beat you. I mean, it's pretty simple.
That's right. And you can bet that he's not going to be groveling on the littlest, tiniest waves out there trying to do an air reverse. He's going to go out there, and his game plan is to get 2 of the biggest and best open face waves. And that's how he's going to get a score, and that's how he's going to win his season.
He's very verbal too. I mean, if he has to, he will let everyone in the lineup like,
oh yes,
don't you dare even look at this wave. This one's mine, boys. And what are you going to do? Argue with Sonny Garcia? That's a tall order. So
yeah,
good luck to the guys.
But I want to see it. But I want to see it.
Tommy Curran did last year, and I think he got he ended up getting the worst of that scenario.
Yes, he did. He got an earful.
He did.
But that's why it's fun to watch Sonny's heats, and it's going to be exciting either way, and I mean, it is very intimidating surfing against Sonny, especially when there's no priority, and when that big dude is right next to you and he's frothing to get a score, and it's going to be a big scoring potential wave. I mean, he really wants that wave, and he really does not want you to get it. So
there you go.
Makes for exciting stuff.
There's the breakdown from Shane Dorian. We are under 30 seconds remaining of Heat 6. Here are the round at 128, and it's Valère well and truly out in front. And in the red, the world junior champion, Davey Cathels, and Rudy Van Boom there, only requiring a small score of 4.74, and Kamalei only needing 6.9. So still anybody's game in the dying seconds, and let's see if anyone can catch a wave here. Here goes Kamalei on the inside on the little left here.
Very, very little left there, Nutty. That was, as time runs out, he's just trying to catch something, but I mean, Kamalei really had a hard time finding a really open face in that heat. It was pretty tough.
He's barreled.
He's a good competitor though, and as we see there, that's it from Heat 6 of the round of 128. Davey Cathels there, the young world junior champion out of North Narrabeen Beach, and he moves on through to the next round. We'll see Davey surf again today. A nice big fin waft there, and Evan Valère here, the Hawaiian surfer, looking very flowy on his nice new little Xanadu there. And there's Cathels as well. I think, not sure what equipment Davey's riding there, but it looks very sharp. And here's the money turn of the heat. It's Valère. Nice big air reverse. And Rudy Van Boom there, South African, unfortunately.
to those of us who share these islands. Flying is a way of life. Every day, Hawaii flies with us.
Round 128.
Welcome back, guys, to the Reef Hawaiian Pro, the first event of the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing, presented by Rockstar Energy Drink. We are in Heat 7 of the round of 128. In the red from Brazil, Jano Bello. In the white, Dale Staples from South Africa. And a man who needs no introduction, Sonny Garcia, multiple Triple Crown and Haleiwa champion. In the yellow and in the blue, Love Hodel. Guys, I am joined, as I said, as I was the last seat. I'm here with Ross Williams and Shane Dorian. Just quickly, guys, you were on tour for many years. Obviously, Sonny being on there before you guys as well, while you're on there. What was it like? Was he like a godfather on tour? Did he look out for you guys, or how did it work?
He was, you know, I mean, it was pretty interesting. You know, Ross and I growing up as little kids, we actually surfed against Sonny in some events. He was a bit older than us, but we still, you know, met up. And then when Ross and I turned pro and went on tour, he had been on tour forever at that point already. So he was very welcoming. He wanted to make sure that we felt comfortable and knew what we were doing on tour, how to get to different places. You know, if we needed help renting a car, whether it was trying to find the right hotel or whatever, he had been there and done that already, so he was always willing to help the younger guys, and he still is today. It's just incredible how long he's been involved with pro surfing and how successful he's been.
Yeah, Sonny Garcia there, and we'll break Sonny down a little bit more in the heat, but right now we're going to go to, you know, Sean Moody was down there before, but I believe now we've got the Fish. Fish, who we got down there, mate?
Mate, we have Evan Villiers here. Evan, was that an air show series out there or what? How was that air reverse you did at the end of that wave? Talk us through it.
I don't know. I stood up on that thing. I had a little nervous feet, and then I bobbled and missed the first turn, so I figured I better just go for something.
Nah, mate, you look pretty comfortable there with that air reverse. So talk me through this Xanadu you got. It looked like it had jets on the bottom of this thing.
Oh, yeah. It was such a hassle to get this thing out here when the waves started going flat. I was, like, running into town. I had somebody in San Diego, my brother, going to the cargo over there. It was a nightmare, but we pulled it off.
Well done, mate. Great heat out there, and hope to see you doing that stuff again. I mean, I think you're in the running for the miles of 250,000 miles if you win the air, and so far you're leading that, so good luck with that, mate.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, I could definitely use some travel time, but there's still a long way to go. Guys are going to be boosting.
Evan Villiers. You.
Thanks a lot, Fish.
All right, so that was a cool little interview there, and of course we're talking about Hawaiian Airlines giving away a very generous prize there, 250,000 travel miles, as we see this name line up there for, and a good set coming in here, Shano. This is Sonny Garcia on a nice left.
Yeah, it looks like a really big left, Ross. That was closed out and Sonny flicked out, but it looked like it had some scoring potential.
Almost stabbed Love Hodel there. Love didn't look too impressed, but well, he didn't do an error, but his board got airborne.
Yeah, his board definitely did a huge error. Looks like Sonny is not wearing a leash today and nearly spearing Love there as he battles back out. That wave looked like it was going to be a good one, but it ended up just kind of shutting down on Sonny.
Look at Jano Bello and Dale Staples. They just said, yeah. We're sitting over here.
That's good call. Good call.
Not interested, Sonny. You can have that peak over there.
They're in the harbor, and in one shape or another, one form, shape or another, we knew Sonny was going to be entertaining in his heat. And Nutty, I don't know if you just missed it, but Sonny did a big old fly kick out with the board, that is, and it got a lot of airborne, almost stabbed Love Hodel right in the back. But everyone's okay, everyone's safe, and Sonny right back holding position, Shano.
Let's check it out for the viewers at home. And Garcia, look at this.
That takes a lot of skill there.
That's right, and that's one way to take out your competitors is to fling your board at them outside.
Love's totally surprised. He's like, whoa.
That's pretty funny.
No, I'm sure Sonny didn't do that on purpose, but he has no leash, like Shane said, so he's basically just kicking his board out the back. It's kind of the fastest way to do it. Sonny Garcia, born in 1970, Nutty.
Yeah, 41, but still, don't be fooled by that age right there. Sonny Garcia, when he's fit and healthy, he'll run straight through you. Guys, tell me a little bit about, obviously, we all know how amazing Sonny is at Sunset and Pipeline, obviously Haleiwa there. Like, never seen a person turn a 7'6" inside the bowl like Sonny. But what about outside of Hawaii? Where did Sonny stick out to you guys where he competed very well, whether it was Europe, Australia, Latin America?
First thing that comes to mind for me, Shano, is, and you've actually won an event there too, is Bells. I don't know if you think about that, but he's known for, it just suits his surfing perfect. And the wave is very similar to the wave he grew up at, which is Makaha. But he's got that trademark vicious forehand stomp, basically is what it is. He just chucks his tail, and Bells is really suited for that. So, I mean, that answer popped in my head right away. I just thought Bells and Sonny's kind of matches.
Same thing with me. I mean, I've seen him have some absolutely epic battles at Bells, and you know, like you said, Ross, his surfing just really suits Bells. He can open it up and slow it down, and just, you know, take his time and do some major hacks as we see Sonny paddling for a really nice looking open lap.
Yeah, this could be a really good wave here for Garcia as he comes around this section. And just getting a little caught. Sonny there, nice big snap off the top. And Love Hodel we have on the right. And not a bad exchange there for Garcia. He got a little caught on his first turn and managed to get one cream turn off. And right now, before these guys get out the back, Paul Fisher is on the beach. Fish, who we got, mate?
Mate, I'm down here with Kai Hurdy, Gilman Hurdy's brother. No, Kai Otts, how are you, mate?
That's cheeky, is he? Fish was being a pest the other day all week, and as soon as his ex-chick got here, he went missing big time. Has anyone seen him? Oh, here he is.
So talk to me, Kai, mate. You're early down here for your heat. You're not surfing till tomorrow. What's going on?
I just like to get in for an early prep, you know, get ready, watch conditions, 2 days early for my heat.
No way. Yeah, I see you got your tent down there set up. You've been doing yoga this morning at about 4:30 and a couple little sessions out here before coming to watch the boys. Talk us through it, mate.
Well, not exactly. I had a little surf at Rockies this morning and just come down to support my mate here, Sedzi, and check it out. Hopefully he gets through.
So talk to me. You're on the bubble at the moment for qualifying. How's that? How's the stress of this 6 weeks on the North Shore going for you?
You don't stress out on the North Shore, mate. It's too fun. I'm not really that worried about it. I've never been in this position, and I'm just cruising. It's got to get through a few heats to stay through. I'm in at the moment. It's better than not being in. So, you know, I'm 32nd, and guys have got to overtake me. So, I'm in a better position than some people.
All right, Kai, mate. Well, good luck in the contest this week, and we'll be cheering for you, mate. So get back down there in your tent and do some yoga.
Paul Fisher there, personality plus on the beach there, and you know what? Besides all the jokes and for the people home, Kai Otten there, a world tour surfer, been on the tour for about 6 or 7 years now, and he is found himself in a kind of a difficult situation. He's 32, he's on the bubble to not qualify, and you guys know, obviously in the past, you've got, you know, a lot of the guys have been there. What is it like coming to Hawaii knowing that you guys need a result?
Oh, man. You know, it looked like just that interview there for Kai. He's trying to stay in that frame of mind where I'm not going to think about it. I'm just going to do my thing. And that's hard to do. You know, all those years on tour, Shane, for me, you know, it's like a battle in your head. You have to, you know, stay really competitive. You're friends with everybody, but at the same time, you don't want to be too friendly because you want to have that edge. So there's that balance you need. You know, you have to want to beat everyone, basically, which is, you know, done better by no one other than Kelly Slater. You know, the guy just wants to beat everyone all the time. As we see Sonny Garcia here on a bomb.
Yeah, this might be one of our first waves in the bowl there. Garcia, nice big foam climb there. Big hack before that, coming around, cutting back there. And Shano, that's a sign of good things, is that little wave.
It is. I think that was one of the first, you know, open face rights we've seen in the bowl at least an hour. But Sonny, I think he has a very good strategy right now. He knows that he needs the biggest and best waves to win this heat, and this is the biggest and best wave of the heat so far.
This actually looks like Haleiwa here. It's a proper right at Haleiwa. That trademark little tail stomp that Sonny does, and he's going to fit one more nice little cutty in here. His board looks good, and you're exactly right, Shane. He knows that he's a big boy, and he needs to get those sets to throw his weight around and chuck some spray. And the judges are going to reward that now.
Yeah, Sonny Garcia getting his trademark turn off, as we mentioned, and we'll just wait for the judges to probably have a little replay of that, dissect it a little bit. Just going back into that question before, Shane, I think that, you know, we talk about Kai and being on the bubble. I think and correct me if I'm wrong, one year you might have been on the bubble here coming into Sunset, and you actually won it or got second. Was that one of the years there?
Yeah, that's right, Nutty. I came in back in Hawaii, being on the bubble, as they say, a couple different times, and just the stress of qualifying, just in general, is radical. I mean, Kai was kind of playing it off there, and I don't know if I'm not sure exactly how Kai looks at it, but it stressed the crap out of me every single time that I was on the bubble coming back in Hawaii. It just sucks. I mean, it's so tough, it's so stressful, and you have no control over the conditions, or the waves, or your heat, or what's going to happen, and it's like if you want to requalify, you want to requalify before Hawaii. But the bottom line as a spectator is it makes for great watching, and,
sure,
and it's fun for me to know that when Kai Otten paddles out, he needs to win that heat or make that heat in order to still be in contention for the world title for next year. I mean, for the world tour for next year.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely correct. I mean, in any game, you look at football, tennis, or whatever, and it's all based on performance. And whether the conditions or just things haven't gone your way that year, they're the things that all these pro surfers have to deal with. And there's a lot of pressure as we see Love Hodel Ross on a nice little wave. This is a great set out the back as well. We've got also up in red, that's Jano Bello. Garcia, is he going to get into this? We've got up on the screen, you're seeing Love Hodel on that borrowed surfboard. Garcia, can he get around this wave? Unfortunately not.
I was impressed by Love surfing there. He looks, especially for just borrowing that board, as we see the Brazilian Jano Bello there, and a nice little tail slide on that left. Those lefts are extremely tricky to surf. And another little left here at Peaks. That wave's going to be unrideable. And anyways, getting back to Love, that was he rode that wave really nice, and even did a little tail slide there on the inside. So we'll see what the judges score him on that. As the last couple waves of Sunny, it pushed him into first place. He does have a 5 and a 4.3.
Yeah, Sunny there, that one big trademark turn. Just under 7 minutes here, guys, from Heat 7 of the round of 128. We are at the Reef Hawaiian Pro, the first event of the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing. And speaking of Vans, here's the Vans replay of Love Hodel.
Here's a replay of Love Hodel. That's a really nice open face right. There's not a whole lot of those to choose from, but Love found this one, and he just kind of did a couple setup turns there, but I think this is where the wave kind of really stood up and just sort of allowed him to do a really nice crisp carve there, and a little blowtail right here, and that borrowed board looks like it's working pretty good.
Yeah, it is.
That's impressive. I mean, I've seen Love surf a lot, and I really liked what I saw there. He looked didn't bog one rail, and we talked about that a few times today. And the judges are going to be impressed with that because, again, you're not really going above the lip and throwing those big tail blows, So that's going to score points.
There's the young Brazilian Jano Bello comes around this section. Let's see what he's got. Nice little tail off there. And Love Hodel here, and let's as we saw before on the screen, Love Hodel is in his fresh 40s as well. So Love coming around this section. This wave's actually going to be quite nice. Unfortunately, just coming unstuck, but Love Hodel, born in 1971, so he's only a year behind Sonny Garcia.
Yeah, so we got some experienced surfers out there, but there's definitely a lot more waves right now. I mean, that was probably the third or fourth good set of this heat. So I think that swell maybe we might just be sort of see the start of it kind of starting to pick up and fill in a little bit.
Yeah, I like what I'm seeing, Shane. We're not expecting a huge swell, but the swell is have some west direction in it, and that's great for Haleiwa. What that means is they're not going to be groveling on those weird little lefts that happens on a north swell. Even if it's 3 to 4 feet, which is not a huge swell, if it's got some west in it, we'll be seeing some good surfing because that's going to open up those rights that we saw Sonny get and Love get, and it's just that much more fun to watch because guys are going to be setting up those big hacks, and whereas the lefts, you're kind of going down the line and you're just trying to fit in maneuvers.
That's right.
Yeah, just going back to I'm a bit of an encyclopedia in surfing right here. I love digging into you, two very experienced competitors of the World Tour. Obviously free surfing now, Shane, and Ross, yourself doing a little bit of free surfing. And if you don't mind me going back, you talked about Sonny Garcia at Bells Beach. I think I did remember Sonny beating John Shamuka, was it, when it got moved over to Winky Pop? I don't know if you guys remember that. Yeah,
I got third in that contest. I remember I think I lost to Shmoo in the semis, and then Sonny, so Sonny took out Shmoo in the finals. I don't know who made the other semis, but yeah, those waves were fun. For me, I love Winky Pop. You know, that wave is so fast and down the line. It's kind of got a similar feel to J-Bay, and there's so many stories. We, speaking of Shano, we this whole thing that you guys have put on with the Clash, it's brought back so many memories, and a lot of the guys get giddy when they see me and Shane in the same heat, because they think about how we were in the past when we were 18, 19, 20 years old, where we're just up to no good, and that's all we want to do is beat each other. So I don't know if we're going to be like that in this little Clash thing, but we're stoked. It's going to be fun. Shane, what do you think? Are you gonna try and freak out, or are you gonna be cool, or what? What's going on here?
I think I'll have about 2 or 3 energy drinks before I paddle out there and see what happens. No, I don't know. I mean, it'll be just be fun to be out there, and I know we all still love to surf, and we're all very active in the surfing thing. So I got a good little groveler. I got a little ankle brace on my ankle that's kind of weird to surf with. It feels like a boot, but I'm going to be doing my best.
That's cool, and obviously you guys are going to be mic'd up too, so we're going to hear all the heat out there, and I'm sure there's going to be some fun communications going on in those 3 heats that we're going to see throughout the Reef Hawaiian Pro. As we see up on the board there, in the first place in the red is Jano Bello out of Brazil, Sonny Garcia in the second, Love Hodel and Dale Staples rounding out third and fourth. And the Brazilian, he's quite busy, he's constantly up there. Wow. That, guys.
That's very impressive. And speaking of projection, he managed to get some out of that. There was no energy in that wave. And I like the way he surfs. He's got a really good style. You see a lot of Brazilians that have that kind of athletic, aggressive style, but he's pretty smooth. And so very impressive air there. And that's going to put him in command of this heat with Sonny kind of holding on to second place.
Yeah, as you see, it was all force here. And good force, I will say too. Not everything comes natural. When we have a look at this is just beautiful surfing there.
Completely whipped that tail. There was no energy to do that, so that's impressive.
That's right. He really did make something out of nothing there. That wave had some scoring potential, but if I was sitting there, waiting for a wave, and I saw that wave come in, I'd be thinking it had a very limited scoring potential. And the surfer in red, he was just like, this is a crazy air section. I can stick something big and get a nice score.
Love Hodel here on a nice little left, Ross.
This is an important wave. He needs a 5.3, and that's what we were talking about earlier. These lefts can get really tricky. They bend out to sea. Even though they close out, they still bend away from you, so you're kind of forced to just throw your board up behind you. And I don't know if he's going to get that score he needs to get past Sonny Garcia.
We talked about Sonny Garcia touring outside of many of the lovely World Tour events other than Hawaii, Bells Beach being one of his favourites. And let's just go to mention too, Shane, you're a former winner at Bells Beach and a former runner-up. What about at J-Bay and stuff as well? Was that one of your favourite waves as well, seeing though you like the right-handers?
Yeah, I always liked J-Bay. Bells suited my style a little bit more. I don't know. Jeffreys Bay is so perfect and beautiful to look at and great to watch guys surf it. But if you really break it down, there's not very many people who really shine at Jeffreys Bay. It really does expose your flaws, and I have quite a few. But Ross and I actually had a pretty epic battle out there, and he absolutely spanked me out there. I was not happy about it at all. But Ross always surfed really great at Jeffreys Bay. But the surfer in yellow out there, Sonny Garcia, had some very epic battles out at Jeffreys Bay and also at Bells Beach. In the event, I won it at Bells Beach. Actually, I had Sonny Garcia in my heat.
Oh, you did?
It was Sonny and I on the final, and at that point, I think I was, like 1 in 10 with Sonny, and he just had me every single heat. He just schooled me, and halfway through the heat, I needed a combination, and Sonny was talking a bunch of trash, and I came back, so I was pretty stoked.
Oh, huge upset there, Nutty, in the last seconds. Love Hodel did squeeze out a 5.6 and push Sonny Garcia in the third place.
Wow, that last wave was enough to get Love Hodel through. As we see some replays there of Love, and good surfing there on a borrowed equipment there, and got to give that to Love. And J.L. Bello there, the Brazilian, winning the heat quite convincingly. Garcia there was that one really good wave. And we are going to round it up, Heat 8.
We'll be coming back with Heat 9. Stay tuned.
This is the Reef Hawaiian Pro, round 128.
Welcome back to the Reef Hawaiian Pro. My name's Heath Walker. I am joined with Ross Williams and Shane Dorian. And thank you for that throwback from the lovely Layla Thomas there. As we see, Heat 8 of the round of 128, we have the Hawaiian surfer Keikoa Bacalso in the white. Solomon Ortiz in the yellow, Pancho Sullivan in the blue, and Charles Martin from Guadeloupe, the French surfer, in the red.
He's the outsider in this heat. We got 3 locals there that are really experienced. As we see, this looks like Pancho Sullivan trying to take a little left here, Shano.
He was really caught behind right at the start, but he just had one open face turn there before it closed out, but it was a pretty good one. And a little flurry of sets here. Might have some more surfing going on. See the surfer in red paddling, but
it's tricky this left because it you know what, it doesn't visually, you're looking at it, it doesn't move that fast, but when you're actually on the wave, it feels like you can never get in front of it.
Right.
It's one of those tricky little waves, as we see Solomon Ortiz there. And where is Solomon from, guys?
Solomon is from the North Shore, I believe. I'm not 100% on that, but he's from the North Shore. And yeah, so we got 3 local boys in here in this heat, as we see Keikoa Bacalso here. Nice little top turn there, small little right. But yeah, Nutty, talking about those lefts and rights, the difference. The lefts bend out to sea. We like to say always, you know, they just. And the problem with that is that you never have that lip to hit. It's always just kind of missing. It's like it's not there for you to bounce off of. So you're constantly trying to chase it. Very tricky. So if you have a choice, I mean, the rights are better today.
Yeah, I've definitely always found it hard to get in front of those lefts. I remember over the years, as we see in the yellow, Solomon on a nice little left here. Let's see if he can finish with a nice float over the section there. Surfer in yellow.
Yeah, again, we alluded to 3 local boys in this heat, as we see Pancho hugging on that little bowl near the toilet bowl in the end section. Nice top turn there. Finishes with a strong off lip, but comes unstuck. Pancho, you know, not surfing as many events as he used to, but still making a showing here in the Triple Crown.
And we're seeing is this a very young, slim Keikoa Bacalso?
No kidding, right?
He
does look slimmed down for sure. He looks like he dropped a few lbs maybe in the off season since he's been off the tour, but looks like he's surfing really sharp. I've been watching him surf actually out up near off the wall in the beach park there, and he's surfing really well. Looks like he's got some really good new boards, and he looks like he means business.
Yeah, he's actually nicknamed Bam, so we're going to see a bit more of Bam coming up in this heat. But right now, we've got Paul Fisher down on the beach. Fish Dog, who we got, brother?
I'm down at the beach here with Giano Bello, the last heat winner. Sansechi, my brother, Brazilian style, acai bowls all day long. Mate, talk us through your heat strategy out there.
I think just go out there and try to catch some waves, because actually it's pretty small, but better than nothing. And finally a couple waves here in Hawaii. Good waves yesterday, and I think the forecast for the next day is pretty good. So this strategy was just go out there and catch a couple waves.
So talk to me, did you ever think that you'd come to Hawaii and it'd be smaller than Rio de Janeiro?
Yeah, really. Actually, in Rio was like pumping. I saw a couple of waves on internet, and in Rio was like good waves. But yeah, yesterday Rockies was pretty good. A lot of guys, like everybody wants to surf because all the week flat. So that was a good day yesterday, and I'm pretty happy because I made my heat today, and yeah, keep going.
So talk to me, what do you guys do on the flat days when there's no waves?
Yeah. Did you see we play PS3, we running, we swimming, we try do something because, yeah, just waiting for the waves, and finally it's here.
Well, whatever these Brazilians are doing, they're doing it right because they're eating something good out there, mate. Those acai bowls are doing something for these boys. Good luck, mate. Yeah.
Fish, can we have a quick question?
Oh, we got a question. Yeah, Heath.
Fish, where are you, mate? You look like you're in the most dreamiest stage set up there right now. Can you tell us a little bit? You're a little bit elevated there. You got palm trees around you. Well, what's going on?
Mate, they've got us up on the stage here. We've got nice little palm trees kicking around us. We've got lights. It's like we're on a studio set in Hollywood right now. The only thing is we've got the beach right behind us. A couple of ladies on the beach down here. So, yeah, mate, it's dreamy. All they need now is a couple of girls dancing in the corner. Hopefully the Miss Reefs come down and join us and give us a little bit of taste of the old buttocks.
All right, thanks for that, Fish. And we'll be going down to Fish every now and again, and Fish, they're interviewing Jano Bello, guys. Not an easy interview. Some of these Brazilians are, obviously English is far from their second or third language, and tough interview there. But Jano Bello, he's a great competitor, and we saw him execute that really tight air reverse at the end there. We saw him moving on through, and we're going to see plenty more of Fish coming up and interviewing the crew.
Here we go, Pancho Sullivan on a nice little right here, and it's not very long, so he's going to have to throw up a big move right here. Big tail slide for the big fella. Nice maneuver. So Pancho kind of came unstuck on his first couple of waves. Looks like he's still getting his feet in the wax, and they look loose on that one.
Yeah, Ross, they did. As we wait for the replay right there, but that was it was kind of a real quick, fast little wave, kind of speeding down the line, and Pancho was he did really well to kind of stay in front of it and get that really big turn on the end.
As we see, Nutty, we got Keikoa's got a nice keeper, 5.3. A lot of scores still dropping in. A bunch of waves were ridden during that interview. We'll try and catch you up on all of them. No huge scores. As we see, Solomon Ortiz kind of getting messed up on that left, Nutty, that you like so much. It's very tricky.
Right here. So see, it's like you cannot get in front of it.
Yeah.
It's so hard to get. And see, Keikoa is just flying right there.
He's going for some of those Hawaiian Airlines miles, and yeah, it's a weird combo, Shano. It's like you said, Nutty. You can't catch up to it, but then when you do, the lip's not there. So
that's right. And there's no pocket. It's like it's fast but fat.
Right.
And there's no lip. And then
horrible combo.
Yeah.
Jeez, just painting a really pretty picture.
It just makes it tough and challenging for these guys. And so when they actually put it all together, it's actually incredible when they do. And as we saw Keikoa Bacalso, on that last wave. I mean, he had all the speed. He had he had an open face, and he had a closeout section coming to him. But he tried to go for the big air, and there just was no lip whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
As you see Jamie O'Brien there on your screen, kind of checking in. I think he must have an upcoming heat. And looks like he's got some fat boards there for these little conditions, and he'll be looking to throw some big airs, hopefully.
Nutty, is he in the next heat? I see his name right here. He is in heat 9, so he does have a heat coming up, which is interesting. We haven't seen Jamie in a heat out here in Haleiwa that I believe in a few years, so it'll be good to see Jamie. He's way too good of a surfer, not to be in this event, so it'll be good to see him making a showing here.
It's funny, man. Last time I think I saw Jamie, he was burning the ASP rulebook, but he is seriously one of the most talented surfers on the planet. And hopefully we get to see Jamie do his thing out there. Look at that little right that came through a piece there. And,
so Pancho Sullivan on that little right that we talked about earlier did get a 4, so not a huge score, but he did. Sometimes Shane, when you get a wave like Pancho had, where you don't get a big score, but you did a nice turn, that little tail slide he did on the end, it just kind of gives you confidence. So he's not going to be too worried that he's only got a 4. He's going to be more psyched on like, wow, my board felt good on that, and maybe on his next wave he'll have that confidence carrying him through.
Yeah, I think I think that wave didn't really have a whole lot of scoring potential, but Pancho, he did do a great turn on it. It didn't turn out to be a great big score, but I think I think you're right. He's just kind of building momentum, and I think now he knows that if he gets a wave with actual scoring potential, he'll be able to put it all together.
Yeah, Pancho, former champion, winning it here at Hawaii. I'm sure he's placed many finals as well. And let's actually really break it down. Pancho Sullivan is actually the Rip Curl Hawaiian rep. So he works full time. He's going and servicing all the accounts. He's selling Rip Curl throughout the Hawaiian Islands, and still competing in the highest level of competitive surfing. So hats off to Pancho, and I'm sure all his family and friends are watching. And let's see, Pancho is currently in the second space at the moment. Right now, we're just under 9 minutes remaining, and still, in the third and fourth, Solomon Ortiz and Charles Martin only needing a small score. But right now, it's the 2 Hawaiians out in front in the Reef Hawaiian Pro, the first event of the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing. There's plenty more action coming up. We see a little set paddling in right now, and it is Pancho.
Looks like Martin on the left, and that wave not really building up for him. Keikoa might try and stay busy here, but that wave's just going to close out. Yeah, so that's a good point. I mean, Pancho, he's joined the workforce. He crossed over to the other side, and for him, it's going to be like riding a bike. He fell on those first couple of waves, and he's like, wait a minute, I know how to do this. This is only a couple of years ago I was on the World Tour, so he just has to get rid of the cobwebs.
And here's a good sign of the set right here. Charles Martin, I think he might be a little bit deep too, unfortunately, but look at Keikoa Bacalso on the inside. Surfer in white, bam, spinning around here. Nice little wave, he's generating speed. Nice big hook off the top there, driving around this section. Another big turn there.
Beautiful turn there from Keikoa. We see Pancho out the back, blazing around that section. Ooh. Huge drop wall at Pancho Sullivan hack. And nice set here, Shano. A lot of waves being ridden here in the last few minutes.
That's right. That was a great flurry. As we saw, Bam had the first wave. He had a couple of really nice turns and Pancho out the back. And I also think we had maybe our surfer in yellow as well, going left. And I'm sure we'll get replays of all those waves coming up, but that was a pretty good flurry.
Yeah, Solomon Ortiz did pick up that little left, and here we see a replay of that wave. Talk us through it, Nutty.
Yeah, Solomon like
Your favorite left.
Yeah, nice little bit. He got in this one early, so it allowed him a little bit of time. I mentioned about the ones that you kind of get in behind, but look at that big turn off the top there for Ortiz, I should say, coming around the section here. And here's Pancho driving over here, floats over here, and this is where he generates all the speed. He gets a little whitewater climb and a big layback there that we all know Pancho is famous for.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, it looked like his board was going fast, so he's got the right equipment. Also, we were talking about how Pancho's a rep for Rip Curl, but he was doing some coaching as well.
All right.
Him and Miles Padaka had a little thing they started there where they were doing some coaching and training. I think they got Chris Amore as one of their most famous pupils, and so for the past few years, he's been thinking outside the box, and he's kind of made the transition over from full-time pro surfer on tour to full-time. He's got a couple of kids, he's a family man, and it's nothing but a good thing for him to be out here in the Triple Crown because the kid's still ripping, and he's not that old.
Tell us a little bit about the extensiveness of the training when you guys were on tour. Did you guys have, obviously Shane, maybe you can elaborate a little bit. Was there anyone that took you guys through drills, or it was one of those things you just had to do yourself?
It's changed a lot over the years. I mean, when Ross and I first started the tour, there was no such thing as training. I think it was just, it was a kind of a party tour. There was some definite serious competitors, but I think everyone had a good time all the time, and even the best guys were kind of hard partiers at the time. And just as time's gone on, I think the level of athleticism has really been stepped up, and I think a lot of guys these days train really hard to keep themselves in top physical condition. Because you never really know what you're going to get. Like you could go to Rio or France or whatever and get really big waves and have basically like an Ironman contest in your heat. And I think guys have really stepped up their game, in that regard.
Shane used to travel with dumbbells that you put water in them, just so he could pump iron, pump water. So he was a little ahead of the game. He did some training before most guys did. I think for me, I just always tried to surf as much as I could. But yeah, Shane's right. I mean, the guys now are not messing around, you know, and that's not going to do nothing but help you to be in top physical shape.
Yeah, I think everyone really just wants to be in the best shape they can, as far as just you know, having a very high level of stamina and endurance and cardio and just physical fitness and you know, flexibility and all that kind of stuff. And you know, I think everyone's got kind of a different program. When I first started the tour, I was very skinny and tiny and not much muscle in my body. So I was, like Ross said, I was bringing my exercise equipment on tour with me, trying to, you know, kind of put some meat on those little bones. So as we see the surfer in red with a great little left there, kind of blow the tail out and the wave sort of ends. And we see Solomon Ortiz in yellow and also the surfer in white. Solomon picking that left, and it looks like it might be a, well, it just kind of fizzled out. But you know, back to fitness, kind of interesting. Ross, you could probably talk about this, but Pancho was a pretty late rookie. I think he was 30 years old when he started the tour, and he was always a really big guy. He's probably 6 feet tall, and he was always, you know, pretty thick guy. Also, he had a lot of muscle on his body.
Another big guy in the beach.
Yeah, at a young age, and you know, the whole time when Pancho was competing full time, he was a pretty big guy.
Right.
And then when he stopped doing the tour, he actually started getting really into his training and really into his food situation, and actually dropped a lot of weight. And as we've been seeing him in this heat, he's really been stepping up his game in little ways. And I think having a smaller frame, a little bit lighter on your feet, a little bit lighter on your board, really helps you in these kind of conditions.
Well, I think you would agree, as we see Charles Martin here, unfortunately having one of those heats he'd like to forget about.
Lobster dive.
I think, you know, obviously Mick Fanning, you know, seeing what it had to take. Andy Irons obviously was a fierce competitor, you know, kind of breaking the stranglehold on Kelly Slater there for a few years. But, you know, those two guys were really in their own elite level. And I think Mick Fanning thought, well, hey, it's a mental game, you know, I've got to be physically fitter and stronger than these guys. And for Mick to win those world titles, I think he absolutely went to that next level, you know. And I believe today, you know, professional surfing, we're still seeing guys at 40 years of age on tour. And I think that goes to show the high level of training, you know, what these guys are eating and how they're living compared to, you know, when you guys joined the tour and it was a bit of a party tour. Yeah. And guys at 28 were pulling hamstrings and, you know, having knee injuries that were, you know, forcing their career-ending injuries. But today it's a whole new ballgame. I think it's really opening up the field, you know, from guys that are 19, 18, Gabriel Medina, 17, right up to Taylor Knox, just getting 2 back-to-back thirds at 40 years of age.
I like what you mentioned there, Nutty. Not only does, you know, being in top physical shape help you with maybe avoiding injuries and stuff like that, but it also really helps you mentally. And that's what, it's such an advantage to be not cocky, but totally confident in your ability to beat the other guy. I mean, you have to be, just know that you're going to win, and that's what it takes to win a world title. And that training kind of puts that tough, you know, almost militant approach to the tour. You know, it puts you over the top and gives you an advantage over the other guys that don't do that.
So you see Charles Martin there just coming around. We had Pancho on the way before there. Good surfing here from Charlie.
There's only a minute and a half left here, Nutty, and it's kind of interesting here. Third and fourth place don't need big scores. They just need a 5. Solomon Ortiz needs a 5. Martin needs a 4.64. So Pancho just kind of holding on to that second place, not by much.
Yeah, so we're waiting for another score to drop in from Pancho, obviously, and then Charles Martin needing a 4.64.
It'll be interesting to see, Nutty. This wave right here is a great little right, and Charles Martin needed only a 4.64, and he was looking for some big turns, and he got them. He surfed that well. I mean, almost as good as you can surf it. He linked them well, and the wave has some scoring potential. Whether it's a 4.64 or not, I'm not sure, but he definitely put a great effort in.
It's from Guadalupe. You guys been to Guadalupe? Guadalupe?
No. I've never been there. I've been all around there in, you know, Central America, but I've never been to Guadalupe.
It's, I believe.
I hear good things.
Yeah, French-speaking island, and and I'm sure there's some really good surf there. We know that there's probably some beautiful-looking women there.
Yeah, I think it's high on the list of single guys to you know, any young single surfers out there looking for a great surfing destination with beautiful women.
Well, he's going to like this score, guys. It looks like it's going to be enough to push him well into second place, and it is. A 6.33 with only 10 seconds left here, Nutty.
Yeah, 10 seconds remaining. We're going to count this one down. It looks like Keiko Bacalso and Charlie Martin there out of Guadalupe moving on through. We've got Pancho on that last wave, and there you go.
Too little too late there for Pancho.
As you see there, the guys checking in before the heat. Bam and Pancho there, talking a little local knowledge. Solomon Ortiz. And here's Bam there.
So speaking of that training, that looks like it's paid off for Bam. Keikoa Vasco got the win there, and the man from Guadalupe, they're squeezed right into second place in the dying minutes of this heat.
There it is. So Heat 9 is wrapped. Heat 9 is about to start. That was Heat 8 filing out there. We're going to see Jamie O'Brien, Tino Benson, and many coming up. Stay tuned, guys.
I'm Roy Powers. Come ride with us.
Round 128.
Welcome back, guys, to the Reef Hawaiian Pro. We are in day one of competition here, the first event of the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing presented by Rockstar Energy Drink. Up on your screen right now, we have the current Heat 9, which is in the water. In the red, Yuri Sodre out of Rio de Janeiro, Tonino Benson from the Big Island, Jason Shibata, obviously a Wahoo surfer, and Jamie O'Brien, a man who needs no introduction. Been in a little bit of hot water lately, but still one of the most fantastic surfers you've ever seen, and we're graced to have Jamie here competing at the Reef Hawaiian Pro.
Yeah, he had a little bit of controversy there. I had a photo of him kind of riding a turtle, so he's in a little bit of a hot water from that, but hopefully everything will work out with that situation as we see up and riding here. Tonino Benson from the Big Island, Shane, where you're from in Kona, and you think he could prep for these kind of waves over there at Banyans?
He could. This would actually be a swell where I live. Yeah, T is very used to small lefts. He surfs Banyans as I'm on an everyday basis. This would be actually a below average day, but he is no slouch in little lefts, and I would imagine he would be his plan would be to get a nice air section there and take it to the air, because he could definitely throw some huge airs, and I think these lefts would definitely hold some serious scoring potential for T.
Yeah, we're going to break Tonino down. We're going to break down Tonino Benson a little bit more, but right now we have the wild card, Sean Moody, down there, probably with one of his best mates, Moods. Who we got, mate?
So you're looking like you lost a few pounds.
Yeah, I've been eating tossed salad for the last couple of days and drinking lots of water to get ready for these featherweight conditions, as they say.
Well, obviously this is I would say is your home break. Do you think that comes into play with conditions like this?
To tell the truth, if I seen the waves like this any other day, I probably wouldn't pal out. I'd go play horse with you, or get smoked at 21 by this guy. So it's all difficult conditions, and just feeling comfortable, just being at home, and just a short drive right up the street.
Well, Keikoa, I noticed, obviously being one of the best surfers in the world, in my opinion, you got a little room for rent at the nose of your board. What are you thinking about that?
Yeah, definitely got a lot of white space up there. So room for rent, anyone? Open space, free parking, man. Bail me out of jail.
All right. Well, great words from Keikoa Bacalso. Good luck in the next round.
Aloha. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Moods, and thanks for that, Keikoa. And some funny friends right there. And isn't it good to have that little zone down there, boys? It's a little tropical treat off the beach, and great to get our guys kind of on that platform, that studio platform. We really can dig into the interviews there. And Sean Moody, great friends with Bam there. And Bam, as mentioned, sponsorless at the moment. He will be moving on through to the next round. And I know I did talk to Kakao Bacalso the other day, and Town & Country hooked him up with a bunch of surfboards. And it's just great to see, you know, a surfer of that level, you know, come in to his own, trim down a little bit of weight, as he said, and, you know, surfing will only benefit from that.
Yeah, and he's very young as well. So I think if he just buckles down and stays on his game, you know, he'll pick up a good sponsor. He's too good of a surfer, like Moody said. He's one of his, you know, his favorite surfers, obviously. So if he just stays focused, you know, he has a long career ahead of him.
And then here's another kid who really turned his life around, is Tonino Benson, becoming one of the fittest little kids. He trains all day. I know he does a lot of water cardio fitness, and Tonino there. At one stage in his career, Shane, he was the US Open national champion, US Open national air show champion. He was the NSSA national champion, NSSA air show open men's champion. He was the US Open Pro junior champion. He was the Billabong World Junior runner-up. I mean, the guy.
Wow, that's a lot of championships.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's definitely got the, you know, he's got the credentials. He's obviously an incredible competitor. You know, to be winning all those things, and you know, besides that, he's also just an incredible natural talent. You know, I mean, like you can put him up against the very best free surfers in the world, and he'll stand out. He's an incredible above-the-lip surfer. He's one of the very best aerial surfers in the world. You know, not a whole lot of weaknesses. He charges pipe when he's out there. He's one of the very best two riders in the world. He's also very strong on his backhand as well as forehand. And he's, as far as I'm concerned, he's got one of the best styles in the game.
Tell me, obviously though, with those accolades through the junior ranks, it goes to show it's not just a smooth sailing path, is it? When you join the big leagues,
that's right.
You get in there with you know, all the guys from around the world. You're suddenly rubbing your shoulders against the best young Brazilian surfers, the best young Australian surfers. You know, and you got to give the Europeans and South Africans a lot of credit as well. I mean, it took Bobby Martinez 5 years to get through the QS. I mean, I don't know how long it took you guys, but it just goes to show it's a whole different platform and a different playing level, isn't it? When you get amongst the rest.
It's true. It's a, you know, it is, and you know, a surfer like T, just for example, he had an incredible amateur career. You know, he won everything in sight, and it looked like he was going to just continue on that path. And it's a whole different, you know, I mean, it's a whole different ball game here. You know, like in the big leagues, and you know, there's strong surfers from around the world, whether it be, you know, Brazil, South Africa, Europe, Japan, anywhere, and you know, you're up against the very best guys, and a lot of times it takes a few years to figure out as T is finding out. But you know, I mean, you know, I think he's got some big things ahead of him. I think he's really buckled down in the last couple of years and got his fitness straight. And I think he's, you know, psychologically just more just kind of more prepared.
Yeah, a little bit more focused, and I think that's what it takes. You know, traveling around the world, living out of a suitcase, it is no easy thing, believe me. You are, you know, eating cuisines from foreign countries. Everything's foreign to you, the languages, the people, you know, the way of life, and that's something that just doesn't become accustomed straight away. I mean, Ross, you know, too, traveling, and it's not easy to just, you know, have everything come on a silver platter, I guess.
Yeah, I think for me it took 3 years. I think it was my third year. I made it when I was on the qualifying tour back in the day, and for Tonino, you know, he's got all the talent. He's got all the tools he needs. I like the word you used earlier, focus. You know, that's the one key ingredient that he needs to hold on to. And he's going to make it no problem. He's got tons of talent. And as Shane said, he seems like he's in physical shape now, better than ever. And so we'll look for Tonino in the next, hopefully next year he'll qualify. As he gets sandwiched between Jamie O'Brien and Yuri Sodre. Jamie on a little bit of a, looks like a Brawler board and a fist claim there. He's hopefully he can get his head wrapped around these conditions, because he didn't look too excited there.
Yeah, definitely tough conditions. And look, the last few heats, guys, we've seen no one on peaks. And I seriously think I've seen the best waves over there.
Yeah, no one there. So that's kind of a cool thing when you can go by yourself. You don't have to do what they just did, which is shoulder to shoulder on each other's back, you know, just hassling. So like you said, Nutty, you know, if you can escape sometimes when a wave comes, you know that it's yours. You're not hassling with each other.
It's funny, isn't it? You think about strength in numbers, and I tell you, it takes a confident human to just go, all right, I'm off. I'm leaving this pack.
Yeah.
I'm moving over here. It's either going to work or it's going to terribly fail for me.
That's right, and we got some waves on the horizon coming in here, and everybody looks like they're frothing. I think everyone knows that this wave has a lot of scoring potential, and looks like we're going to have a serious battle going on as we see Red up and Ryan. Yuri Sodre winning that right over fiercely and doing a big old tail grab reverse, kind of a carve reverse. But I think everybody there, as I said, knew that that wave was going to be like one of the better waves we've seen in a while, and kind of a fierce battle, and Yuri Sodre winning that one.
I'm surprised Jason Shibata, gets in blue, gets right behind everyone. He could have spun and went right there, but he chose to have less conflict there and go left, which didn't pan out for him. As we see Yuri Sodre here do a little rail grab 360 and got the fins loose. Nice turn, and this is definitely Nutty been the slowest heat so far this morning. We're already at the halfway mark, and that'll easily be the best score we've seen so far.
Yeah, Yuri there, and no stranger to competition. You know, Yuri's been a part of the World Tour many times. He's a very experienced surfer out of Brazil. He was a part of the Billabong World Junior Challenge there a few, 10 years back. Owner of a couple of surf shops, I believe, around the Rio de Janeiro area. So, and standing out here too in the last couple of years when we had some overhead conditions, and you've got to give credit to Yuri over the last few years, and maybe we might be able to dig into some of our archives here and have a look at some of Yuri Sodre from years past. And there it is, Yuri Sodre right there in some bigger conditions, and he always was a standout. I remember him on his 6'5" Channel Islands there, and Yuri loved to do a big hacks in front of the face there in the toilet bowl sections there, Ross.
That looks like Sunset Beach, that first wave. This is more like it here. This is Haleiwa. This could be last year. And I believe he did good here last year. I'm not sure if he made the quarters or semis, Nutty, but yeah, he made a bunch of heats last year, and that was just an awesome wave. Very strong surfer, stays low to his board. He likes to hold that rail and throw some hacks around, and that's what you want to do here in Hawaii, as we see Tonino trying to get something going on those little lefts. Behind him, Jason Shibata, sort of in the deep spot, and that's what can happen in the middle. You get stuck between the lefts and the rights. You just kind of go back and forth, and there is the man that we saw those replays from a couple years ago, Yuri Sodre, on another flashy little left here.
As we see Jamie O'Brien out there by himself, young Benson trying to get back out there. We've got Shibata and Yuri Sodre on the inside here, and it looks like Jamie O'Brien's going to get a nice left-hander here, and he's been waiting very patiently for this, and just getting a little caught there with Jamie, and unfortunately that wave not prevailing. Tonino Benson looks like a beautiful wave in front of him. Let's see if he can get busy. He needs it. This wave looks like it's going to be a bit deep for Tonino.
Yeah, this has been a really tricky heat, Nutty, for surf. We've seen Yuri get that one nice little 360 rail grab. Other than that, everyone's been kind of lost. So we still got 7 minutes left. We're going to have to pay attention to see who can kind of kick it into gear here, because no one's really taken command of this heat yet.
Yeah, that's right. You got Tonino Benson in the second with a 2 and a 2.83. I'm sure Jamie's going to replace that. And Shibata there on that last ride as well. So still anybody's game.
Yeah, with only 6 minutes and 45 seconds remaining, things are starting to mix up a little bit, but we got our local Hawaiian surfer, Jason Shibata, in blue, and he's actually moved over to the little spot we call Peaks down towards the sunset side of the break, and he looks like he has a little right to work with here. Doing a nice top turn. Looks like he's going to have a little closeout section. Not a whole lot on offer there, but he did pretty well, as we see these guys trying to paddle for this wave in the main bowl. But yeah, really, really tricky conditions out there right now. Not a whole lot to work with. A lot of little kind of groveling. The one standout turn was Yuri Sodre, for sure, on that one right where he got enough speed to do that carve reverse. As we see Jamie O'Brien kind of struggling there, not looking real happy. His board just doesn't really look like it's working real well. I think he's on the right program with something a little wider, shorter, but it definitely is not looking real crisp out there right now.
Yeah, Jamie is a big kid, so he needs that extra volume to kind of float him when the waves are this small. You're not getting much push out there. So I agree. He has the right approach with a wider board, but yeah, I'm not sure if it's working too well for him right now. And that last little right we had of Jason Shibata over at Peaks, you know, he looked good. He looked fast. Jason, one of the smaller surfers on tour, you'll see, and he just stays so low to his board. He looked crisp. And again, you know, we keep talking about that, but that's what the judges can kind of hang their hat on right now because, you know, if you're going fast out there and throwing little buckets, here we see. Now, do you walk us through it?
Yeah, little Shabats here, no stranger to Haleiwa. Nice crisp turn off the top there, and Jason helping out with the Volcom team right now, and Jace said not quite getting, not the best wave over there for Jace, but still, you know, compared to where this heat is situated at the moment, that's definitely going to help his cause, and he will move on into the second position once those scores drop. Scores.
He's looking good, though, like Ross said. I mean,
sharp. He's looking sharp.
He did not get the best wave there, but his surfing looked on point. He looked like if he does get a wave with some scoring potential, that he'll actually rip it. And he looks like his board's working really well. Looks like he's, you know, here he is standing up on another wave down there at Peaks. Doesn't look like a very steep one, but he's going to be milking it here as far as he can. Hopefully he can get a little section going. He's just staying active on this little wave and hoping for a little closeout section on the inside to finish off. And he did really well there to finish that little wave. That was a tough wave to surf.
That was great surfing there from Shibats.
Yeah, if there's one thing Jason Shibata is known for, it's staying busy. You know, he's extremely involved in our industry. Not only is he a pro surfer, he's helping out now with his new job with Volcom, and he's also on the tour in Japan. And not many foreign surfers are allowed on that tour, so he's one of the few lucky guys that made it on the tour there, and he's been doing very well, actually winning events. And
the JPSA?
Yes, on the JPSA tour. So, you know, Jason Shibata stays very busy. He's married. His life is, you know, he's come full circle now. You know, before, you know, he used to just do the tour and kind of crawl around with Moody and some of the boys, and now he's kind of branched out and doing a few different things.
Yeah, and Shabat's that's a class act as well, and such a humble guy, and he's got so much aloha to give, and you know, we wish Jason all the best, and good luck to him too for doing those events in Japan, that JPSA tour. It's a tough grind, I tell you that. So you see a little set coming through now. We've got Jamie O'Brien, and Jamie
O'Brien looking a little frustrated there with these waves, just not really doing what he wants, and looks like we have in white Tonino Benson, who really needs to score here. He's in 4th place and not able to catch that one, as we see Jamie O'Brien standing up on this little left, trying to get something happening here. Nice little top turn. A couple nice turns, doing a little blow tail reverse, doing as good as he can. Down towards the Peaks area, we got Jason Shibata with a little bit better looking wave here. Really clean, a little bit more of a steep face, and with a closeout section there. Some good surfing from Jason Shibata.
That last wave of Jamie, he looked like he got his board going a little more there. Maybe he just needed to catch a couple waves. You know, on a day like today, Shano, you know, sometimes you can't catch a few waves before you heat, so you don't have that little important warm-up before he heats. So it looks like those first few waves, he didn't know where to stand maybe on his board. So that last wave, at least Jamie was flying down the line there and actually did that little tabletop pickle spin there.
Beautiful little wave here. We've got Benson and Sodre. Time to get busy here. Tonino Benson flying around the section there. Oh, nice big turn there for Benson, and surfer in red as well. I'm just seeing Tonino riding this wave down on the inside. I think he's...
Yeah, lots of waves coming in here. Nice pulse here. That was a nice set out of the west. Again, which we like to see. Hopefully this will keep coming in all day. But Nutty, we have a minute and a half left, and it looks like Yuri's going to back up his 5.8. He's got another score dropping here.
And Jamie O'Brien, big air reverse there, coming unstuck.
Jamie trying to get something started there. He's one of the very best above the lip surfers. He's incredible aerialist, and he really doesn't need a whole lot to do him. But the wind just didn't seem to catch his board right there. As you see T stepping up here, he actually didn't need much of a score. He only needed a 3.84, and he got some open face to work with there on that little left. So hopefully there's enough time for these guys to get one more wave with only 58 seconds left.
Yeah, that was a nice little lip climb there on that tricky section on the left. You know, we're talking about how tricky those lefts are to surf, and so Tonino negotiating that wave very well. Bunch of scores dropping here. We do see, actually, Jamie hasn't had the best heat, but he's in first place. And actually, just as I say that, he drops down to second with Yuri Sodre backing up that score. He has moved into first, Nutty.
Yeah, it's just the last 5 minutes here has just been crazy. We're down to the 30 seconds remaining right now. A couple of scores are still waiting to come in. But it looks like Sodre and Jamie O'Brien might get the better of that. Hang on a minute. Jason Shibata's got 2 scores coming in. They will better his actually last 2. I think Benson might be the only one that's unfortunately unlucky there.
Well, he does have a score that just dropped. His first score is a 5.8, so we'll see if he can sneak into second place. Nutty, we only have 5 seconds left, so that's all she wrote. We will let you know what happens here. And, wow, exciting heat there, even though the waves are getting the waves were very tricky for the boys. All the scores are dropping in right now. We're all watching the screen right here, just wondering who's going to make this heat. And as we see Yuri Sodre, it looks like he's going to hang on the first, Nutty.
Yeah, Yuri Sodre with that first nice right-hander there. So it's Yuri and Jamie O'Brien, but Shibata and Tonino Benson, fantastic service. We'll see them fight another day here in years to come. That was it for Heat 9 there, guys. Stay tuned. We'll be coming back with Heat 10 at the round of 128. We'll see you soon.
Round 128.
And welcome back to the North Shore. It's Haleiwa, and it's not Ali'i Beach Park. Yes, it is. Across the way, though, is Haleiwa Beach Park, and we are just on the other side of the boat channel at Ali'i Beach Park, the Kings Beach. Some great surfing going on, and we're seeing some upsets, and we're seeing some guys make it happen. David Stanfield with Shea Lopez in the booth now. The Reef team is going to take a break, have some lunch. That last heat, Yuri Sodre, veteran competitor. Sodre makes it happen with a 10.33. And Jamie O'Brien, I haven't talked to Jamie yet, but I just get the idea that he would love to win a Triple Crown. He's guaranteed in pipe.
Yes, he's been a pipeline master. And to see him out here already in the first round coming through in small, challenging conditions, that's what you don't expect from Jamie. You expect him at pipeline.
Unfortunately, Jason Shibata and Tonino Benson, 2 stellar Hawaiians, have been eliminated from competition. Top to advance, the other 2, well, they move on. Jean Deroux has already posted a 6.17, our surfer in red, our top seed. Now it is Luke Stedman, and Stedman is quite a story because if you take a look at the 35-year-old out of Avalon Beach, I don't know if he's retiring or not, but this is his 6th result. He hasn't surfed a lot this year, and taking a look at what his ranking, he's number 94 seed, number 146 in the rankings. Well, is this a swan song? Yeah, so he's only surfed 3 events that I know of, the U.S. Open, Lowers, and I believe Western Australia. So here is Luke Stedman, and looking for a big result for here. I don't know if he's retiring or not. Love the way he surfs. Talk us through the 22-year-old from Andres, France. Jean Deroux opens up.
Yes, this is a nice little right coming in for John. He got a 6.17. This was during the break. You can see him connecting backside turns as he milks this through. And here at Haleiwa, it gets shallower as you go into these rights, and he was able to get into this bowl right here and finish it strongly. That was a good wave. A lot of distance in that wave. And not many of those rights are connecting through like that. He definitely picked the eyes out of that one.
Well, we got a couple of youngsters in the water as well. We got the veteran Stedman, and Joan Drew checks in at 22. He'd be a youngster, but take a look. Mackay McNamara at 16, not the youngest. I believe Ian Gentile the youngest, but McNamara at 16 is a gun, and he comes from quite a family of great surfers.
Yeah, here he is, and if you've ever seen him surf Rocky Point, he's got a lot of big aerial maneuvers. Here he's got a great looking left with 3 nice top to bottom maneuvers on his backside. He's looking for a connection through the inside, and he definitely got the best wave out of the lineup I've seen in a long time. As this just keeps running down the beach, as it's holding the reef very well. And that was a good way to start the heat for him.
It's really classic. His dad, father, a great pipeline surfer and master himself. And you know what? He's been invited up to the booth for a couple of times. We'll see him over the course come in for a couple of calls of the heats. Liam McNamara is ranked number 304 in the World Tour. His other brother, Landon, is 352. So a family of surfers, father and 2 sons making things happen. This is Mackay McNamara, the 16-year-old.
Yeah, he read this wave very well. Stayed right in the pocket, top to bottom. Nice flowing maneuvers as he connected this wave all the way through to the inside. He's going to get a nice score on this wave.
Best result this year for his travels, Seaside Reef, the Rob Machado event, a Hurley Reef event. Seaside Reef San Diego, a 13th place result. Obviously at 16, surfing some QS events and surfing junior events. There he is, paddling back out. And the whole family guns for it, whether it's pipeline, backdoor, anywhere on the North Shore. They're fearless. Their uncle, well, he might have just ridden one of the biggest waves ever. And his uncle is big wave legend Garrett McNamara.
Yeah, you see the McNamara name at the end of anybody, you know they're going to go big when it gets large over here at North Shore or anywhere. And that wave of Garrett, his uncle, was in Portugal, a place called Nazaré that hasn't really been on the radar for big wave surfing until Garrett caught that wave just within the last month.
Well, our director, JD, says pass it down to the lovely Paul Fisher. Paul, how lovely are you today?
I'm very lovely, thanks, mate. But I'm even lovelier here is Yuri Sodre, the last heat winner. And talk us through it out there, mate. It looks tough.
Oh, it was really hard. Like with 3 Hawaiians, you know, I have to play kind of smart. But at least I got a first good wave, and I was kind of calm, and that made my whole heat. And I'm happy to be here with you, Fisher. Congratulations for your job in the internet. Your interview is so funny. This guy, keep checking him because he's so funny. He's a good guy and a good surfer. I'm not saying this because he's here, no, because everyone knows. I was thinking, come around and I say, man, that guy is so funny. His interview carried later and making fun. That was incredible, like, incredible job.
Thanks, mate. Appreciate it. So just tell me, you've been coming here for a long time now, like over 10 years competing here in Hawaii, and you know, seeing the young Brazilians these days, does it make you proud to see where they're coming, you know, like how strong they are?
Yeah, it feels so good to me to see them growing, you know, and their surfing getting better and better, and their sponsor helping them a lot and giving them money for them to be in the same level of all kind of guys, all the best in the world. So I'm really happy about what's happening in Brazil right now. You know, all those kids, they were ripping. I feel like a grandfather, an old man. At least in Hawaii, I can do something. I was running every day with my girlfriend, and I saw Sonny one day. He said, oh, maybe I'll run with you. Like, I was feeling like so fat, seriously. Like, those kids are so light, and they fly so high, and so beautiful what they're doing, you know. Like, so I'm proud of what Brazilians are doing.
So you must still be enjoying surfing a lot, you know?
Yeah. This year I'm trying to enjoy more. I was kind of I don't know if I'm gonna keep doing but Hawaii is always good. Just to be here, just the vibe, the waves, the power. I love Hawaii, and I don't know what I'm gonna do for next year. Maybe I'll try to steal your idea and do something kind of in Brazil. We can have some fun in the world. I don't know. At least if I'm having fun, I'm happy.
All right, Yuri Sodre, mate. Good to see you made your heat. We'll be watching you in the next rounds. Back to you guys.
Paul Fisher getting a lot of props from Yuri Sodre. Sodre, the 33-year-old standout, Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. He's got a lot of fire in him.
Yes, he's been a tremendous surfer across the world. Been a top 44 surfer for years, and he's had great results here in Hawaii. And that was another heat win for him in a tough heat.
2 years on the World Championship Tour for Sodrex, 2000, 2006. Okay, there we go. Yuri Sodre does advance along with Jamie O'Brien. Let's take a look at the lineup, and it is our surfer in red, and I believe wave number 2, maybe 3. No, wave number 3.
Yeah, John has a tremendous amount of speed flying across this section. Nice rotating air at the tail above the lip. as that wave died into the channel, but he was able to already, with a 6.17, back that up and put some pressure on these other guys. Luke Davis yet to even ride a wave in this, and I was thinking that he would get out to a quick start.
Luke Davis just maybe an hour ago filling out the forms that you need. You have to sign a release to go out and surf this event. Luke Davis, the 18-year-old, pretty cash. He says, I said, what do you think? T Street? Yeah, Trafalgar Street, San Clemente. And that's what he's thinking about right now, just making it happen in some small serve. But Joan Drew is here for business, the number 67 seed.
Look at that board speed he kept. Even in slow motion, you can still see how fast he's going across that wave. And he's a big surfer with a lot of power, but it's cool when you see these big guys. They've looked at surfers like Jordy Smith and Dane Reynolds who can really get above the lip, even in a 190, 200-pound range.
We've got 16-year-old Mackay McNamara in blue. We've got 18-year-old Luke Davis out of San Juan Capistrano, Capo Beach in yellow. Luke Davis wearing the white, the 7th-year pro from World Championship Tour Surfing. Unfortunately, he's had some injuries, but 35 years young. And then the 22-year-old Joan Drew, who started off strong now with a 6.17 and a 5.77. Opening wave for McNamara, running down the shoreline, a 5.0 for Mackie. Oh, man. There is, well, a couple of legends. And both these guys part of the Vulcan family right there. Yes, peace out. And that is the Riddler.
Yeah, but he's been a tremendous influence on so many of the youth in Hawaii. Bruce and Andy Irons especially, they would come up from Kauai and stay at this house for many years.
Dave Riddle. And sure enough, and you go, wow, these guys, the coaches, do they retire? No, he was out, had a brand new DHD, and he was out at Backyards the other day. Just a frother, a surfer that loves the sport and has a passion for, you know, appreciating good surfing and helping out the youth.
Yeah, he's helped me out. He's helped my brother out from letting us crash before our places came or store boards over the winter. He's just such a positive influence, spreading the aloha spirit throughout the islands.
Hey, did you know that you can create your own custom-made Vans board shorts? You got to check it out, vans.com/custom board shorts, the Era Classic board shorts. And you talk about custom. You can design anything you want. Check it out.
Yeah, I designed one yesterday.
Shortomatic?
Yeah, it was really cool. I didn't even know about it. And Tanner and Dane were designing theirs, and they gave me one of their codes, and we went in, and I got a little pattern with some red and yellow, and it looked pretty cool.
Now, you got a couple of Danes on the Vans team. Is that other Dane coming?
Yes, he's here for the Triple Crown.
Nice. Yeah, we're talking about Dane Reynolds and the Gadauskas family as well. And you might want to check out Nixon's Facebook page. Yeah, one of our sponsors. WTA means winner take all, and they've done a lot over the years. They've got some great opportunities. Check out facebook.com/Nixon to enter. You could possibly win a Triple Crown singlet, a low-down Tide watch, Trooper headphones, Triple Crown hat and tees. NixonNow.com. Thank you, Nixon, for great support of this event. As well as Flow Water. If you can see those bottles, they're not plastic. They are steel, and free water here. Wyatt Taubman and the family over on Kauai making things happen and putting together, well, trying to get plastic-free environment. You know how dangerous every time anybody buys a plastic water bottle, you know, it goes right in the trash or recycle.
Much better for you as well.
Yeah.
You don't want those BPAs.
So good area over here where there's not only a masseuse, a doctor, a therapist, and then upstairs a VIP area for the surfers, double-decker here for our VIP surfers, and they got their assortment of good water and power bars.
And another thing going on, we saw an early candidate for that was the Hawaiian Air Show. With first tee, I believe he got an 8.93 for that. So.
And you talked to him afterwards, and it was kind of one of those audible moves where he just had to make something happen. It didn't really start out right for him, did it?
He came in and he said he got caught on his outside rail and wanted, pretty much, it was a good wave, so he wanted to get a couple turns and just kind of get a solid score. And as he got to the lip, as you can see here, he gets caught up a little, and he's projecting down the line. And he said he was looking at just doing a couple turns, and then his board just projected up over the wave too high. The next thing he knew, he had to grab the rail and spin out to the beach. And he's like, I really had no idea I was going to do an air when I was going into that move.
And a little spin at the end. Pretty amazing stuff. And, well, the face of Flow Water right there. Evan Valier, what a great guy. And that's the Era replay. We got little pulses coming through to the inside in yellow. Well, he's got a closeout section. We're going to keep an eye on paddle around the back. How aggressive is this for a 16-year-old?
Well, that's what Liam McNamara has been known for years at Pipeline, is getting the best position and catching great waves. And I'm sure he's passed on a lot of those skills to his son as he got one of that wave from Luke Davis, who's still out there without a single ride.
Paddling real key, and now it is Luke Stedman up and riding.
This is one of the better looking rides. A nice big top turn, and unfortunately catches that forward rail.
Did I see a little backwash right there?
Yeah, here at Haleiwa, after one or two waves come through, a lot of times the water recedes out, and you can get that backwash, especially as we're approaching a high tide, I believe, at 10:30 or 11.
Well, taking a look, I believe it would be, is that Evan Geiselman coming up?
Well,
No,
next
that
to
looks
there
like
on
a
the
Tory
board-
Meister.
Yeah, that's Kieran Jabor, Tory Meister, Gavin Gillette, and TJ Barron. This is a stacked youth heat from Hawaii, and you're going to see some fireworks in this. As we have had very contestable conditions today, it's actually the swell's shown up a little earlier than predicted and a little better than I thought for this morning. Talking to some of the locals and looking at the charts the last couple of days, we were very worried with the high tide this morning that it was going to be rideable, and we woke up this morning with some waist-high sets, and now we're even seeing some shoulder-high ones.
So for guys like Tory Meister, they're here. They've got to take it one heat at a time, but you know they're always looking at the result they need to replace. He needs a round of 32, so trying to get out of that round of 128, make it through a couple of rounds. Here's our surfer in yellow, Luke Davis, his second wave.
Yes, this is the kid you have to watch out for in these conditions. He weighs next to nothing. He comes from T Street. He surfs this all the time.
And SSA Open Voyage champion back in 2006. The writing's on the wall. Great support from his parents and from his sponsors. Yeah, T Street local or down at Lowers all the time. Dad Glenn doing a great job seeing him at all the events, and I believe Mom Christy as well. And he's got a brother that knows how to surf as well.
Yes, it's a tremendous surfing family from a town rich in history, and one of his sparring partners, Chloe Andino, is right now looking to be on tour for next year.
Luke Alexander Davis paddles back out, and now we're taking a look at our heat leader, Joan Drew, try to replace a 5.77 on his backhand.
Yeah, he moved down the beach, this Peaks lineup, getting away from McNamara and Luke Davis, and he's been finding the waves. And here's McNamara on another great-looking left. Started off with a big, tons of water coming off the rail on those turns. He's finishing this way very strong. That's going to be a second high score for him.
Well, what we're seeing here with Avalanche showing some signs of life and this little West filling in for the day, we're seeing guys now, it's not just wave finding, now it's wave selection.
Yes, and here is, on the opposite end of the beach, Luke's come down to this Peaks wave, and he's looking for an air to finish this wave off. And there it was. That's going to get him on the board and leave him in a position to move in with 4:30 left in this heat into second place.
Let's talk about his grab, his toe side grab. Now, if he did not grab, would have been more difficult or maybe more points as opposed to the grab. The grab was a...
Before we get into that, we're going to look at McNamara's wave, and you see all the spray he's able to connect from maneuver to maneuver. And not overcommitting to any one turn, but really surfing this wave solid as he has one of the better waves of the heat again. And he's picked off the two best waves of this heat. So that's great wave selection and knowledge at the local break for him. And here's John. He started off this heat over on the other peak, and he's moved down to Peaks now. And he's getting another solid ride under his belt. And then I believe next we'll talk about Luke. And this is a smaller wave, but he doesn't need much. And a lot of time when you're going into your airs, you have to really think about which direction the wind's blowing from. And as he grabs this Indy right here, he spins the board around so that the wind's not going to blow that tail out over the wave. And you really got to come in front of it with the wind blowing from your back.
If his hand was just above that foot, it would have been a mute, and in between the 2 feet is an Indy.
Yeah, and a lot of times what we call in surfing, it's called a frontside grab.
Okay.
It's just the standard frontside grab. We don't, for years we never called it an Indy or a mute until everyone started getting really skate techy. But surfing, it's more simple, and it's more of a factor of what way the wind's blowing and the direction of the lip. And you don't plan your grabs as much. I'm going to grab 3 inches in front of my foot or 3 inches. It happens. It's instinctual, and it has a direct result of how far away the board is coming from your feet and which way the wind's blowing.
Still waiting for wave number 2 for Davis. Stedman opened up with a .27 and 1.17, but it is Joan Deroux. Hussagar Surf Club can be proud of this man, the 22-year-old. Last year, I know he had a big result defeating Glenn Hall in a 4-star event, the Vendee Pro, Protest Vendee Pro, and he's your leader, and trying to chase him down, looking for a transfer spot is Capo Beach's Luke Davis. Many say that he surfs similar, at least on his forehand, to Tom Curran.
Yes, he has a very smooth style, extremely pleasing to the eye, and as he fills into that frame, he's gonna match a lot of those older competitors size for size, and then he's got those aerial tricks.
Well, did you know that portability, just making it happen in your backpack, going off to remote locations, whether you're skiing or snowboarding or surfing around the globe, Cliff Bars, perfect source for energy everywhere you go.
Yeah,
I mean,
those cliff bars have saved me on many a surf trip. Pack a couple in your backpack, throw one in the sand, come in, and get right back out there.
Plenty of transitions in overnight airports as well.
Yes. And we've had a lot of waves in this heat. It seems like all our surfers are getting waves now at the end of this heat under 5 minutes. Luke Steadman started off slow, and this wave, 4 or 5 nice turns. This is going to be a good score for Luke.
All great surfers. Now it's going to come down to finding the right wave, because we do have some pulses. Yeah, everybody's got now 3 waves to their score line. Last wave for Johan Deroux, a 6.77. Last wave for McNamara, where he had to aggressively paddle for it, a 6.13. And last wave for Davis, a 5.70. Minute and 25 seconds remain. Let's go down to Fish. What's up?
How you going? I'm up here in the grandstands with the one and only Sean Castell, mate. How you been?
Yeah, man, good, Fish. How you been?
Yeah, not bad, Sean. So talk to me, mate. You just come down the beach here. We haven't really seen you been competing in Hawaii for a while, so you're back in action, eh?
I actually competed last year in Hawaii. But yeah, the year before that I had a year off, and I didn't do any comps that year, and yeah, it's been good to be back, but there's just been no swell the last 2 years, so it's been a bit disappointing.
So what have you been doing on the rock when there's been no waves?
Pretty much absolutely nothing. I've just been pretty bored. Just going for a little surf, just grubbling and each day, and not much really.
Sean Castell, back to you guys up at the booth.
Thanks, Fish. Nice to see Cans here in action. He's a tremendous surfer from Australia, Gooffoot I've looked up to and watched. It's really impressive to watch here in Hawaii as well.
Another paddle battle right on top of each other, and there will be some kind of call on this one.
Yes, that was a very sticky situation for both his competitors. Luke Davis came up with this wave, unable to complete that maneuver, but McNamara presently in second. I don't know if he needed to do that. We're waiting for Stedman's last score, that good left. He might have been in third, and needing that wave is why McNamara was paddling so hard for that wave.
Luke Davis is looking for a 5.44. McNamara is looking to better a 5.0. Stedman needed a 9.66, but 2 waves still to come through. We're going to have to do, well, throw it into the judges' corner. 5 judges are going to have to make a decision. There's the vet, Luke Steadman, the 35-year-old from Avalon, and here coming out, guns blazing, Mackay McNamara, the 16-year-old. Did he get an interference call? Did he hold on to advance? From start to finish, it was Johan Deroux making it happen. And McNamara, very impressive.
Yes, he really picked some great waves. Interesting to see how that interference is called, but more importantly, he might have been in third with Luke Steadman's last wave. So we're going to have to see these scores coming in, as there's a flurry of action in that last minute and a half.
Last wave for Johan Deroux, a 7.13 into a scoreline. We'll be right back to tell you who advanced out of a round of 128, heat number 10. Stay with us.
This is the Reef Hawaiian Pro, round 128.
Take a look at the lineup. I believe we're on a hold right now because they're still putting in more scores. Take a look at Johan Deroux throwing away a 6.67 and a 6.17. That is a stellar heat in these conditions.
Yes, he had 5 good scores in that heat. And then there was an interference deemed on, a paddling interference on McNamara. So Luke Davis was able to squeak in a second there right at the end.
Kieran Jabor in the lineup. Tori Meister will join him. And then we've got Gavin Gillette and TJ Barron. TJ Barron wearing the blue singlet, the 25-year-old from Sunset Beach, backyard local. Kieran Jabor from down the way at Laniakea. Gavin Gillette, well, from the island of Kauai. There we go. Results finally in, and you'd like to give those results.
Yes, Joan Drew, like we mentioned, he had a tremendous heat. Every wave he caught, whether he was at peaks or over here on the main peak at Leahy Beach Park, he was scoring between high fives and sevens. And now, like I said, Luke Davis, with that paddle battle with McNamara, McNamara got the interference, and Luke, surprisingly, even though he didn't catch a wave for the majority of that heat, came in at second.
Because interference call, and unfortunately McNamara gets his second wave scored and cut in half at 2.50. So an interference call by the judges, and actually it's usually the head judge, and then he'll ask, and they'll do it. It's like a boxing match, and they'll say 3-2 or 4-0 or 5-0, and it was an interference call. And when they post an interference, it's usually who has the inside position would have the right of way, and the judges have to make that call. We're talking 3- and 4-man heats. You get a lot of interferences, guys saying, well, this is my wave, and I'm not going to back down.
Yeah, on the webcast, it was a little hard to see. It was zoomed in pretty tight, but as looking back from here in our perspective, the left was a better peak that McNamara was trying to get, but there's a rule, you're not allowed to backdoor the peak, and he was coming from behind the whitewash that Luke was setting up to go on that short right, and so that's where he was deeming that interference.
So in the lineup, we've got some good surfers. Obviously, Hawaii is well represented here. All Hawaiian heat, Jabor, Meister, Gillette, and Barron. And Barron comes into this as number 264 in the world rankings, thus the blue singlet. The higher you're ranked, the better the seed. So he's number 123 out of 125. But Timothy James Barron, quite a talent, I believe, into his 9th year as a pro. And then Gavin Gillette, a 25-year-old, that is the number 102 seed, wearing yellow. And near top 2 seeds, Tori Meister and Kieran Jabor, and paying the dues. Here's our surfer, Tori Meister.
Tori Meister on a small little wave over here at peaks to start the heat off, as all 3 of the other surfers are down to the west in the other peak. And he got a lot of turns, even though that wave was barely over his knees.
One thing about Hawaii, when you do come to Hawaii, you're expecting so much power and speed that it's there already, and then you get to tap the source. Here, we're back to, as you might say, a beach break wave on the continental U.S., and you're now have to generate speed.
Yeah, so you can see Tori doing that very well as he's moving his board constantly through every turn, able to generate speed where there's not much wave at all there, and he looks like to have a great board under his feet. Looks to be about 5'8", probably 19 and a half, with a very wide tail block and flat rocker. He's able to keep that momentum going and go maneuver to maneuver.
Joan Drew with quite a heat, runs through and advances out of that last heat. Boy, that was a good one. Now we're into heat number 11. And I'm not sure. My sheet shows that Liam McNamara would be in this, but I think it's changed with Kieran Jabor. Tori Meister's first wave of 5.0, back to live action. TJ Barron fakes left, goes right.
Yeah, he got 2 quick little maneuvers. And with these short 20-minute heats and the potential for a lull for half your heat, even a 3-point ride can be very beneficial to your campaign to make the next round.
He's looking for a 7th result into his 8 results that'll count on his World Championship Tour point ranking, or world ranking. TJ's older brother, Tori, former rookie champion here in the Triple Crown back in 2002.
Tori, he was actually living in Florida for a while. I was able to surf with him down in southern Florida in some great waves, and he was surprised. He's like, oh, I see you guys can ride the 2 here. No wonder you can ride pipeline.
Yeah, well, there's been a couple of world champions out of Florida.
Yeah, we know how to work hard and get what we want, that's for sure.
The Reef Hawaiian Pro, a 6-star event with 6-star, actually prime points on offer here through whatever negotiations, and a lot of people are excited about this. It's a way to end the year. Now, the World Championship Tour, the final event, is the Pipeline Masters, but we have 2 events here so key to guys like Kieran Jabor, who's number 86 in the world and looking to jump up into the number.
But we do have Liam out there. This is Liam out in this wave. He got a nice little left. And we just had a little bit of a mistake on our sheets, but now we'll get that cleared up. And Liam McNamara is in red in this heat, and I believe Kieran Jabor is not out in the water at this time.
So we're calling Liam, yeah.
Because that was not a regular foot, and that was not an 18-year-old surfer. Here we have a paddle from TJ again. That cleanly shaven head on the nice-looking left. Big section in front of him. Got up a little late, was able to get 2 nice maneuvers, though. And we're seeing the sets increase in size and frequency as this day progresses. We're going to have a nice event. It's tomorrow's supposed to even be bigger. And here's Gavin Gillette. Last year, the year before, he's been in this Triple Crown. Famously defeated Joel Parkinson at Pipeline to just crush his title dreams.
Yeah, that didn't look like Kieran Jabor, but we had to go by the what was being said. Yes, it's good, father-son, but unfortunately he watched his son get in interference. And as we get some scores in, Meister with that 5.0 and TJ Barron with the 2.0. Really going, but these are quick 20-minute heats. Round of 128, heat number 11, 13 minutes and 10 seconds, and you blink and it's over with. And coming in to join us is
camera range here. Okay.
And you're live on on everything, Mr. Joe Green. And Joe, unfortunately, I haven't seen any tangerines this year.
Tangerines, my tree died, baby.
No way.
I had to bury it. It was a sad situation. But after all the years of providing the juicy little tangerines we used to bring up here, it's dead. You know what, though? I think I'm going to salvage some of the wood and make an ukulele out of it.
Nice.
Yeah. Well, fruit wood, I think, works pretty good.
Okay, let's talk about the history of your sports shop, which is called
Surf and Sea.
Surf and Sea has been around how many years?
Since, actually, we say 65, but I was informed by the original owner that it was late 64. And funny thing, Randy Rarick just showed me yesterday a label that came from our store that was actually Brewer and Bob Shepard in there in 60 and 61 was actually first consummated right there at Surf and Sea. And he has a really nice balsa that he took that off that he's restoring.
Well, just a classic shop that looks like it's got the Leaning Tower of Pisa look to it.
I left that purposely whenever I fixed the front of those stools. I mean, you know, how much can you do?
It's just a beautiful shop and a location. And I flashed on you a couple of years ago, before we talk about the ukuleles, you buying a Duke board in a vintage auction a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
Is that still on display at your shop?
Yeah, it was about 3 years ago. Yes, I do have that. It's one of my, definitely my prize. At that time, let's see, I think I bid $15,000 for that. It was $1750 altogether with everything, but actually the next day I got offered $25 for it by a guy who was, and I actually wrote it the next day too.
We're talking to Joe Green, and Joe purchased the last board that was ridden by Duke, and it was a fairly modern board, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's a 12-footer Cadillac, man. That's exactly what it rides like. It is so smooth and easily catch a wave. I can see how Duke used to actually, Fred said he used to help Duke get it down to the water and put a little pillow in it, and he would paddle it out with his canoe paddle, and that was how he rode it the last few times he took it out, you know, when he wasn't getting up well.
Stand-up paddling in Hawaii has been around a long time, although everybody goes, oh, it's the latest craze. Well, take a look at what's happening in Hawaii. Okay, your association, as we watch our surfer in white here, looking for a fourth wave, Tori Meister, heat leader, trying to better a 5.0, and finishing this up. Wow, I'll tell you, Tori's been non-stop over at Peaks, they're calling it.
We were looking for him in the lineup, and he was way over to the right, and he's just out there by himself, all alone, catching 2 nice waves already. What you just mentioned, Joe, was amazing to say that you spent $17,000 on a board, and you rode it the next day, and are you still riding this board?
It's been out 2 more times since then. I took it out during the Toes on the Note contest, didn't ride it. One of my team riders, yeah, I should know his name really well, Dino Miranda, and I paddled it out. We didn't actually even ride it. We just pushed it out into the lineup with no one out. Dino went out on the outside and gave it a little nudge, and that thing rode the wave. You would have swore someone was on it all the way in to the inside. It was like, it was chicken skin.
Yeah, I got it going.
It was chicken skin.
Very nice.
And that, and then another time, at the same event, Rabbit took it out. And that was the last time it was ridden. Rabbit rode it.
Very nice. What's your association with Reef?
Reef has been behind us from so long, way back. I mean, before when the brothers were still there, and we love the shoes, man. They're just, I have mine on, my leathers, second ones I've been through. They've been behind us since day one in their actual circuit of things. And they just completed a really nice display at our place, you know, so we're fully stocked. Anybody's looking for Reefs.
What happened the other night? Did you have a performance over at
that was
Surf at the Bar?
Sweet, yes. And that itself was, you know, that's one of the best performances we've done in a nice setting. You know, we've been playing in garages and backyard parties and things like that, but wow, Surf at the Bar they have stepped up the bar, I should say, far from what it was, you know, the Bay Club. I'd like to see even more.
Well, we've got a couple of waves ridden. Things are starting to light up there, and some fins reinforcement kind of stuffs that. So, and out the back, more waves on the horizon. This looks like the swell's starting to pick up.
Yeah, Liam's got himself a great looking left here. And he's got years of experience at Rocky Point, and you swear, looking at this wave, this was Rockies, as he gets 3 nice maneuvers in. And before that, we saw Tori with the 2 really explosive maneuvers and that short board, unfortunately catching that wide nose area as he came down for the second. So he was going to look at it, probably a mid-8 on that wave.
So the benefit the other night at Surf at the Bar. Tell us about the benefit and your association with Reef there.
Well, we got invited to come and play. Me and my band of friends, Otis Shopper, Rick Smith, Bongo Bob, and my friend Polani. Polani was sitting in on bass. Our bass player unfortunately wasn't able to come, but I think we did a great show. We had Rob Machado come up and play. He actually came in and learned one of my songs before we went on. He'd been listening a little, but Rob, yeah, he's such a classic guy. He just brought everyone up to the stage along with him. You know, we were thankful for that. But it went off really well. The sound in there is great. They've put a lot of work into the stage and the lighting, the backdrop. They have a huge screen in the back where they're always showing some vintage footage, or I think they even have a camera where they can film the players at the same time.
Very nice. Here we go. More action out the back. Let's turn our attention. Surfer in yellow showing some interest there, and it's Gavin Gillette. He's been very selective. Been busy is Meister. Meister throwing away a 5.27 his last wave. He's your leader. Tory Barron, his last wave, a pair of 5s actually. He's in second. McNamara, well, he's got a 5.57 now. He needs a 4.66. So let's take a look at Surfer in blue. Keep a close eye on Mac Daddy himself, Surfer in red.
I'd like to know a little bit more what you got in your hands here, Joe. Is this a trophy, or is this your personal ukulele?
Well, I'll give just a little bit of history. I think we got a few seconds before the wake up. Last year, I was speaking to one of the Reef guys, and I showed them my ukuleles that I have there at the store and at Surf and Sea, and they liked them a lot. And they ended up actually buying one of the ukuleles, and Joel Parkinson was the winner last year. He got that one, and they were real enthused by the music, surfing. You know, it's a lot of it's intertwined, and so I told them that I could do something really special for them this year if they gave me enough time. And first of all, I needed some of the artwork from what they're going to be using for their posters, which they provided to me in March. And actually in May, I was able to produce the bodies of 6 ukuleles, and with help from some friends of mine in Indonesia, we were able to carve the poster artwork into the bodies themselves. And if you see this thing, are we still on the camera?
We're not on camera right now, but when we come back, we can show this off. It's beautiful. And you started this in March. How long does it take to make one of these?
The ukuleles themselves, the bodies, probably about a month each. And then the carving, that took another 3 weeks with the team there in near Ubud. I think they came out really nice. There's a couple of lefts and 4 rights. So this is a right we have here, and you can see the has the Haleiwa Bridge off to the side and the buoy on the outside, and you can see that just roping right that they were able to capture. I think
there's Liam on a roping left.
Yeah,
got a lot of
you
board
go.
speed up.
There you go. Liam loves his lefts.
Yeah, well, I've had a few trophies in my life. I've never had anything quite as nice as this.
Really? Right on. This one, as you can see, it says on the bottom here, Reef Hawaiian Pro, Haleiwa 2011. This one is number 36A. I got my label inside there. Reef Hawaiian Pro 2011 model limited edition. So 6 of these were made, and Reef guys wanted 5. I wanted to keep one, so I have one. I'm keeping number 40. They've bought the other 5, so they'll be on display here for a while, and of course on 2 days from now.
Yeah, this is going to wrap up really quickly here as we see Barron flying down the line and launches into a huge rotation, backside air, no grab. That spin just came a little short in his rotation as his tail caught before he landed in the flats. And the seats really had a lot of waves, and I've seen a lot of guys going for it, but they haven't been able to stick these big moves, Dave.
Yeah, it's been a little frustrating for some, but the signs on the horizon of the west swell starting to fill in. The models on surfline.com are showing that it might reach about the 2-foot swell at probably 2 this afternoon. So things are looking a little bit better. The winds are starting to pick up. If you're a goofy footer and you've got an aerial opportunity, you might have it in these conditions. Your surfer in the lineup right now looking for his 3rd wave score. It looks like 3.77. McNamara needs a 4.66 live action to the inside. Gavin Gillette is looking for a 7.23. Your leader, Tori Meister, and he's throwing away a pair of 5s, and he's got another pair of 5s. Your leader, surfer in white, Troy Meister out of the Big Island, the 23-year-old, and then it is Barron. TJ Barron in the 2nd spot wearing blue, and he's got 2 scores still to post. And no defense here, all offense. Here's your heat leader looking for a ramp.
Yeah, that board's very short. You can see his front foot almost up on the nose on that wave. Catching a little too. Sometimes you go too short and you can catch that nose. And here a paddle battle with Liam.
And you know, that was the surfer in 2nd spot in blue trying to hold off McNamara, who's looking for a 4.66 at this point. And you got to watch out. I mean, we just saw McNamara's son wearing blue prior to this heat, and he's trying to hold off a guy that could overtake him and got an interference call. Well, here, the shoe's on the other foot. It's Mac Daddy, the father, looking for a 4.66 with now 45 seconds remaining in the heat. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, and especially at the end of these heats, that's when you'll really see the guys getting the paddle battles, trying to hold people off or trying to get a wave of their own.
Well, Joe Green, life is good on the North Shore.
It is. It's excellent. I mean, you guys, you're driving down the hill, coming here. What do you think? What do you think?
Every winter, the first time I drive over the hill, I feel like I'm back home in just paradise.
So glad to be home, yeah? Yeah. So glad to be, coming down that hill. I feel that same way every time I come home, every time.
Well, a very frustrated Gavin Gillette in the lineup as he hears the time ticking down, and Gavin, number 102 seed, looking for results here. Unfortunately, looks like he's going to end up in 4th. McNamara needing a 4.66 doesn't do it. Who did it? Tori Meister from the outgo, the surfer in white, waxes up, gets his leash, got a pretty trick-looking board there with that wide tail, doesn't he?
Yes, and it was just, you see the maneuvers he was able to plop on that. And the carry speed through these dead sections. TJ surfing very well on the same boat with that speed. And you got to maintain speed on these flat waves through his maneuvers. And Liam was right in there the whole time, just coming up short to the young kids.
128.
Welcome back to the Reef Hawaiian Pro. We've got a new team in here at the moment. My name is Heath Walker. I'm joined with Ross Williams and Shane Dorian, boys.
Good to be here, Nutty.
Good to be back. We're here in Heat 12 with a round of 128 at the Reef Hawaiian Pro. The first event of the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing. And as we saw the heat up there, the heat was up on the board right there. We have Vincent Devignac from France. We have Timmy Reyes from California. Ola Elogram, young Hawaiian kid, and of course Tanner Hendrickson as well. So another little stacked heat.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Timmy Reyes. I haven't seen him surf in a little while, and here up and riding is the man, Timmy Reyes. Getting busy on that little left, and looks like the trade winds have picked up just a little bit since we've been in here about last hour. And it looks like the swell is filling in just a touch. Seems like every hour, just a little bit bigger set comes in, you know.
Yeah, it is. It seems like that swell is filling in quite a bit. We were just watching that last heat, and there was a lot of waves. I was pretty happy to see my boy Tori Meister from the Big Island tearing that heat apart and winning it. But he started down at peaks, and then there was just like flurry after flurry of sets, and then he just, moved over in the main bowl. But those guys had a lot of different opportunities to score well.
There you go, Shane Dorian there. And as you can, everybody from tuning in on the Time Warner cable all around the Hawaiian Islands and of course Southern California and Arizona, go onto the Reef Facebook site, guys. There is a North Shore tribute. We've got a bunch of questions. We've got a lot of stuff they're giving away. As we see a couple of surfers there paddling, but go on to answer the questions. We have 4 questions daily, and there's plenty of event merchandise that we're going to be constantly giving away of coastal cruises. And then, of course, as we see surfer in blue up and riding there, that's Tanner Hendrickson. And fierce backhand snap there.
Really quick, throwing a lot of spray, and that board looks great because he didn't have any sign of slowing down there, just projecting down the line.
There you go, Tanner Hendrickson in the blue. So yeah, just getting back also, guys, we're going to be giving away 2 Rob Machado custom Channel Island surfboards. Pretty awesome. We gave 2 away last year to 2 very lucky people. So go online, as I said, go onto the Facebook site, reeffacebook.com, and go on and answer their questions, and you have the chance to win some amazing stuff, some great event merchandising, some coastal cruises, and of course grand prizes there, Channel Island surfboards, Rob Machado signature models, and of course a Taylor Knox signature model as well. So plenty of great prizes there. Also too, go on to reef.com. There's plenty of the Reef Hawaiian Pro merchandise. You can buy it there on reef.com. We've got the great event artwork there. We've got the coastal cruises as well, along with the icons of Aloha, and some killer sandals there with some iconic Hawaiian Island chains on there that are limited edition stuff. So go down there to reef.com and check it all out.
I think Shane might be giving away some of those old dumbbells that he used to travel with too. Shane, you got any of those left?
Don't have any of them left. I don't travel enough these days to need them. So these days all I need is a jump rope and some running shoes.
There you go. So in red, up and riding right now. It's the young Frenchman. And Vincent, I saw him out at Lani Cave the other day, guys. He's a really good surfer, young rusty team rider there. But right now we're going to go down to Sean Mood. Moods, who we got, brother?
We got Tori Meister here, one of the most solid brothers I know. Tori, tell us a little bit about what you were riding out there.
I was riding a 5.7. It's called a White Diamond. It's a shaper in California. I've been in California for like 6 months, so I've been kind of like riding those things a lot. And obviously the waves are small, so thought that would be the one.
Board looks fast. What have you been doing all summer over in California?
I just been doing contests and.
Yep, the Bud Light event that you did win. Well done. Also, what are you thinking about the conditions right now? They're probably going to get a bit better, but obviously your board looks fast. What's your game plan for the next round?
Just to get waves, kind of, wherever it's breaking. I sat wide at peaks and kind of looked for the little rights and then moved over to the left. I'm just kind of stayed away from people and try to get waves, and I just want to win heats so I can do these little interviews with Moody and just get hassled the whole time. It's another day in the office.
Yeah, exactly. Well, this isn't a bad office, obviously, but well done in your heat, and we'll see you in the next round.
Thanks, Bach.
From Big Island.
You know it.
The boy's getting pretty loose there, Nutty, and I love to see that. Moody, he's got a future. He's doing good up there.
Yeah, he's screaming in the microphone, that's for sure. But,
speaking of futures, Tori Meister was looking pretty strong in that heat. He doesn't have a main sponsor, does he?
No, he doesn't. Unfortunately for Tori, he's one of those surfers succumb to our very, very tight and tough industry at the moment. And there's plenty of fantastic surfers out there that are in dire straits for sponsorship. It is just an astronomical cost to do the tour, and you know, we talk about traveling and all the excess luggage and traveling the world doing all these events. And
really good to see Tori moving through the round though and surfing really well.
Yeah.
Sure, Shane, pulling for him. He's from your hometown there in Kona, is that right?
That's right. He grew up surfing Banyans, my home surf spot, and you know, I watched him grow up from the time he was, you know, 8 or 9 years old, surfing Little Rights Banyans, and kind of grew into the surfers he is today. He was like this little scraggly, skinny grom, and now he's all grown up and ripping, and guy charges Waimea, charges pipe, surfs incredible in little waves. He's kind of a great all-around surfer.
Yeah, he has the best of both worlds too, Ross, right? Like he has his father has a property up there at Sunset where he overlooks it, so he lives on the both islands a bit.
That doesn't hurt, you know, and that just gives him that little edge to feel comfortable here on the North Shore, as well as going back to the Big Island where it's a little more mellow, laid back. As everyone knows, the outer islands are a lot less humans.
And here's another surfer that's unsponsored. That's a really good surfer, and that's Ola Elogram.
Oh, that was cool. Little Josh Kerr tribute there.
He might have a sponsor, actually. I didn't see the sticker, but I know for many years that I was unfortunate for Ola. Didn't have sponsorship, and such a fantastic surfer from Maui, I believe.
He's from Maui. He's part of that crew with Hank Gaskell, and we saw earlier Dage O'Connell. And those guys surf together, I believe, you know, every day. And there's a lot of good surf over there. And
I think you're all from Hana on Maui.
You're all from Hana, which is really rare. I mean, that's you know,
sticks.
A little nook in the middle of nowhere. So they got a slice of paradise over there.
As we see the surfers are there checking in for the next heat, getting ready, getting all psyched up. As we see who's that, we got the surfer in red there. That is Ricardo Dos Santos. Jack Freestone, young ripper out of Australia. Jack Perry, actually the Reef Australian team manager. And then, of course, Ian Gentile, young, another Maui kid, I believe. Is he Maui or Big Island?
Maui. Maui is a hotbed for incredible young groms, and they have just so much talent there, man. It's incredible. They have way more than their fair share of young, really talented local surfers.
They stopped growing pineapple, and they started growing little pro surfers.
That's right.
Big air here from the man in blue. That is Tanner, and just getting unstuck. Sometimes that trade wind can blow you right out the back before you even know it. You're paddling back out.
Yeah, I just sense right now it's kind of tapered off a little bit, wouldn't you believe? It's just, you know, it definitely was a little bit more stronger there before, but that wave there, looked like it had a bit of glass on the face and wasn't so much wind coming up affecting it.
Yeah, you know, and again, we're talking about this swell coming in, and we're hoping that it fills in. But this swell that we're referring to, you know, it's not a huge swell. There's not tons of energy. You know, we're bordering on the desperate mode here. So the swell that, you know, we're hanging our hat on is it's going to give us some waves, but it's going to just trickle in all day. It's not going to just start, you know, pumping 6 to 8 feet. So, you know, we're going to take what we can get.
And what about in upcoming days, Ross? I mean, you're probably closer to the weather than most of us. Is it just going to stay around this size over the next couple of days, or we just?
I don't know. Shane might know too. I'm an amateur surf forecast guy, but I do look at Surfline, and I look at all its different pages. And from what I can gather, I think today will be the smallest day. Tomorrow might be pretty good. Might be, you know, double this size, and then it's going to hold through Wednesday. Although the swell is turning a little more north. So we'll see if the conditions can hang in there for the rights. Sometimes in the swells north, the lefts get more into play, as we see the man in blue there. Hendrickson doing a nice little tailspin. But yeah, the upside to all this report is we're going to have waves this good or better for the next 3 days.
Well, let's fingers crossed, fingers crossed. That's a good insight to have there. And we just saw the two young lads there, Ola Elogram and Tanner Hendrickson, both of them kind of going to town on that little peak there. Down the beach there, Vincent Duvignac and the young Frenchman.
You don't see many kids from France nowadays on tour, so it's good to see him representing his country. Nice little tail blow there.
It's pretty cool to, you know, after this whole year to see some of the new names, the new faces on the tour. You know, I mean, I watch all the webcasts and stuff, but it's nice to see these younger guys come in that I'm not, you know, I haven't really seen before. As you see Ola up on your screen there in yellow with a really nice, clean, fast left, but just one turn, but he makes it count with a really nice reverse off the foam there. And a little
Pop shove it.
Little pop shove it.
He's got that shove it down.
He does. Maui has a lot of wind, so they have a lot of the really windy place. So, you know, you gotta surf accordingly, and that pop shove it probably comes into play with that wind coming up the face and the laps.
See Tanner Hendrickson up on the right, currently live action at the moment. And they're nice loose surfing, unfortunately coming unstuck. Plenty of little waves coming through right now, so this is good to see. As we mentioned, we're just talking about the weather, and if we can consistently see these waves come through, then we should see some great surfing.
I see a couple of nice lines coming in, and Timmy Reyes is sort of out the back by himself. So I see 1 and 2, a nice big one at the back, but it looks like he's going to paddle for the first one here over by the toilet bowl, Shane.
Yeah, it looks like a good one, though. He's definitely got some open face. He'll be able to get some speed and do some turns. Little setup turn to start, another one. And the wave really not giving him that much to work with. But he tried to make the most of it. He had a couple decent turns up the back.
That second wave that I did mention was a good one. You can't see on your screen, but it looks like to me, guys, that his board could be like a normal 6'2" or 6'3" short board. So, you know, he might be one of those guys we were talking about that could be suffering from not bringing a little shorty, you know, sort of a wider board for these conditions.
Yeah, that's right. You definitely want something that fits the conditions out here. It looks like the guys we've seen win their heats, their boards look exactly kind of tailor-made for these conditions here. You know, the waves aren't real powerful. You need something that helps you build your speed and continue, you know, milking it through, but also allow you to, you know, carve on rail when, you know, like when you do get speed. So.
Just going back to you guys' comments before, as we see the surfer in blue there trying to get an update. There isn't a lot of young French kids, and I kind of question why that is, because there's some of the best beach breaks there in the world, and you know it facilitates small waves to, you know when La Gravière can be 8 feet plus, it's as scary as anywhere. I'm wondering why there's not a lot of young talent that we're seeing coming out of France. And no disrespect to the obviously the French people looking
right.
But you know, we love the country, we love the people and the food there. We just, you know, like to see a lot more young kids coming out of there.
Nice cut back there from Hendrickson. Yeah, you know, I get frustrated. You know, places like France and Japan, too, is another one I think of, where that's a country that should be producing, you know, a handful of surfers on tour. And for some reason, one or another, you know, they haven't. As we see him do a nice little Air 360, and that is the man from France. But yeah, I don't know what that is. You know, I don't know if it's because the junior program's not quite as big as, say, America or Australia, and they're not, you know, it's just a little more of a, you know, a smaller sport than maybe Australia and America. So if they could maybe pump their junior programs, then, although, you know, Japan does have a lot of surfers, so yeah, it's baffling because you would think you'd see a lot more of them on the main stage.
Yeah, and Japan as well. I mean, Japan has some of the, when those typhoons come in, has some of the best waves in the world.
Yeah, as you see live action up there, that is Timmy Reyes on your screen with a nice open right. He's got a section right here to do something with. Nice big old spray out the back, throwing some buckets there. Making that turn count. He had a setup turn and a real nice turn on the inside. But, you know, back to France, one of the things I was thinking about with that, I don't know if it really explains why, but, you know, their winters are extremely bitter cold, like incredibly cold, to where it's really difficult actually in the winter time from, like, you know, December all the way through February to actually get in the water and have a real surf.
Japan too, maybe.
Yeah, in Japan too, and then also France in the summertime from, like, you know, April all the way through to like almost August. I mean, it's really rare to get a swell. It's in that whole summertime it gets so hot and so flat, and there's just it seems like a giant high pressure all over France for most of the summer, the whole early summer, that I think they get a lot less practice in than maybe some of these other countries like Brazil that gets tons of waves year round with warm water.
Right.
Good point, Shane.
Yeah, good point. I guess that's true. There's not a, you know, there's one amazing surfer to come out of Canada, Peter de Vries, but, you know, here that's a land of amazing waves, but just the brutal weather that comes with it's probably sends people indoors more.
Good on him for being a good surfer, because you know, that's a low percentage to be able to deal with that cold water over there. That's fantastic to see, because like you said, he is a really good surfer. And does he have a brother as well?
I'm not sure. I don't think so. Those are the Brewweilers, which also live up there. Actually, did a really cool trip up there to where those guys live, and they have an incredible amount of setups. And great waves, a lot of potential, a lot of weather with them. But but those guys are in gloves, a hood, and booties, literally year round.
Right.
So I honestly, like being born and raised in Hawaii, here in this beautiful warm water, seeing guys like Pete DeVries surf in those waves and surfing as well as they do in booties and gloves and a hood. I honestly don't know how they do it.
A lot of motivation there. They're psyched.
They are psyched. Well, they got great waves, but it is too cold for me, I'll tell you that.
Well, you got those grizzly bears on the beach too.
That's right. You know what's funny about those those guys from Canada and real Northern California? Those guys actually have a really hard time surfing here in Hawaii without booties on. They're so used to surfing in booties year round that when they have to surf in trunks and they're unable to surf in booties, they actually...
It's awkward.
Yeah, it's awkward for them.
Yeah, I actually noticed that too. Years ago, I remember going to Simbawa and all the guys from Santa Cruz were there, and they were all wearing board shorts and booties, and it was just like, what? They're just so used to them, and they're so used to the way they grip the boards that they can't wear anything else.
Well, the man, Nutty, that started this whole conversation, Franz Vincent, is in the lead.
Yeah.
And he's representing his country well. He's got a couple of sixes, so we'll see. There's only a couple minutes left in this heat.
Yeah, Merci beaucoup. He's under 2.5 minutes remaining, and Vincent Devignac, hopefully I'm pronouncing that correctly, he's from France, and he's out in front. Rusty team rider in the second place, Tanner Hendrickson. He's consolidated 2 good scores there of a 6.03 and a 5.5, and Timmy Reyes, he's looking to back up that 4.50, and Ola Elogram looking at replacing a 4.9. Hendrickson up and riding now, currently in the second spot, comes around this section there, nice little slash there. Looking really busy there, just trying to climb that white water there.
Yeah, he's looking real light and really fast on his feet. As we see right behind him on the wave, right outside, we got Timmy Reyes, California surfer in white, on a pretty decent wave as well. I'm sure we get the replay on that for you. But yeah, Tanner Hendrickson looked sharp and fast on that wave, and his board, like Ross says, looked really good.
Well, he did 2 things there. He got a little score, but he also kept Timmy off that wave, and Timmy only needed a 5.84. I don't know if he's going to get it on that last wave. He came a little bit unstuck on that last turn.
So you see the Vans replay. Tanner Hendrickson right here as he gets busy around this section. He's all over the wave here like a rash. Snaps in the pocket there, losing the tail. And look at him, just super energetic and super amped.
He sure made the most of that little wave. That was a hard wave to surf, and he shredded that thing. As you see, Timmy Reyes, this is the wave right after that wave. Nice little setup turn there, and I think he was hoping for something more than that right there, but and then he just comes unstuck at the end. But that wave was actually a lot better than Tanner's wave, from the perspective of scoring potential, but he just wasn't able to put it, like all together as well as Tanner did.
I really think his board's just a little bit longer. It's not that little groveler, and you can tell on that second turn he did more of a round cutback. Whereas if he had his normal California little flyer, he might have been sliding the tail around a little more, and then he would have hit that last section rather than kind of come around it. He's got a lot of rail in the water, and when you're on these little waves, you want to be kind of sliding around more.
So it looks like Timmy Reyes there with his fresh quiver of firewires. And as good as those boards looked, it just wasn't quite able enough to move him through. That last score coming at a 4.40. We are at the 20-second mark, guys. And it's Vincent Devignac from France taking the win, well, leading right now, and Tanner Hendrickson in second place there. Looks like that'll be it, guys, for round of 28, heat 12. And it's Devignac and Tanner Hendrickson taking the win there. And they'll move on through. We'll get to see them in the next round. As we see some replays there, some action from that last heat. Timmy Reyes there starting strong. And it was Hendrickson, the young kid, the young whippersnapper. A lot of energy there as he drives through these sections. Devignac.
There is a Frenchman doing his country proud, taking that heat down. And just coming up a little short there. Ola kind of seemed lost out there, didn't get the big waves. And a nice little tailspin there from Hendrickson.
So some really action-packed there. A lot of radical surfing. Ola Elogram too, doing everything he can on the waves he had. But it was the Frenchman out in front taking the win.
Round 128.
Welcome back to the Reef Hawaiian Pro. My name's Heath Walker. I'm joined with Ross Williams and Shane Dorian. We are moving into Heat 13 of the round of 128. And in the white there, Jack Freestone. Ricardo Santos in the red out of Brazil. Jack Perry in the yellow, and Ian Gentile. So a stacked here again, guys. Just before we get into it, it's great seeing those event sponsors and seeing their commercials and GoPro. How cool is seeing the involvement of GoPro and seeing that imagery from the waters, from the surfers, whether the cameras are attached to their hands or to their surfboards. I mean, some of that stuff is just phenomenal.
Yeah, they've changed the game for sure. I mean, it just really allows them to capture it, document it, and share it really easily onto the internet and share it with their friends, like through Facebook or wherever it is, And just incredible quality, like true HD and so easy to use.
Yeah, and as you see, that's...
Here we go, Nadia. We see a little set approaching the guys, kind of trying to position themselves for this wave. Looks like Ian Gentile is going to try and hook into this right.
This could be a good little left here, actually, and it's Ricardo Santos. And
not much going on there on that little wave there.
I think we got an interview, guys, down on the beach. We're either going to be with Sean Moody or Fish, guys. Who we got?
Fish Stick.
It's the Fish. I'm here with Vincent
Duvignac.
Duvignac? Duvignacki. Vince, mate, good heat out there, eh? You looked really energetic for the waves that we have, and got yourself 2 good scores, and your mate also got through there from France as well.
Yeah, I just followed the rhythm of Johan Dieu. He was hit 10 just before me, and so I think his strategy to surf the other peak was the good one. I prefer to be just alone and surf my waves and do what I can do. And I was really, I'm really sad to surf a wave like this since I came to Hawaii like 10 days ago, and so I was really angry, to get this to get through this round, and so it's done, and I'm really happy.
Tell me, mate, with an accent like that, have you been hitting the ladies on the beach while it's been flat, or what?
No way. I came with my wife, so
she must love that accent, eh? Come on, bonjour, comment ça va? Oui, oui.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You're good, you're good.
All right, Vince, mate, we'll see you soon in the next round. Good luck, mate. You.
Fish, keep up the great job there, mate. Maybe a little pre-interview there, mate, next time before you get stuck into that. Vincent there saying coming down to the contest with his wife. And, well, they'll be one happy family seeing Vincent going through to the next round.
I love what Fish is doing down there. I think it'd be awesome. We should try to get him to do a couple of little quick interviews before their heat, see if he can rattle some of the guys and ask them some of these questions. There's Ariel. Maybe he can get into the Hawaiian Airlines bonus miles.
Little set on the shore break there. And this is, wow, this heat looking pretty tough right now. We're down under 15 minutes, 5 minutes there with not a ride. Oh, actually, a couple of small rides, Ricardo and Jack Freestone, but nothing they're going to hang their hat on.
Now, have you guys seen much of this kid surf, Jack Freestone? I know he's like a really promising up-and-comer, but I personally haven't had a chance to see much of him. Shane, have you gotten your eyes on this kid?
Yeah, I've surfed with him a lot. He also rides for Billabong like I do, and we've done a couple surfing trips together, and he's the real deal. I mean, you got to believe the hype on this kid. He's definitely got, like a total package. He's got great style. He's a great competitor. He's great above the lip. He charges. He's a great tube rider. He kind of has it all. So he'll be definitely one to watch, as well as Ian Gentile on your screen right there in the blue. He's very young and up-and-coming surfer from Maui who's showing a lot of potential as well.
All right, and we saw Jack Perry on that little left. And Nutty, you could enlighten us a little bit about Jack Perry. I think he works for Reef.
He does. Big Pezzer. He actually looks after all the team in Oz, and also has his own company called Modem, and it's a traction pad and kind of accessories. But Jack Perry's the son of Steve Perry, did Oakley in Australia for many years, and he's a fantastic surfer. Big lad. He got second place to Billy Kemper at Sunset in the H-Pack there. I think it might have been a year or 2 years ago.
Last year.
Yeah, last year. So no stranger to competition, and neither's this lad. Look at Jack Freestone right here. Look how crisp this surfing is looking.
Yeah, he does look fast, and Shane was giving him lots of props there. And wow, this is the first time I've got to see him. So yeah, you're right, Shane. He's looking like he's going to live up to all the hype.
Yeah, he's got a, you know, it's pretty interesting. He's he kind of has a little bit of like a Dave Rastovich style. Like he's a really classic, you know, very clean, kind of a stylistic surfer. But you know, but he's also got the real like technical stuff as well above the lip. He's one of these youngsters that can just do the most insane tail high technical, very tweaked out airs, and hopefully we'll be seeing that a little bit later from Jack. But he definitely milked this little right, which really didn't have a whole lot of potential, but blew the tail out really well right there, as you can see him getting up in the air just slightly.
Yeah, he was a kid. He grew up on the Quicksilver team actually when he was a kid, and he was a huge standout at home. And I think about 12 months back, they're securing a really good deal from Billabong, and hopefully they can head him in the right direction for where he needs to be. But definitely one of the best talents coming out of Australia, Jack Freestone from the Gold Coast.
He's from Gold Coast.
Yep.
I like to see that. You know, it's cool when there's a kid that in every, like, you know, 3 or 4 years, there's that one kid that comes up that everyone talks about and says it's the next Kelly Slater, the next Taj Burrow, whatever, and it's fun to see. And more times than not, it really does add up to the bill. You know, it's so, you know, we'll keep an eye on him because he's definitely one that has that mojo right now.
As we see Ricardo dos Santos, I hope I'm saying all that correctly too, but a young Brazilian, milking this wave for all it's worth.
Nice stocky low attack there from the goofy footer, and that left was just pretty dismal, so he just made the most of it.
Yeah, we really haven't seen much in the way of a like really high scoring potential wave come through yet, but it looks like we do have some sets pouring in on the, you know, kind of a little bit farther out. We got a set coming into Peaks and the main bowl, as we see a replay of Ricardo Santos here. Got this left. There wasn't a whole lot going on, but he was trying to build speed, trying to find something. A couple little floaters there, nice big snap, and yeah, it really was a weak wave, that wave.
Huh. He's
really
color coordinated.
He is color coordinated.
Shorts match the jersey.
Yeah, as we see a couple waves pouring in, nobody on the outside for this good-looking wave. There was a couple short rides. Looking at Jack Freestone, having a look at that one, deciding not to go.
Yeah, just as you mentioned too before, Ross and Shane, obviously, you know, we've seen a lot of kids get a lot of industry hype, you know, and a lot of media hype. And that's a lot of pressure on the young kids' shoulders. You know, I know that Jack is one of them, definitely coming out of Australia. Of course, we know Kaloe and Dino just living up to, you know, those expectations this year, winning back-to-back events out of his comfort zone, would you say, in California, going down to Brazil. So it is good. It's good to note that our industry, you know, we're looking at the right kids and you know, hoping for them all the best to fulfill their potential and blossom into some, you know, fantastic careers.
Yeah, as we see Jack Freestone having a look at that one, and not a whole lot going on. I think he's just kind of out of position on that wave. There was definitely sets pouring in here, but they're really not staying open. They're really not giving these guys any open face. As we see the surfer in blue, hopefully he'll have some luck here. Ian Gentile from Maui.
Yeah, he's young Ian, kind of a skinny kid, but look how loose he is off the top.
Yeah, he's actually, I mean, this kid has grown so fast, so quickly, and so much that he actually has growing pains. He has a hard time sleeping at night because he's grown so much. He's grown about, I think, 6 or 8 inches in the last year. But here we go, Jack Freestone, and like I said, his style is just so pleasing to watch. I mean, there's so many young kids growing up now, and they all have the bag of tricks. They all surf so well, but you know, can they do it with style? And that surfer there, Jack Freestone that we saw before, you know, he can do it all, but he does it with style. And that's you know, I think that's kind of what sets him apart from all the other names. It's like, you know, there's so many young kids growing up now, and you know, of course there's going to be something that sets him apart. And, you know, I think Jack's one of those kids that's kind of established himself as one of the kids with the very most potential in the whole world now. And I think, it's because of his whole approach with style and everything that really does that.
Yeah, and as you said, Shane, if you look at here, the replay, he's not overdoing it, just real nice rail to rail, real pleasure to watch. Look, throwing a lot of water there, and look, nice little rock and roll floater there, and as I said, just a front side carve, a snap and a floater, and just it's a simple surfing, and you know maybe that's all you need today in some of these conditions. You don't have to overdo it.
Yeah, I think it's really important and you'll see it with the best surfers in the world. They'll read the wave and surf accordingly. Sometimes you'll get surfers that try and push it too much and force a move. And that was just really good surfing there from Jack. You know, he just fitted in the maneuvers that wave called for. So yeah, you know, and just to recap a little bit about some of these wonder kids growing up, you know, I couldn't help but to think back, like even in the late 80s, David Eggers was like one of the big names coming up, and then there was like, you know, obviously Kelly Slater is the most, you know, famous surfer there that was documented from age, you know, 10 on. But it's neat to see who kind of lives up to the bill and who doesn't, and who burns out, and you know, it can be tricky if you get famous early.
Yeah, this kid's had a lot of hype. Ian Gento from Maui, he's I mean, he's been surfing so well for the last few years. I remember there was like this, you know, like a clip on the internet, on YouTube, I believe, of Ian from one boat trip in Indo, and this little video clip went viral, and it was like there was a lot of talk that he was the best surfer at that age, at that time in the whole world. So as we see Jack Freestone in a really incredible aerial on that wave, he's sitting all by himself now, down at the spot we call Peaks. He doesn't have to hassle with anyone at all.
That was downwind. You know, that's so not easy to do, and he held his rail just to keep his board on his feet. So very technical air.
Yeah, so we just really dissect this as it comes down. Look at that. It's that front side bottom turn to top turn that I really like. Really good combination. And then he gets all new school right here, grabbing that fin while sliding it back. Boys, tell me, what does it do? There's about 7 minutes remaining here. It looks like Jack's got a commanding lead as we see Jack Perry there up and riding. What does this do for your confidence being Jack Freestone right now, knowing that you just dropped 2 good scores?
Yeah, it does a lot. I mean, I think for him right now, you can get nervy sitting on the beach before your heat, looking at the conditions, going, wow, I hope I don't get stuck for waves and, you know, get hassled or something. So right now for him to get a couple scores under his belt, you know, he's going to start surfing. He's going to worry a lot less about hassling and a lot less about the conditions and more about just trying to rip. And so it's good to see, you know, and that just builds confidence.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's really sitting in the driver's seat, and there's 6 minutes to go. He's got 2 big scores, and he's sitting by himself over at Peaks, and you know, he's just kind of
he just paddled over another good wave there.
Yeah, he's you know, his surfing, like Ross said, he's not overdoing it. He's not trying too hard. He's not forcing anything. I mean, that wave that he had, instead of trying to fit 3 little wiggles in, he just did a setup turn and a huge air. And, you know, I mean, that's the kind of surfing that people want to see. It was total commitment, and that's why you got, you know, that's why the scores are big. And we have Ian Gentile on your screen did a nice air reverse as well, and the wave that just pretty much just closed out. He made it into a score.
Yeah, nice little left here for the Brazilian. He gets a little caught behind, but still, unfortunately coming unstuck on a couple of waves there. So Jack Perry there, look, the gates are wide open here for Pez. He's on a nice left. Let's see the big fella there. He's a former runner-up at Sunset. Big vertical snap there. Probably didn't capitalize on the scoring potential on that one.
Jack's one of those surfers. It's a little bigger, kind of like that Dage O'Connell, where, you know, he would definitely be suited towards that 5 to 6 foot right-handers. So just misreading that left a little bit. You know, you gotta really pick your spot between getting down the line and going for a big whack like he did. So just a little misread there from Jack Perry.
As we see all surfers waiting for a couple of scores to come in. There you go, Jack Freestone dropping an 8.83, guys, one of the highest scores of the day thus far. Backing that up with a 6.83, so I can't wait to see if either Fish or Moods can get a little interview with Jack when he gets on the beach, because I can safely say, well, under 5 minutes, he's probably going to take his heat out. Ricardo Santos there coming unstuck on a few ways. However, he's holding down second spot. Ian Gentile in the third, and Jack Perry rounding out the fourth. So still plenty of time left. Just under 5 minutes, guys. You guys have been in this situation before many times. You need one score. Tell me about a strategy. What would you guys do right now?
You know, we're just watching the score just drop in from Ian Gentile from that nice little Air 316. He does get a 4.67, so that bumps him up to second. But, You know, I think the main thing is what they're getting down to the 4 minutes left. You gotta really rein in your energy. You can get too nervy and push it, and next thing you know, you'll dig a rail doing a bottom turn. So you gotta hold your composure, but at the same time, you have to hustle. You know, you need to get that score. And these guys in third and fourth only need pretty minor scores, as we see Ricardo up here on the little left. See if he can spin it. Yeah, just getting unstuck. So that's what you can do. Now, he just dropped down to third. Sometimes you can push too hard. Shayna, you got any advice for the kids out there in a crunch like this at the end of the heat?
Yeah, you know, I think Ricardo has a pretty good strategy in this heat. He's staying busy. He's not just catching really bad waves, but he's catching a lot of little waves and giving himself a lot of opportunity. You know, like on that last wave, he already has a couple pretty decent scores. So he's just trying to, you know, go to the air, get a big score, and, you know, get on the board, because it really is, it is at this point, it's a wave catching contest. I mean, you can't get the score unless you catch the wave, and Jack Freestone may be one of the best young servers in the world, but he's not going to get, you know, an 8.83 unless he gets a wave with some scoring potential. So, you know, when that wave comes in, you got to make sure you're on it. As we see some of the Hawaii sites right there on your screen. Nutty?
That's
Reef bikinis.
That's the
it is the Reef Hawaiian Pro.
Shore break.
Some great representation from the locals there.
And Gentile here on a nice little wave as he gets busy there, as he drives around this section. Can he get up there one more time? Yes, he can. Look, if I was Jack Perry, I would have moved over to Jack Freestone in 2 seconds to know that he dropped a, you know, a high 6 and nearly a 9. You know, similar size, similar caliber. I would have just, I think I would have moved over where Jack Freestone is all by himself. Kind of got the heat all wrapped up.
Well, Ian Gentile did catch up a bit, and actually in the last few minutes, a 4.67 and a 6. So he's kind of taking the reins on second place there, just behind Jack Freestone. So now Jack Perry, he does have a score dropping. It looks like it's going to be in the mid-5, but he needs a 6.9, and Ricardo needs a 6. So just when I was thinking there was nothing in it, Ian Gentile kind of pulled into a pretty commanding second place here.
So as we just had up on the screen there, the next heat is paddling out. That's heat 14, round of 128 of the Reef Hawaiian Pro. In the reds, Sean Canstel, Roy Powers, Ian Walsh, and Albie Lea. So 3 tough Hawaiians coming up in the next heat against the lonely Australian Canstel. Still Canstel, a very, very experienced competitor. Plenty of action here at the Reef Hawaiian Pro. On day one, we broke records for the longest lay days, I think, in Triple Crown history. Definitely accolades that we don't want to take with us. Still, contest is underway. We're going to finish off in the next 3 days, and you guys are going to be out tomorrow in your first heat of the Clash of the Legends, Momentum Generation. We had Taylor Steele specially fly in last night. He's at the house with the guys, and he's pretty amped to see you guys go at it. And obviously, being close friends of yours over many years and seeing you guys battling out your sections in your movies, traveling on tour together, stealing God knows what from each other. So should be a good heat. First heat tomorrow, right, guys?
Yeah, it should be great. I think Ross and I both are crossing our fingers for a little swell increase, but we're looking forward to it. It'll be the first time we've been in the water against each other in a long time, and you know, great to be out there with Rob Machado and Kalani Rob as well. Both those guys, if it's like this, we'll be looking at those long little lefts with air sections, and you know, both those guys are very light, very fast surfers, so I'm sure they'll be, I mean, if it's anything like this, they'll be surfing really well, but I'm sure me and Ross will be able to try and step up our game a little bit as we see Yellow Jack Perry with just a wave that was impossible to surf, so it's just flicking out of that, but the time is winding down.
Yeah, we're down to 22nd, guys. We're going to round this heat out at heat 13 and round of 128. And it's the young Australian there on the screen, Jack Freestone there, easily, convincingly taking this heat out over the young Hawaiian Ian Gentile. So we're going to see more of Jack Freestone coming up. And what a sensation he is out of Australia. So you can see a couple of highlights here.
I love the artwork this year, too. Just beautiful scaffolding and all the graphics for the Reef Hawaiian Pro. As we see some highlights here, Nutty, of Jack Freestone just totally nailed this heat.
Yeah, Jack Freestone there, as we mentioned, is a young sensation out of the Gold Coast. You're going to see more of Jack Freestone coming up. Stay tuned.
Josh. Come ride with us.
Round 128.
Welcome back to the Reef Hawaiian Pro. As I said, my name's Heath Walker, joined with Ross Williams and Shane Dorian up on the screen right now. Heat 14 out in the water of the round of 128 at the Reef Hawaiian Pro. Sean Cancel in the red out of Australia. Roy Powers, Ian Walsh and Albie Later. All three of these guys Hawaiians. Should be a tough heat there, guys. I just want to go back to that commercial on there before about the Hawaiian Islands. Where is Akaka? Is that what it's called? State Falls. That looks like Avatar.
That is just outside of Hilo on the Big Island, which is the island that I'm from. And yeah, that's Akaka Falls. And it's probably one of the most beautiful places on earth. Incredible waterfalls there, tons of wildlife, a lot of native forest, and very stunning.
Wildlife, huh, Shane? Shoot anything over there?
Not as much wildlife as there was before I started hunting. No, it's a beautiful place. If you make your way to the Big Island, don't forget to stop by Akaka Falls because it's a stunner.
Yeah, that was a great shot there. Definitely looked like something out of that movie Avatar. And some beautiful, the Big Island, Shane, maybe elaborate a little bit. It's one of the islands that has 4 seasons, right? In one day?
Yeah, just like everywhere in Hawaii, it's just you know, I think the thing that separates the Big Island from all the other ones is just the sheer size of it. You can actually get in your car and drive for a really, really long time before getting to the other side of the island. And you know what that does for you is basically it just gives you a lot of different terrain features, whether it's like dripping wet rainforests or barren lava fields to 2 nearly 14,000 foot mountains. Just an incredible place to live and incredible place to visit. We may not have the most consistent high quality waves, but it's definitely lots of fun at times and good place to call home.
What about the snow up there on the mountains? Have you been? I'm sure you would have thrashed around up there.
Yeah, the snow is a little bit of a novelty, but when the snow is on, it's fun to load up all the boys in the back of the truck and some shovels and go and build a jump and go have a blast, have a couple beers, and playing in the snow in Hawaii is a treat. Even though it doesn't happen very often, it's a lot of fun.
So it's not an annual thing.
It is. It's but it's just it's so sunny up there because it's nearly 14,000 feet. So it's very rare you get any clouds higher than that. So once it snows, you got to hit it pretty quick or else it melts. Every now and then in a good winter, we'll get like a flurry of storms where you get snowfall after snowfall, and then you get a good base and you actually get powder days up there. Wow. And there's a couple little nice secret like ravines and gullies that are like little snake runs that you can shred on snowboard. Lots of fun.
Wow. Been up there, Russ?
No, I haven't. I've never been up to the snow, but that's great insight from Shane. It's neat that you could actually be in Hawaii, go snowboarding, maybe go surf in the same day. You guys got the only active volcano, in this part of the world too. So Big Island is just crazy how much stuff's going on up there.
There is. Yeah, there really is.
As we see, we're waiting for a wave to get this heat kicked underway, I should say. Looks like surfers paddling right here. We've got Roy Powers, former Reef Hawaiian Pro champion here. He won in that monstrous year. Roy Boy, as we see him in the J&N Automotive ads, come ride with us. Well, we're riding with Roy Powers right now, and he's getting really busy on the inside here.
Good wave for Roy, the Kauai boy. No stranger to Haleiwa, as we see your surfer in red, which is Sean Cansdale on this left. Nice tail waft up there for Cansdale. He's probably one of the very best scuba foots in small running lefts like that. I mean, I would not want to have him in a heat. Up and riding, that would be Ian Walsh, another Maui surfer.
Walsh,
looking for
Albie Layer.
Oh, there we go. It was Albie Layer. Sorry about that. Another Maui boy.
Wow, I was going to say, Walsh, he just added
No kidding.
maneuver to his repertoire. I was like, that was crazy.
Hey, Walsh can do those, man. For real. He's from Maui. Don't forget about that.
I don't doubt it. But that was a cool little nose pick maneuver there.
That was really
Albie
cool. That kid's got some mad game in the air. That kid, Albie Layer, is no joke, man.
He's a talent, and you can check him out on intersection.com. And Albie Layer, definitely a young force to be reckoned with. As we got a little bit of a break in the action, I think we might have enough time to get down and see Fishman. Fish, who we got?
Mate, I got one of the best young talents in the business, Jack Freestone. Jack, mate, did you think you're our snapper out there or what?
No, it's pretty small out there, hey. It was a bit of a struggle. It was so fast out there. It was like, as soon as I blinked my eyes, the whole heat was over.
You blinked your eyes, mate. Were you blinking your eyes when you're doing those air reverses over there on that right?
No air reverse. Is this little cheeses?
Oh, cheeses, as they're calling these days. So that was your tactic, just to go over there to the right by yourself and just get a few scores under your belt?
Yeah, I was sitting watching it and it looked fun, and I was so glad that no one came over and hassled me.
So talk to me about the new movie you just started in Blow Up, mate. What was that all about? Did you enjoy yourself in that?
Yeah, it was sick. It was filmed and edited by Victor Papker, and it was a Billabong movie, of course, and yeah, it was a really cool project to get involved with.
So just for all you people out there, Jack's the world champion, world junior champion for surfing, and mate, tell us that. How's it been since you won that?
It's been pretty much non-stop since that. Hey, it's since that competition, the Oakley one, it's been so full on, traveling everywhere, doing comps, haven't been home, so living out of a suitcase at the moment.
What about, are you living out of any girls, you know, bedrooms, anything like that? Like, you been going good with the ladies as well, mate, or what?
Oh, none whatsoever.
Come on. Well, Jack Freestone, mate, we'll see you again. And we'll see you in the future for sure, mate. Good surfing.
Fish, I want to ask you a quick question.
Oh, hold on. Nutty wants to ask you a question.
Fish,
what do you got?
You have been telling me about Jack Freestone ever since I've known you. What does it feel like, mate, to see him out there and see him achieving his accomplishments, and today just owning? He's currently the highest heat scorer of the contest thus far. You must feel pretty proud, huh?
Yeah. I've been supporting Jack since he was 12 years old, telling everyone how good he is, and just to see him out here doing what he's doing, it's amazing. And I pretty much told you, Nutty, to get him on the team years ago, but you didn't listen to me, did you? No, you didn't. Now look what happened. He's doing air reverses all over the joint. So yeah, no, Jack, he's one of the best talents I've seen come out from our hometown in Australia. So I'm just frothing. He's doing good. I love it. You.
All right, thanks for that, guys. And Jack Freestone there, easily moving on through Ross and Shane, and what a talent, and a very, very happy young Paul Fisher there.
Yeah, he is psyched. It's good to see him proud of his hometown boy there, and Fish Stick is not one for being shy of the camera.
As we see there, we're counting down to about 12 minutes remaining here, and still anyone's game. Roy Powers there drops to 6.17, a great score there. Sean Canstel got 2 scores about to get locked in. And we're just seeing some great surfing there. So as we mentioned, Roy Powers here, a little replay. Big snap there, electing to ride the Xanadu's, that logo, very famous.
Getting a lot of, getting above the lip there and projecting down the line. Roy Powers from Kauai. Oh, little lobster there.
Yeah, he went down on that one, but he did some really good surfing before he fell. That second turn, he got the fins out the back, and that's not hard. That's not easy to do on these little lefts. They're really they're a little soft. They have a little bit of a pocket, but they're pretty soft. As we see, Sean Cansdale looking for a big, huge air with a super sick reverse grab in there.
I meant to tell you guys before this heat kind of got underway that this guy's been doing that kind of air for what, the last 5, 6, 7 years now. So he's known for that, and he can probably do those in his sleep.
Sean Canstel actually was the young Jack Freestone 7 years ago. He was the kid with all the talent, and had a couple of troubling years on tour. Probably not years he'd like to remember. But Sean Canstel was and is one of the best up and coming guys coming out of Australia.
I don't know what you guys think, Shane, but that's kind of took the lead maybe for the Hawaiian Airlines mileage, the air.
I would say you're probably not wrong, Ross. That was an incredible air from Sean Canstel. We had a great one from Jack Freestone in the last heat, but like you said, Sean Canstel is, he was one of the kids that had the most promise when he was, 18, 19 years old, and I would have to say that his surfing has actually evolved over the years, and he's always been great, but to see him step his game up like that and be able to surf like some of these 16, 17, 18-year-old kids doing these big old huge air reverses, technical grab, tail high, totally inverted, all that kind of stuff. That's not easy to do.
Yeah, that's right. And Sean Canstel, we're going to see a lot more of him coming out, waiting for the score. But as we wait for the score, Roscoe, we got Fish down there again. Fish, who we got, brother?
Mate, we've got a very relaxed Jay Bottle Thompson here, Reef's team manager and slash professional surfer. Jay, mate, how you feeling right now?
Pretty good, mate. Look, pretty relaxed right now, Paul.
What's wrong with you? A bit of a groin injury, mate. You've been going too hard out there at Rockies.
You always got groin injuries, mate. Nah, just a little chronic knee injury, mate.
The mic keeps hitting your chin.
It's not hard, is it? Your chin like mine.
Just talk us through, how's he going? Is he a bit stiff here?
Yeah, he's a bit tight in here. Just trying to loosen it up so he can go and do some more stretches and exercises later.
So what's actually wrong with him? Is this stiffness?
It's tightness around here and it's affecting the muscles around his thigh and around his knee. So his knee, it's giving him knee pain basically. He's out of line.
He's always had knee pain. There's always something wrong with here, isn't there, Chin, eh? Always something wrong. Anyway, they're doing a great job down here. Come down, get a massage if you're in the contest. Nutty, stay away from here, mate. You're not allowed in here. Out of bounds for Nut. Back to you guys up there.
Thanks for that, Fish. And down there, and there's all those great amenities we got there for the competitors. Obviously, you know, get a massage. You can get a massage there if you're a little bit tight, and definitely get yourself sorted. So great stuff from there. I'm going to pull Rob Machado over here. We've got 3/4 of the Clash competitors right here. We got Ross Williams, we've got Shane Dorian, and in the back there, Robbie Machado.
Who is that? Who is that guy with the long hair, Matty? Who is that?
He's testing out the prizes. The prizes for these events, obviously, are handcrafted ukuleles from Joe Green from Surf and Sea.
That Peter Tosh or Bob Marley? That right there is Rob's way of trying to get in me and Ross's head before the clash. Right there, he's trying to throw something at us right there.
Yeah, man, I'm just cruising, man.
No,
you take
relax,
it
mellow. No worries. I just greased up your boards with Vaseline.
Yeah, that was an awesome little interview there from Fish Stick, and he played the game of how many puns can he fit in one interview.
Those are sick little ukuleles as prizes, huh?
Yeah, they're cool. They're handcrafted. I believe the wood was from Bali. And Joe Green went over there and handcrafted in the event. Obviously, the artwork that you see on the contest site, you're going to see on the ukuleles. And all winners of the event, all finalists of the event will receive one. And of course, the winner of the Clash will receive a ukulele as well.
Oh, interesting.
So, plenty of good prizes. Obviously, $10,000 for first place for the Clash of the Legends. You will get a ukulele worth a lot of money. I'm not going to say how much. You're going to get a Wyland painting as well. So plenty of good stuff there for both, obviously the Prime event, and of course the Clash. You're going to see that being crowned on Wednesday. So everybody out there joining us on the Time Water Cable throughout the Hawaiian Islands and of course Southern California and the Arizona State there, you can watch live here at the Reef Hawaiian Pro. The first event of the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing presented by Rockstar Energy Drink. We are coming at you live right now. We are just under 7 minutes remaining. And of heat, what are we at? Heat 14. We're 7 minutes remaining, heat 14. Sean Canstel, the young Australian, out in front. Roy Powers here, former champion at the Reef Hawaiian Pro. He won in ginormous conditions that year, 12-foot plus Haleiwa. Obviously today, very, very different conditions, but as we mentioned, to be successful pro surfers nowadays, you've got to be good in all conditions. And Roy dropping a 6 and a 6.17, showing in the small stuff as well. He's very contestable. Walshy there, yet to really solidify his spot. He's got a 4-point ride, and then Albie Layer there with a 5.5. So still anyone's game, guys.
Yeah, it looks like you can see that picture there. It's inconsistent right now, not a whole lot of waves coming in. They do have some big scores, though, so they got off to a good start. But the thing about these conditions is you have to sit and wait for the next flurry. So the guys that are sitting in first and second are quite happy for the waves to go flat. And the guys sitting in third and fourth are like chewing their fingernails right now, Shano.
Yeah, but out to sea, I do see a few lines coming in. Might be we got all 4 guys here in the main bowl, and I think they're going to get a glimpse of it right now as we see the surfer in white, Roy Powers, looking to be deepest and farthest out. I don't know if he's going to be able to catch it, but definitely looks like we got a couple lines here. You know what's surprising to me is after Jack Freestone's performance in the last heat that no one's over at peaks, but looks like Roy Powers has a good one here, Ross.
This is a good wave, and this is going to give him one more section. 3 big moves. I love how inverted he got on that last little snap there. So he's going to back up his 6.17 with a huge score.
As we see Ian Walsh on your screen, Maui boy with a big old top turn right there, getting some speed and following it up and getting a little closeout section there. He was caught slightly behind on those last 2 turns, but it was still a good wave nonetheless. But Roy Powers looked like he got the best of that exchange, surfing very fast, very crisp, and really making it count on that last turn.
Yeah, he's going to make it really difficult for Ian and Albie Lair to catch up after that score, because also Sean Cansdale has 2 pretty big scores, as we see the replay here, Nutty.
Yeah, we just dig in here and look at Roy Powers, looking really comfortable. You can see he's just gaining that momentum and that confidence right there. That second turn there is really lit it up. Third turn there, and that's a confidence booster. And Roy Powers there, he's going to be happy with that. I think he might move into first on that one. We'll still wait for the scores to come in. But your boy there, Dorian, Ian Walsh, your tow partner, is he?
He is. I don't think of him as my tow partner, although when we do tow surf, we are partners, but we just do it so, I guess I just very rarely ever tow surf that I don't even think of myself as having a partner, but whenever I do it, it is with Ian Walsh. He is the very best tow partner a guy could have. He has yanked me out of some really scary situations and also whipped me into a few scary situations. and vice versa. I've towed him into waves in Tahiti at Chopo and really huge waves that I was very afraid for his life. So he's a very fearless surfer in huge waves. He has what it takes to you know. I mean, this guy paddles huge jaws. He goes in huge Chopo. He goes to South Africa for these huge waves, but he also can mix it up with the boys here at Head High Oliva.
Yeah, he's definitely a kind of stands with you, I should say, in those head high, massive conditions. And still, though, Walshy loves these smaller waves. And,
he does.
He's always been a fierce competitor. I mean, I think everybody starts out in the smaller stuff, and he just took it to that next level, obviously. Yeah. Joining forces with yourself in the big stuff.
As you see him in yellow, he's a really good paddler too, and that really comes in handy on a day like today as we see your surfer in blue, Albie Lair from Maui, going down on the line on this left. Hopefully he can find a section. A nice reverse under the hood right there.
Kind of stomp.
That was pretty cool, man. He's got a really unique style. It's really unusual, you see some of these kids coming out of Maui, and they all have so much talent. And Albie Lair has all the tricks and stuff, but he has a really different approach. Everything from the way he holds his arms and his stance and everything is just really cool.
Yeah, that's true, Doz. And look, we're under the 2-minute mark right now, and I want to dig in a little bit more about you and Walshy, because I remember in that Rick Kane movie, that famous movie North Shore, when he says, "Don't go, Rick, it's too big." Does that ever happen with you and Walsh, or it's just go?
When you get me and Walshy together, we're pretty frothed out. We both love to surf big waves, and we kind of get in the zone together. Whether it's like tow surfing out at huge chopes, or like last winter we had an epic session out at Jaws, and we paddle surfed it for the first season ever, which was really exciting. But yeah, the kid charges. There's no doubt about it.
Oh, beautiful surfing there from Albie Lair in the blue, and pulling that off. Did he or?
Yeah, he's got, like you said earlier, Shane, lots of good game in the air, and he's showing it. Although he is stuck in third place, needing an 8.27 after the incredible score Roy Powers dropped, that 8.27, the highest score of the heat. And then, of course, Sean Cansdale's got 2 giant scores, too, for his wave count. He's solid second place. So even though Albie Lair's got tons of game in the air, he's still going to require getting like one of those waves that line up, Nutty.
Yeah. So we're just down to 1 minute remaining, and just for all the people that are viewing in from home that aren't 100% sure how it all works, 4 surfers are sent out in the lineup. They have 20 minutes to catch the 2 best rides, or they can catch as many rides as they want, but they're scored on their 2 best rides. So you'll see on the screen up in front of you right now, in the lead, Roy Powers, and he has that 8.27 to 617. And as you can see, as it goes down, each and every other surfer has their 2 scores. Up and riding though, Roy Powers there, nice big layback waft there, unfortunately coming unstuck. And here's a decent Haleiwa set that we haven't seen in a long time.
Yeah, but he did get paddled a little deep, so I don't know if he's going to make it around this section. And Ian Walsh did need an 8.6, so unfortunately, Shano, your tow partner, is going to be getting his big boards ready for a serious swell.
That's right, yeah, he had a really hard time finding any sort of decent waves in that heat. Sean Cansdale and Roy Powers had the good waves and the good moves to make it through. And Walshy was surf starved. There goes Sean Cansdell. And he, I mean, he had the maneuver of the heat for sure with that huge air reverse that hopefully we'll see in the recap. But yeah, awesome stuff there.
As we go over the recap here, that is it for Heat 14 of the round of 128. And it is the former Reef Hawaiian Pro champion. That's Roy Powers, winning it back in 2006 or 7? 2007. And Roy Powers there, coming there, showing that Zanu. That turn there was the turn. So Roy Powers and Sean Cansdell, you will see him coming up. Stay tuned. We'll see you soon.
To those of us who share these islands, flying is a way of life. Every day, Hawaii flies with us.
I'm Leah from Barbados, and you're watching the early rounds of the Reef Hawaiian Pro.
Welcome back to the Reef Hawaiian Pro. That was it. You saw Heat 14 before there, the round of 128. And it was the former Reef Hawaiian Pro champion, Roy Powers, there taking out Sean Cansdell, but both those guys moving through. Up right now, we have Heat 15 in the water. Eric Geiselman in the yellow. Perth Stanley. I think Perth was a replacement there, so good luck for Perth, and hopefully he does well. Matt Pagan, another replacement, he gets in there, and of course Miles Padaka, legendary Hawaiian surfer. I'm here joined by Robbie Machado. Robbie, welcome to the booth this morning.
G'day, Nat. How's it going, buddy?
Good, mate. We've seen some flat conditions. We've had nearly flat conditions this morning, Rob, but as the days evolve, we've come in to see some fun conditions, and you know, hopefully as the event unfolds over the next 3 days, we're going to see a little bit more contesting conditions. But as I said, my name's Heath Walker, and thanks for joining us here for watching the Reef Hawaiian Pro. I'm joined here with Robbie Machado.
You like my new shades?
They're pretty dang.
Just got them.
Yeah, see. Robbie, pretty small out there, but still some contestable conditions. We got peaks, and we got over to the left here.
Well, I'm going to go out on a limb, Nat, and say that this is the best waves we've seen as we see white throwing a layback.
We do.
Natty, you were a fan of the layback last night. Blue, up and riding. Bang, nice little section. Miles Padaka coming unstuck.
So I think we got the guys come unstuck there, Robbie. I can hear Fish in the background there. Fish, I think, do we, JD, I'll just check in with the viewers. I think we might have Fish there.
Yeah, we do.
All right, let's see it, Fish. What do we got, son?
Nutty, I've just got some local guy that kicks around the North Shore every now and again. Doesn't really have a hack on him at all, and, you know, hasn't really won this thing ever. Sonny Garcia, how are we, mate?
It would have been a little better today if I made my heat, but unfortunately, you know, the wave a little small, and my hacks weren't good enough today.
Mate, these are the ideal conditions for Sonny Garcia every now and again. He hacks the victory out of here all the time. So just tell me, mate, North Shore, 6 weeks, we're here again. Have you been training it up?
You know, actually, I haven't been. I've been just enjoying the local food. You know, I moved back to mainland this year, and I've been living in Cali, and been finding it hard to get motivated to get in the gym and train. It's been cold, and water, you know, waves have been small. So I don't know. I've been just kind of enjoying taking a break, and I was hoping to get home and get some good waves, and unfortunately been flat for the last 3 weeks.
Don't worry, mate. I'm pretty sure we'll be seeing you hack pretty soon out Sunset or Pipeline and Backdoor, getting them pits.
I heard we're going to get swell on Sunday, so it should be really interesting. I'm hoping at least get one big day where I can show everybody what I'm capable of doing.
If you need Coach Fish to get you through, some training sessions, anything like that, any caddying, anything you need, just let me know. I'm there for you, mate.
Yeah, I'm going to get you to caddy on Sunday. That way I can, if I'm winning the heat, I'll just push my board in so I can get the board back and get you to swim.
Sonny Garcia, living legend. Thanks, mate. You.
Thanks for that, Fish. And Sonny Garcia down there, Robbie, he's, I say it every time, 6 times Triple Crown champion, 5 times Haleiwa champion. You can throw a 6 in there winning the Clash. The most surfer, more than Andy Irons, more than Kelly Slater win here in Hawaii. He's got a pretty good record, huh?
Yeah. He's no slouch out here. He's got a frontside hack that can just pretty much rival anything on the planet. And he puts it to use. He loves the push and the waves over here in Hawaii. Grew up on the west side, and he can lay it down when he has to. I mean, and all over the world, not just in Hawaii. He's won events all over the planet, so it's always a pleasure to have him here.
See Matt Pagan there, a young kid out of California there. I think he's from somewhere around the OC. I'm thinking maybe Newport area, San Clemente.
Yeah,
I'm not quite sure. I've seen him around up there a bit though, and he got in as a alternate. So 2 alternates got in this heat. Matt Pagan in the red, and Perth Stanlick as well, a young Australian guy, a really good young surfer. So.
Well, look at the set, Nutty. I mean, I just got here. I was up surfing at BC White. This is Stanlick. Is that his name?
Yeah, Perth.
Nice. He got a good wave earlier while we were talking to Sonny, and out the back, this is Miles Padaka. He's going out to sea, heading towards Point, and that's just a hard wave to surf. And you can tell the wind just really kicks in over there.
Yeah, I don't know. I struggle with that. Those lefts over there, because they're very, very hard to surf. They mentioned they go out to sea there. You got that wind coming up the face. They're not as easiest to navigate. It's very easy for us to sit here in the bleachers and kind of sit there and commentate, but I could imagine they're even harder for the guys out in the water. Still, in these smaller conditions, you don't have the dominant peak, which is normally renowned at Haleiwa. We're kind of seeing Jack Freestone, who was on that heat previous there, getting 2 excellent rides at peaks at the bathhouse there, and then obviously Roy Powers in that last heat, Robbie, on the toilet bowl there, absolutely killed it.
Well, I think when Haleiwa is this small, you don't want a wave that is going to just kind of have a shoulder. You want, I think, the highest scores, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like the highest scores have been the ones that guys that getting big finishing errors, and kind of like you want a wave that you see a closeout at the end, where you have a section that you're going to be able to hit, maybe squeeze in a turn or 2 before you get to that closeout. And
it's there was a couple of really good airs that were going out. Jack Freestone. Obviously, he did do one big air there, but, he's just rail to rail. It was really crisp and really clean. And Roy Powers as well, and I think that's, obviously in these tough, smaller, windy, kind of bubbly little conditions, and it just, that cleanliness is what the judges want to see, that crisp rail to rail in that execution.
Equipment is really important on days like this. You come to Hawaii, and you don't really expect to surf waves like this in a contest. You think you're going to get Haleiwa, but we'll talk about that more in a minute. I think Fisher is once again fired up down on the beach. See with our previous heat winner. Fish, you there?
I'm here. I'm here with the colourful Roy Powers. Roy, nice little heat out there, a couple of layback slaps, bang, cutties, it's all happening.
Yeah, it's not ideal Haleiwa, and at least there was something right. The last few days we've been waiting and there's been nothing. And when they do come in, you actually can do some turns. It's Hawaii, though. There's still power in 1-foot waves.
So you talk to me, you won out here in 07, and it definitely wasn't the conditions we're looking at right now, eh?
Yeah, today is a little more try to catch wherever you can. That day was trying to survive. It was everybody didn't really want to be out there, but no one's gonna really back down. So it was kind of pretty out of control, but I had fun. I actually somehow didn't get pounded once in that day.
So tell me, what have you been doing on the flat days? What's been keeping you busy?
A lot of little pelvic thrust, sitting on the couch. Got incredible TV here in Hawaii. My wife's been keeping me nice and loose.
Loose as a goose. Roy Powers, he's loose, ready to rumble. He wants another win. Are you kidding? Haleiwa, look out, Roy Powers. Ew!
All right, down there. Thanks for that, Fish and Roy. Roy Powers, the 2007 Reef Hawaiian Pro champion. and what a remarkable year that was, Rob. It was 12 foot plus, and I remember Joel Parkinson, Big Durbridge, and I can't remember who the third competitor was, but they couldn't even get back out 5 minutes to go. It was treacherous, and Roy was the only one that was still out there. Sean Moody, that's who it was. Local wildcard, and in the event you'll see Sean Moody, but those guys were all gave up with 5 minutes to go.
Wow. Well, we've had a couple good-looking waves come through as we see Red having a look. Matt Pagan, a little behind the section, gets hung up. He's not going to like that one.
Yeah, we've seen these tricky little lefts come through the, you know, obviously in the numerous heats this morning, Rob. And as I was saying, it's one of those lefts that it's not moving that fast, but it is so easy to be caught behind these sections.
Well, you got the wind coming up in your face as we see Geiselman put on a little tail, blasting the tail out the back, but your predominant trade winds are coming out of the northeast, you know, east, northeast, and Haleiwa here, you know, predominantly is the right, and that wind is really good for the rights, but going into the lefts, kind of like Rocky Point, you end up going into that wind, into that bump, and you catch those bumps really easily, and the wind, you act like a sail. It's like your body.
You're right.
So mentally, you're looking down the line, you're going, I can make this, but you're not used to having like a 20-mile-an-hour stiff breeze blowing in your face.
No, that's right. And anybody's game out here today, you know, it's kind of small conditions. There's nothing tricky. There's nothing treacherous about it. You know, these guys are experienced competitors. They travel all year around the world through events, you know, from all over Australasia, the South Pacific, you know, Latin America, and all through Europe as well. So I wouldn't really say it's beneficial to anyone out here today just because of the size. It might favour that some of the goofy footers or even some of the natural footers that have a stronger backhand on those little lefts, but it's kind of open up for anyone, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think on a day like today, equipment is really important. You know, we've had a good solid week of no swell, and hopefully guys have been able to pull out some grovelers and maybe some boards with lower rocker, maybe a little bit more volume, because today that would really pay off. You know, I think everybody knew that it wasn't going to be pumping. So, you know, I think the guys that are shining are the ones that have their equipment dialed in.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Haleiwa because it's such a great stage, a center stage for surfing. I mean, it's a beautiful Haleiwa Alihi Beach Park here. You've got you know, beautiful parklands. It's a great setup for an event, you know, and on a west swell in here at Haleiwa, it's probably one of the most challenging waves here on the North Shore. So, you know, we've had the Reef Hawaiian Pro, Reef is the brand. We've been a part of this event for the last 5 years now, and we've been, you know, blessed with some really good competitive surf over the last 5 years, and this has definitely been a challenge for us and all our team here at Reef. You know, as I said, we're breaking records for the longest lay days in history at a Triple Crown, and that's something that, you know, you don't want to be remembered by.
Be proud. Claim it. Come on.
But, you know, as I said, we will be seeing contestable conditions over the next 3 days. It just won't be anything ginormous.
Hey, as long as you finish with a bang, you don't remember what happened at the beginning, right? It's just like, yeah, cool, we'll get through it. We'll battle through these small conditions, and hopefully, you know, come Wednesday, we'll have some good waves, and we'll finish up and crown a champion. As you see a paddle battle, red and white. Yep, it looks like white's going to get the best, and there he's a little stuck behind that one.
Right there, that section right there is where everyone gets stuck.
Yeah, it's a tough one, because even the left off that middle peak there, it kind of, you're looking at a closeout coming at you at the end. So do you rush to get down to the end and hit that last turn, or do you just do a snap or two and, you know, try to stay in sync?
Yeah, and still anybody's game, as you mentioned, Rob. You know, we're just under 7 minutes remaining, and very tough heat here. We're about to round out the round of 128. We're into heat 15 right now, and guys vying for some valuable points here, some valuable prize money. The last two events of the year, the first two events of the Triple Crown, and as I said, there's points, there's glory, there's careers, and there's so many things up for grabs here right now. And if any of these foreign surfers can stand out here in Hawaii, it definitely opens the door of opportunity for the next year, of whether it's traveling on the tour, you know, whether it's sponsorship or whatever it is. I mean, Hawaii is the epicenter of the surfing world, and it's definitely a stage set for any young surfer coming in to make a name for themselves. Hawaii is the spot. So we are counting this heat down. We're just under 6 minutes remaining. Still anybody's game. Out in front in the white is Perth Stanley. Sorry, I didn't see his name. He's currently leading this heat, and Matthew Pagan in the second as well. Eric Geisman in the third, only needs a 2.97. And Miles Padaka, legendary Hawaiian surfer and a Triple Crown champion here, he's in the fourth place. And he's over there on peaks at the moment. And still waiting for that little ride to come through where he can kind of throw out his repertoire that we've all seen Miles do for so many years and do so well. So we're just around 5:20 remaining, a little bit of a lull in the swell here, Robbie. We're just having a little chat with Randy Rerick there.
Yeah, we're talking about the clash, and if we're going to surf today, tomorrow, the next day, and I think we're looking at tomorrow, possibly to send us out for our first heat.
Cool.
Tomorrow after lunch sometime.
Right.
Run a few heats in the morning and try to pick the optimum tide to send us out, and we'll have a little push in the swell tomorrow, hopefully.
Nice.
But you know, I'm the Howley in the bunch, so I told him to let Ross and Shane and Kalani kind of call the shots.
You're the Howley, but I tell you what, they're the most scared of you. I just had both Shane and Ross here, and just a little bit of tension there with those blokes. I sensed the sarcasm there.
Right.
And as we see up on screen there, heat 16, the last heat of the round of 128, Nathaniel Curran, Kiao Ibeli from Brazil, Casey Brown from the Big Island, Makuakai Rothman from the North Shore as well. So a stacked heat.
Dang, that's a good heat.
That is a good heat.
Yeah. I mean, this heat's a cooker right here. We've got, what is it, Perth?
Yep.
Perth Stanley. Holding it down, a 5-3-3 to 4-3, and Matt Pagan. Kind of Evan Geiselman sitting on a 5-6-7 in third. Only needs a 2.97, basically a 3. So, I mean, there could be some hassle in coming down here in the last few minutes.
Yeah, and then Miles Padaka all by himself.
Yeah.
He's not really at the bathhouse or at peaks, is he? He's kind of in the middle. And I'm sure Miles knows exactly what he's doing.
He surfed out here a few times, I'm sure, and a set is kind of coming right in his direction, so let's see if it comes together for him.
There's actually 2 waves here.
Yeah, the second one looks bigger. Maybe you heard me say that because he paddled over the first one. But like you said, he seems like he's almost in the middle. But this thing is trying to peak up. Let's see if he can get into it. He's going to have to paddle hard. He's going to have a go. He's going to have a dig. Nope. But it kind of shifted over as we see red. Matt Pagan holding on to second place. And nice little wave. He's looking to improve on a 4.17. We'll see if he does that. As out the back. This is a crucial wave right here for Evan Geiselman. He was looking for a 3 to get out of this heat. Nice little snap. He's going to come around. He's got a nice little bend on the inside. Wrap it back around.
Yeah, we had all surfers getting exchanged there, and looks like Geiselman was holding the thighs there a little bit.
Yeah, you know, I surfed with him about 6 or 7 days ago, and he came in with a big gash in his foot. Had to get 5 stitches, I think.
Ouch.
So he's been nursing that. I don't think he's put much time in the water, so he's been out of the water, just kind of taking care of. He's coming off an ankle injury as well.
Right.
Spent a lot of the year, second part of the year, nursing a bad ankle. So he's out there, and he's looking to better that score and get into that second spot.
He's another little set coming through, and this is very promising to see at Haleiwa.
Down to 2 minutes. Get a little flurry. Miles has moved back over to the main peak. He's going to get a view of this one right here, the back.
Where did that break that wave? That was just kind of no man's land. As you see in red up and riding. Matt Pagan again, just in great position this whole heat.
Ooh, just missed that cutback right there and had to kick out. So, but luckily there's only one wave in that set, and it doesn't look like there's much out the back.
Yeah, surfer's going to get back out there. We're into the dying under 2 minutes. We're about 1:30, so we'll wait till a couple of scores drop in. I know that Perth Stanley got a really good wave there. He probably got the better of the exchange, and that left held up for him. He got a nice crispy snap in there.
Yep.
And Miles Padaka, he came unstuck, unfortunately, down the end. And Geiselman, I don't know.
Well, there's Perth. He just dropped to 6.5, so he just bettered that 4.33 that he had in his score line, and he's got a 6.5 now and a 5.33. And this is going to be a crucial score, you know, for Geiselman looking for a 3.
Ooh, looks good, Rob.
And it's coming in pretty solid. So with only 45 seconds, we're going to see a change in the standings, it looks like, because Matt Pagan doesn't look like he better to score. So
unfortunately, he fell on that cutback on that wave before. It might have cost him the heat. And I'm actually pretty sure it will cost him the heat there because they're locking in some scores right now. Geisman's got a better one. As we saw, Perth definitely bettered one. And unfortunately for Matt, he probably went from first to third there. There it is.
There it is.
17 seconds. And Perth Stanley, he got in as an alternate.
Yeah.
And Eric Geisman, they'll be moving on through to the next round. Unfortunately for Matt Pagan and Miles Padaka, we'll see them, of course. That's up at sunset there, and they'll get another bite at the cherry.
So are we running 20-minute heats right now?
Yep.
20-minute heats as we see highlights from this last heat.
See the surfer in yellow there. There's a good shot of Eric Geisman, but here's Perth Stanley.
Perth looks solid.
Yeah.
From the gates, out of the gates, he, dang, nice little tail blow, spins it around. And as we see Matt Pagan, this is one of his better rides right there.
Yeah, Matty Pagan there, unfortunately not getting through there, just unfortunately getting unstuck. But as we see Geisman there too. Yeah. And good to see Eric moving on through to the next round. So stay tuned, guys. We're coming to the last heat. We'll be back in a moment.
Round 128.
Welcome back to the Reef Hawaiian Pro. My name is Heath Nutty Walker. I'm joined here with Rob Machado. Up on the screen right now, Nathaniel Curran in the white, Kiel Ibelli from Brazil in the red, I want to say. And there's Makua Kai Rothman there, Makua in the blue coming around this section. 3 nice turns there for the surfer in blue, Rob. You'd be pretty stoked with that.
Yeah, this is a good heat out on the water as we see the big, tall, lanky, goopy footer from the Big Island, Casey Brown, wrapping it back around. He's going to see if he can get this finishing turn in right here. Bang. Blows the fins out, lays back, but can't ride out of it. Yeah, good heat. Nathaniel Curran also in this heat. And I don't know how to say his name in red, but his last name's Ibelli. How do you say that first part?
Kiao? Chow? Chow?
Sounds good. Chow.
Chow Belly.
Chow Belly.
Caio.
Okay, thank you.
Caio. Desculpa, não fala português.
Caio Ibelli. He recently won a big event, junior event, I believe.
I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, we might have to check in on that, but I've seen him. Let's just put it that way. I've seen him doing things above the lip, aerial maneuvers. Really good surfer. He was born, I was born in October.
Was it 1993 though?
Exactly. You just changed one of the 9s to a 7. And exactly 20 years before him. That's cool though.
That is cool. So I'm joined here, as mentioned, by Robbie Machado. We've got some great stuff, Robbie. The North Shore Trivia. You can go to the Reef Facebook site. Every day we've got 4 questions up there, along with winning one of your famous Channel Islands Rob Machado model surfboards.
Can I go on it right now?
You can go on there right now.
Yeah.
We have plenty of Reef Hawaiian Pro merchandise there for giveaway, coastal cruises. We've got some hats. So some really good stuff there. Also go to reef.com to check out the event merchandise as well. If you love the setup here at the Reef Hawaiian Pro, Be sure to know that you can buy it anywhere here in the Hawaiian surf shops and, of course, on reef.com. So that being said, right now, we're going to get down to Paul Fish. Fisher, who we got, bro?
We have Perth Strickland here from Bondi. Stanley, so I always get that wrong. Stanley, Stricklick. I'm here with Perth from Bondi Beach, and you know, like for some other competitors, this ain't pumping, but if you come from Bondi, this is smoking out here, right?
Yeah, it's not bad. It's quite fun.
Well, you didn't look too bad out there, mate. Talk us through your little strategy.
I figured I watched a couple of the earlier heats and I saw the boys freestyle getting one down on the deeper peak on the right, and I figured I'd cruise down there, have a little look around, little wiggle, yeah. Paddle back over, and the boys were getting ones on the left, so I would cruise over and have a little look around there, and away we went.
So tell me, is this the first time you've competed here at Haleiwa?
Yes, it's actually, I've only surfed it twice before in my life, I think.
So talk to me about coming from Sydney, Bondi Beach, and then coming to the Rock, the North Shore. What's the change for it like for you?
Well, you're pretty much doubling the size of your board. There's no girls, and it's just as crowded.
Well, there you go, Perth. It's happening. Thanks, mate. Good to see you in the next heat.
Hey, Fish, just while you're there, mate, obviously Bondi, you've spent a bit of time there in Bondi. Famous Shane Oran was a famous surfer from Bondi Beach. What would you say it's famous for today?
Hold on, come again, Nat?
I just said Bondi Beach, let's elaborate a little bit of that. A very famous pro surfer back in the day, Shane Oran, was from Bondi Beach. Obviously, a lot's changed since then. What would you say Bondi is more famous for now?
Bondi Beach is pretty much famous for Bondi Rescue, isn't it?
Oh, it is too, the TV show, and Rod Box Kerr, right?
Kerr Box, yeah. So, Bondi Beach is just famous for, like, it's pretty much a tourist beach. Most probably every single girl from around the world goes to Bondi Beach and gets their buns out and bakes them. So pretty much if we need a couple of Miss Reef chicks, we should hit Bondi, actually, to find them. And it's just a really famous beach in Australia. Everyone tends to go there, and it's just outside of Sydney in the city, so it's good.
There you go, Paul Fisher there in Perth. Strickland there, Perth, winning that first heat there. He was an alternate, he got in the event. Thanks a lot for that, Fish, in Perth. Robbie, Bondi, have you been there?
I have. Not many times. I went down there. Actually, I skated the skate park right there on the beach. Pretty sick.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I don't skateboard ever either. That's what's weird.
So there you go, up on the screen right now. Perth was the winner of Heat 15. Eric Geiserman from New Smyrna. He nudged out Matt Pagan and Miles Fedaka, former Triple Crown champion. Unfortunately for Miles, just luck didn't go his way today.
Nope, not a lot of waves. He opted to surf, what is it called over there to the right?
I've heard it's called
Peaks.
Peaks. I've heard it called Bathhouse.
Yeah.
So
he spent a lot of the heat over there, and never really kind of panned out for him. And you know, it's just the way it goes. But we've seen a couple good rides there while we were talking with Fisher. Saw Nathaniel Curran open up his campaign with a good-looking little left-hander.
Yeah, he looked sharp, didn't he? We'll have a look at this little replay, Robbie, and you know, Nathan, one of the Channel Islands team riders, right there.
Bang. Really crisp backside turn, backside, throws it up. This is my favorite part right here. Bang, like the hand, like it gets some speed with the hands out in the flats.
Good momentum, and obviously from a very, very famous surfing family. Older brother there, Timmy Curran, kind of set the new stone back in the 90s there, set the new level of innovation surfing, and his younger brother there, Nathaniel Curran, formerly was on the world tour and chasing points to re-qualify. It is a tough grind out there, isn't it, Robbie?
Oh, it's no easy task whatsoever. There's so many amazing surfers these days, and the level of surfing has just gone through the roof. I mean, the above the lip maneuvers that are happening these days, it's pretty mind-boggling, and it's scary that a lot of those QS events are taking place in beach break conditions that just open that whole world up. So you gotta be on your game. You gotta have a pretty polished act. So,
as we see a little set coming through, looks like surfer in yellow, Casey Brown and Makua Kai Rothman. And I think Makua is going to get the best of this exchange. Nice little right here. Let's see what he can do. Nice little carve there on the face. Throwing a bit of water there. The wave's starting to wall up there. There's a nice little snap there from Makua. And he's a funny lad. I interviewed him the other morning on the Good Morning show. And I said to him, what's his most comfortable conditions? And he said, from 2 feet to 20 feet, I have to be comfortable everywhere.
20 feet. Didn't he win the double XL one year? riding like a 60-footer. So, I mean, I think he's...
68 foot, I think.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, once you get over 20 feet, you might as well just call it 100. You know, it's giant.
It is giant. As we see a little set approaching, I just want to thank you, everybody, for joining us for the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing, the live webcast. You can also you can also catch all the action via a podcast, downloading the Vans webcast app. Vans Live 2.0 now available at the iTunes App Store. So get on there and get the app there. You can watch it on your iPhone at home. So as mentioned, we are at the Reef Hawaiian Pro, the first event of the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing. Live action up right now. Casey Brown from the Big Island there, getting loose on his backhand there, throwing a couple of vicious snaps there. He's in the third spot. He's looking at replacing that 1.33. And still plenty of time left there, under 10 minutes remaining.
Well, we got some scores dropping. Everyone, you know, we saw Makua get a good wave. We saw, that was, I don't want to say his name.
Kiao.
Kiawi. Kaio. Thank you. Kaio get a really nice right-hander, and we saw Casey Brown get a really good wave. I'm not sure if Nathaniel caught another wave, but he's getting it back out the back. He's only got one score posted right now, but it's all going to come together as their hands come together as they embrace the ocean here in the Hawaiian Islands. Oh, that was not cool. Wait, totally uncalled for. She's like, really?
That.
Yeah.
And,
well, they're from New York, we understand, and they're enjoying their time here in Hawaii.
A little bit warmer out here right now than it is in New York.
I'd say so. It's warmer than anywhere else in the country, probably. So it's a pleasure to be here in Hawaii.
Yeah,
love hanging here, and
we can't complain, can we? There's so much downtime we've seen in the last 9 days, and I tell you what, if we were probably anywhere else in the world, I think we would have gone crazy.
Yeah.
See a replay there, surfer in red. It's
what's his name?
Kaio. And nice little surfer there. Is he getting loose on the inside, cutting back
nice
there?
Nice little cutty. Kind of wrapped it back around. As we see Casey Brown, little replay. Backhand, boom. Nice first turn. Nice snap. Sets up for his last turn. Blows the tail out. Backwards, spins it around. That's going to be a good score right there for Casey Brown.
Nice surfing there from Brown Sugar. He's waiting for that score to drop in, but it's Makuakai Rothman out in the lead. He's waiting for a second score to come in, and he's definitely going to better that 2-point ride. Jesse Mill Jones there on the screen. He was the heat winner this morning. He's back. As the day's kind of evolving, we're going to see the Bulldog Merle. He's a happy young man, isn't he?
He is. The little Bulldog, he's going to be yellow in the next heat. And I think this is the last heat of the round of 128. So we're going to be moving into the round of 96. And in that heat, I'm not sure who the fourth guy is, but we've got Evan Geiselman and Heath Josk.
Yeah, Heath Josky. He's a really good young surfer.
Good day, mate.
I want to thank everybody for joining us on Time Warner Cable here all around the Hawaiian Islands. It's on Channel 250 and San Diego, obviously in Southern California as well, Los Angeles and San Diego in the desert state of Arizona. You can log on to Time Warner Cable and you can watch live here. We have kicked off the Reef Hawaiian Pro, the first event of the 2011 Vans Triple Crown of Surfing presented by Rockstar Energy Drink. And with the next 3 days, we should see some action-packed, full days of surfing. We've got a great webcast team here. We've got the legend Dave Stanfield. We've got Rob Machado. We've got Shane Dorian. We've got Ross Williams on the beach. We've got Paul Fisher. You can see Fishtails at followthefish.tv and check out a lot of his personality stuff, and also Sean Moody, local guy in the event Wildcard. We're going to see Sean coming up in the round of 64. So hopefully that's enough to keep everybody on their toes, Robbie.
Scores just dropped for Casey Brown. A 7 on his last wave. Rockets him to first place. But we got waves out the back. And whoa, it's Casey Brown again. Nice little left, little foam climb. Gonna get hung up. Can he get back in? No, as we see Nathaniel Kern coming the other direction. Boom. Nice little air.
Whoa, that was cool.
That was really cool. I want to see a slow-mo replay of that one, please.
That was cool because he came driving into that section and had the offshore wind. I mean, it had all the negatives to say don't do an air.
Let's have a look, because he didn't go really above the lip, but he kind of went out and up, boom, up, but had to get out to get over that, like, the lip landing.
Yeah, that was cool. Really cool there.
For one maneuver wave, that was a really neat looking turn. I hope he gets rewarded for it. He's currently in 4th place. Nope, he's actually in 3rd. And he's only looking for a 2.66. So, okay, well, imagine that. Paul Fisher has just checked in. He's down with some girls on the beach.
All right, Fish, well, let's keep it PG, mate. What do we got?
Nutty, I'm down here on the beach with some serious buns in the oven. And it is pumping hot on the sand here, Heath. What's your name, darling?
Ariel,
And where are you from?
New York.
New York City. And who you here to watch today?
Don't really have anyone specific right now.
You just come down here to swim, check out the boys, check out some action? That's what girls come down the beach to do. They sunbake and check out the boys on the beach, right? Or if you like to go the other way, a couple of girls.
Just checking out the boys.
I love it. Well, back to you, Heath. I'm going to stay down here, maybe get my tan on with the girls. Talk to you soon, mate.
Thanks for that, Paul. And lovely girls there coming down from New York, checking out the action.
Thanks for that.
And Fish. He's always entertaining, isn't he?
Oh, he is. He's a good guy to hang out with on the flat days.
he keeps the day
He's entertaining.
moving, rolling and evolving. So we're coming down to the final 5 minutes there, about 4 minutes 45. We've got a couple of scores being locked in.
Well, Nathaniel Curran for that one aerial floater drops a 4.8, and that puts him up into 1st place over Casey Brown.
Yeah, it's pretty solid there, Nathaniel. That was one pretty solid maneuver. And Nathaniel Curran, he's competed here many times at the Reef Hawaiian Pro. He's thought about winning, I'm sure, a Vans Triple Crown title. Such a second, do they say, to the world title is the Triple Crown title. Heath Josky there, finalist here last year. And what a great surfer he is, from Balla on the east coast of Australia. I think, Rob, you said you might be doing a little east coast trip next year through Australia there, and I think you'll stop in his town there in Balla.
Balla.
Cool little town.
Where is it?
It's like near Scott's Head, and kind of down in that area there, but some beautiful little beaches there. And him and his brother Sage Josky, is a really, really good surfer from down there in that area. So it's good to see his younger brother Heath here. And wow, he really stood out last year. He was surfing really well, and obviously all the way to the finals. So
well, we got a little flurry of waves coming in as we've seen Kyle Gabelli kind of move over to that Peaks wave, and a little paddle battle out the back with Kokai Rothman. Nice little right, hits it straight up. She's going to wrap it back around. Gets a little hung up, but gets back into it. Going to have to finish it off right here.
Yeah, cool. They're slashing
back. And finishes it off way down the end in the toilet bowl. So we'll see how that score comes in. He was looking for a 6.18. And we saw another ride there. That was Casey Brown. Don't think he bettered his low score. Went for a little aerial and fell off. So a little flurry of waves, but just under 3 minutes to go. Nut.
Yeah, this is tough, man. You're at the end of the heat here. There's 3 minutes left. Makua kind of got a good wave there. He really had to hassle there, as you do in the dying minutes. It's all in to get through these heats. It's, there's a Reef Hawaiian Pro title up for grabs. There's a Triple Crown title. You've got to do what it takes. And Makua there, as we go to the replay there. Oh, sorry, it's Casey Brown right here on the left as he gets a nice little carving snap there. Gets a little bit of a grab here, I think, Rob. Just
eyeballing it. Yep. I don't know if that's going to better his 4.0. He was looking to get to the air a little more than he did, and kind of didn't happen. But we've seen Nathaniel Curran out the back, our heat leader, trying to get into that one, and Kyle Belli over at the peaks, the bathroom peak, whatever you want to call it, weaving across the section, blowing the fins out, laying back. Wow, that was some strength right there, hanging on.
Some elasticity. Is that the word?
There's some core strength involved in that, pulling yourself back up from a layback like that. But he's down in 4th place. He's only looking for a 5.08, and he just hasn't had that many opportunities in his heat.
So McCool Rothman's score is about to drop in. There it is. It's a 4.77. He does better. His second score, however, is still in the third place, requiring a 6.17. And we're just over a minute and 15 seconds. Let's hope McCool can get back out there and get another wave. Kiai Belli as well. Sorry, Kiai Ibelli, the young Portuguese surfer, the young Brazilian surfer. He's getting back out of the back. Nathaniel Curran in the first spot. In the second spot also is Casey Brown from the Big Island. We are under a minute remaining. Under a minute remaining in the official time clock for the Triple Crown. Obviously Nixon, one of the Triple Crown sponsors, been a part of the Triple Crown for many years. And the official time clock, one of your sponsors, Rob.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's Casey Brown. He's hanging on to the second spot as we're winding down. 30 seconds to go. It looks like Casey's going to better his low score. So that was pretty crucial on that left that he just got. And a couple more little waves coming in right here. We see Nathaniel Curran, Kyle Belli over it. He's only looking for a 5.38, and he's all alone. Let's see what he can do with this little right-hander. He's nice little tight little snap in the pocket. See how he finishes the closeout.
Oh.
Big frontside rotation, but doesn't ride out of it. Oh, costly.
That's all she rode. Casey Brown's will be the last wave of this heat. He did stand up before. Let's what he can do. A nice big alley-oop there for Casey Brown.
Bang, and finishes off.
Fantastic surfing there for on the hooter too. And I think you'll see Casey Brown move into the lead after that score. But great surfing there from the young kid from the Big Island. As we go to see a little bit of a recap of the last heat, heat 16 of the round of 128. We're going to go into the next round of 96 next. And Nathaniel Curran there, vicious snap there, big vertical off the top there. The young Brazilian there, he's getting loose early on the right, but unfortunately wasn't quite enough. And Casey Brown there moving on through.
Casey Brown looks sharp. He found some good waves. You know, he surfed aggressive. He was blowing the fins out. And Nathaniel Curran really took advantage of the waves that he had. But we'll be back for the round of 96 right after this.
Yeah, Rob.
And welcome back. As we pick up this heat, we continue with action here at the Reef Hawaiian Pro. David Stanfield now filling in for Heath Nutty Walker, and for Rob Machado it would be Shea Lopez. Shea, you had a great lunch. You saw a lot of action, and the waves continue to pulse through.
Yes, we've had an increase of swell like predicted throughout the day. And with improving conditions, we should see more and more action. And this is, I believe, heat 1 of the round of 96.
Yes, we're moving on, and what you're seeing here are top seeds in the round of 96 wearing red and white, and the surfers wearing yellow and blue are the surfers that already had to deal with the round of 128. So Kevin Sullivan, Jesse Merle Jones advancing in their first heats take on Heath Josky and Evan Geiselman, according to our sheet right here.
Yep, you got the updated sheet. I do not have that in front of me. And Jesse Merle Jones was already out in the water, as said earlier. With smaller conditions, he was able to pick up a few waves in his opening heat, and now he sees himself with a stacked heat. Evan Geiselman, one of the fastest competitors in this event.
Yeah, Geiselman, well, he'll fit right into this. The 18-year-old out of New Smyrna Beach, Florida, now living with his brother Eric in San Clemente. part of the training program there. Here we go with Kevin Sullivan, though. Sullivan has got everything dialed in. Look at the speed and that backside little flare right there. Is this quartering offshore wind, the east wind's helping out on that left for airs?
Yes, and here we have Jesse Merle Jones flying across on this wave. And as you said, going against this quartering wind, it is ideal for frontside airs and backside, as the wind, you don't need to grab it going into that wind. The wind is going to hold the board against your feet and allow you to work on just getting height and speed and rotation.
It's been a long couple of days here waiting for waves. This is the Reef Hawaiian Pro here at Haleiwa Beach Park. We're going to take a look at a replay, the air replay, and pumping for speed. Taking a high line kind of sets you up for a move like this.
Yeah, that was during the break of Evan Geiselman, and you can see how he didn't grab. He just stuck that tail up into the wind, and he was connected all the way around. And although it was a small wave, he was able to get a decent score out of that with a nice air.
Well, Reef's philosophy about surfing, about everything basically, life short, go surfing, great sponsorship here with a lot of good supporting sponsorships. Nixon, GoPro, Clip Bar, Surfliner, Forecaster, Flowwater, State Farm Insurance, Roadrunner. Talk about high speed, make that your internet. And then we've got Surfing Magazine, our print partner, Hawaiian Airlines. A lot of good sponsors. Turtle Bay, Climb On Products, and they do not harm the reef with no chemicals at all for skin protection. Wavejet Propulsion, J&N Automotive Group, Hawaii Tourism Authority, Skull Candy, Oceanic Time Warner, and of course ASP Hawaii is sanctioning these first two events. Heath Josky, a force to reckon with out of Nambola Heads, New South Wales, Australia. The 22-year-old comes into this ranked number 52. When you're ranked number 52, you've got a career ahead of you.
Yes, it's very, very hard just to get in the top 100 to get on these prime events. And here on one of the brightest boards I've ever seen, that thing's glowing in this North Pacific Ocean.
Look underneath their houses and picking up some of the short boards. Usually, like we did talk to a couple of competitors, they were not really prepared for this size surf.
Yeah, and this is where actually the Hawaiians have an advantage. Traveling the world, they have those boards in their quiver they keep when they travel, but coming to Hawaii with limited room in your board bag, you might not throw in a 5/8 epoxy thinking about going to Surfing Sunset or Haleiwa an event.
Well, our beach marshals, Rabbit Kekai and Aaron Walters on the beach, tell them you've got 20-minute heats. We're backed up against the wall. These 3 days will be 3 days of competition. We will crown not only a Reef Hawaiian Pro champion, but we will crown a Clash of the Legends. Reef is bringing back that event. There'll be 3 heats, fitting that into the schedule. But right now, it's time is of the essence. And starting off at 8 o'clock this morning, a little after 8, after the blessing, we're running and gunning as fast as we can. And with the winner of that last heat, let's go down to Paul Fisher. Fish.
How you going? I'm down here with the last heat winner, Casey, the Seabiscuit Brown. Before we get into it, tell us how you got the name Seabiscuit.
We were just on a trip in Australia, and one of the boys just started calling me Seabiscuit. Got a big old horse ass, horse face killer, but it's like to win a 6-star heat, first round, get out of it, so, you know.
Mate, you didn't just win it, you won it in the dying like 3 seconds with a big alley-oop and then finished off with a nice little turn at the end. Talk us through it. Were you nervous on that wave?
Well, the wave before I fell, and I shouldn't have, and then Nate wouldn't have got that score because I was up first, but I just got another chance and a little foam climb, and I like to go for those little loops, so I know.
So you're pretty confident with the alley-oop?
Loop-de-loo.
So talk to me, Casey, at the moment, mate. I see no sticker on the top of that nose. You been looking?
Yeah, I've just been, you know, hanging out, trying to support or get a sponsor, but it's hard. No one wants to put out, support the Hawaiians, so all the surf industries in SoCal, and I'm still having fun, enjoying every second of my life, and, you know, it's all good without a sponsor or not. I love surfing because I surf because I love it, so.
Yeah, Casey, keep it up, mate. And if you get a big result here, they'll be knocking, mate. Good luck in the next heats. Casey Brown, back to you guys.
Thank you, Fish. And Seabiscuit himself, a big boy, one of those big boys that is easily over 6 feet and it's got a lot of power. And he just lost into the air quite easily. With the 14.57, he advances along with Nathaniel Curran. And Nate Curran, former U.S. Open champion, former ASBQS champion, charging as well. Heath Josky opens up with a 6.17. Not a bad start. Best wave ridden so far. And we're looking for a couple more scores to pop. Geiselman has a 5.50 in his scoreline. And you take a look at the 18-year-old. He's one of those guys that could be a rookie Titleist?
Well, I'm talking to him recently, and here's a replay of this would be Kevin Sullivan on this little left, line on line. He was looking for that backside air, unable to get the right lip to project above it. But going back to Evan, is seeing the success of Polohe and Gabriel has really fired him up. And here out in the water, we're going to look to see the conditions really favor his lightweight, high aerial surfing. And that's what it's going to take to make it through these heats in this kind of conditions.
Well, splitting the peak, Kevin Sullivan and Jesse Merle Jones, and just trying to make something happen there. There on screen, our 32-year-old from the island of Kauai, JMJ, Jesse Merle Jones. He has posted just a couple of quick scores. That was his third wave, and we'll see if that helps his cause right now. Solid start with Josky's 6.17 and a 3.57.
We talked about Josky in the morning show the other day with the final here and a good result at Sunset. He really needs to back up those scores if he's going to stay in that top 50.
Looking to better 3,199 points. Why he was a finalist last year, and it's just so much pressure on him. He's got to just totally put that out of his mind and make something happen here, or a lot of points are going to disappear, and that 52 ranking will change.
Yeah, so he could easily slip down into the 80s, and needing to be in that top 96 to guarantee a spot in the prime events next year, this is a very crucial leg of the tour for him.
Very busy guy, very talented surfer, and looking at what he's done in the past, a fourth at Haleiwa, and then prior to that, he paid his dues at 81st here at the Haleiwa event in 2009. But some big results, and a really dominant pro in the New South Wales State Championships and the Junior Championships. Well, out in the lineup, the beach commentators can't call sets, but we see something in the lineup that's looking pretty good and favorable to what we would see a similar kind of right here at Haleiwa with maybe a 3-foot swell coming through.
Yeah, the direction of this set coming in the lineup is going to favor the rights, as the left should close out on this set. And yellow is in a great position here, but blue has snaked his inside. That's Kevin Sullivan. And he's got a good shoulder to work with in front of him. It's not going to close out on him like a lot of these rights have been doing today. With the grab rail reverse to finish it off, that's going to be a decent score. Now on the next wave, we had Jesse Merle Jones get over the falls. That wasn't on your screen. Hopefully we'll get back to a replay of that. But that was one of the largest sets today, and it favored the rights of the lefts close out. That's a good sign for tomorrow, as the swell expected to come up a foot or two.
Maui surfer Kevin Sullivan, the 24-year-old, he's been paying his dues, number 137 in the ranking, and all he's looking to replace is a 275 and a 206 in his ranking. Needs around a 96. He's already done it, so things are now bonus, and he's going to climb the ladder.
Yeah, it's very important for these Hawaiians. They don't have much opportunity, and it comes down to the Triple Crown every year for them, as these are their events to really shine. And hopefully we'll see some great results for these guys to get into these events at Margaret River. That's one of the events that the Hawaiians have always traveled to on the Prime Series. And being bigger, he's still able to mix it up with these little kids.
Margaret River, Western Australia, a big Prime event, and what's interesting about that, over the course of the years, the Australian government has done a great job supporting surfing with various campaigns: skin protection, alcohol prevention, drive safely. It's been the Drug Aware Pro, but there's the SunSmart. There's a lot of great operations and promotion that has come from the Australian government supporting their beloved sport of surfing.
Yeah, they've done a great job on that part of Western Australia, and they run an excellent event year after year.
Our judges for this event, well, head judges, there's several of them rotating. North American head judge on the panel, Jeff Klugel out of Florida. There's Dave Shipley out of Hawaii, Richie Porta out of Australia, Pratamo Arendt from Australia. Those are guys that have been in the seat as a head judge, and not sure who's rotating through. James Zaborskis out of Hawaii, Luli Pereira out of Brazil, along with Icaro Caballero. Jack Shipley, the veteran. Now that's Davey's dad, has been doing it since day one, since the card table was set up at the Bonsai Pipeline years and years ago. He's been on the panel. Jack Shipley, welcome him back. Yannick Saran representing Europe as well. One thing they do have over there is they have a video replay. JP Pimentel is giving the replay specifically. When the judges need it, they'll call it up, and in a moment notice, JP gives them that.
Yeah, that's the great thing about watching the webcast from home. Sometimes even when I'm on the beach, I like to go check out the webcast and see those replays and break it down in slow motion. What exactly and how technical each surfer is getting.
ASP scoring, Robson Machado handling the scoring duties. Individual panels for the judges. They do a magic marker, and then they are given the green light to punch it into the computer. Sometimes it'll take a while for them to get the scores. You know, surfers are always anxious. Give me the score, give me the score. But until they can what's it called? Keep things on a scale. And
Yes,
they can
and a
look
lot of
back at
times-
waves? What's that mean?
Today's heats are only 20 minutes, and sometimes heats get up to 30 minutes. And that can be a long time between two scores. And if a surfer has a 6 at the beginning of the heat, and then a surfer at the end of the heat needs a 6, a lot of times they'll go back to that 6 and make sure that they haven't kind of lost the plot as the heat progressed.
Want to make sure the right guy advances with the right to advance the best 2 waves. They can catch 15, but the best 2. Sounds pretty simple, but unfortunately it's a subjective. So we have 5 judges on the panel. High and lows are thrown out. The other 3 are averaged.
Yeah, it's a very difficult job to be an ASP judge, and I don't envy their position at all. They take a heat for every score they put in, and so they're trying their best to get it right.
If you're online on the internet right now, watching on a computer, you can scroll underneath the scores, and usually little flags will pop up, and you'll see who's on the panel. You can see if what a Hawaiian might have judged, or a Brazilian or whatever. You can take a look at the flags. Each judge has a score and a flag representing where his region's from.
Well, this heat's just been flying by. We're down to about 6.5 minutes, and there was a right that went down during one of the breaks, and Evan Geisman got a 6.83 that sees him out in the lead, and there's the scores right there.
The Vans Triple Crown of Surfing Scoreboards. Surfing Scoreboards International up and running, and Bill Morrison and Mano Zul have been working feverishly. The surfer in white is your leader, Evan Geiselman, with a 6.83 and a 5.5. So he's got a 2-wave total. That's what he is trying to prove upon, is 5.5. The other guy in red, he's in second. He wants to take over the lead, but more importantly, he wants to improve his second score. And then the scores in third and fourth of the scores those guys need, like a 9.43 or a 3.87. Modest scores, but at least they can look back now. And out in the lineup, it looks like Keith Josky giving a look at Surfing Scoreboards International, and it's up and running. Pretty cool stuff.
Now, that's a great feature to have. To be able to look to the beach and see your scores and not have to wait for the announcers. Sometimes the announcers say the wave, you're duck diving, or the wind hits you. It can be hard to hear your scores in this wind out there. But to be able to look back at the screen, those LED lights are extremely bright, and know exactly what's going on in your last wave scores and your situation needed.
Kai Barger, Jode Colazo, Tyler Newton, Joel Centeo. There is Joel right there. Brother Joel, what a smiler. Just always happy. Just the aloha spirit lives in Joel. There is Jode coming in. Exciting heats coming up. We're into round number 2 of the Reef Hawaiian Pro. We're going to go through 8 heats.
Yeah, amazing how fast this has been progressing through the day. 24 heats today and 24 heats tomorrow where we run. Those are record numbers for Hawaii.
Pretty crazy. And when you take a look at Hawaii, you say, well, isn't this a major event? Aren't they going to go down to 3-man and 2-man heats? No, not these first 2 events. 4-man heats all the way through. What you'll see at the Billabong Pipe Masters, though, is our man-on-man heats, but they'll be overlapping the Slater format where you'll see 4 guys in the water, but 2 guys matched up. And the first part of the heat, these guys will have priority as they rotate through. The second half of the heat, well, then the next team will rotate through. Have priority. Exciting times coming up for the Triple Crown.
Yep, I think I just heard a big round of applause as Joel Centeo jumped in the water to paddle out. Definitely the local favorite. The crowd supports him. He's done exceptionally well year after year, former winner. And definitely this is his home break. There he is paddling out through the bowl at the end there. It's really shallow, and on the big days that can be a very treacherous paddle out as waves just unload on that almost dry reef.
Yes, broken boards and
lost some fins over there just paddling out.
And some skin as well. Well, we've got some power surfers out there looking for bigger waves. We get the high flyers looking for the air reverses. One thing about the air show that we've seen, a couple of great airs. Hawaiian Airlines and the Vans Triple Crown presented by Rockstar Energy giving this new air show. It's called the Hawaiian Air Show. 250,000 Hawaiian miles to the surfer who executes the best, most exceptional single aerial maneuver of the entire series. So can you imagine getting a huge backdoor barrel and then coming out and throwing some crazy aerial a la Joel Parkinson, Dane Reynolds. I mean, there's been some spectacular moments where not only you can get a perfect wave, but add 250,000 miles thanks to Hawaiian Air.
Yeah, but we've seen a few contenders this morning. We saw Evan Belair with a nice aerial. We saw Tyler Newton with a really technical backside tail release where he kind of busted out into the flats, and I didn't think he was going to make it, and he was able to spin that around. He's a youngster from Hawaii, and he's had great success at Pipeline in the backdoor shootouts where he's just 15 years old, 17 years old, skinny as a rail and charging huge waves. And he's taking that over here to Haleiwa as well in small waves.
Looking at a low tide at 4:42 this afternoon, minus 0.1. Here we go, surfer in blue, running and gunning Kevin Sullivan, wave number 7, needing a 4.75. He knows that. He sees a scoreboard. That's what he needs.
Merle on a nice wave overhead on him as he flies down the line, unable to get around that section though.
And again, as we progress, I mean, if you really look at the swell models, you can say, okay, this swell is really going to show its face. They were talking about anytime between 11 and 2 o'clock, a 1.9 feet, the swell coming in at 14-second intervals, and from the west-northwest at 309 degrees. We've seen some little forerunners, haven't we?
Yes, these sets coming out of the west where the rights are breaking are definitely the signs of that new swell. And it's coming from a long way away, and it's going to slowly fill in. And that's a good thing because we have 3 days of competition. We want that swell to slowly fill in and hold throughout the rest of the competition.
A lot of great young surfers looking at that Vans Triple Crown rookie title. Going back to Taylor Knox, went in 1992 when it was first established. Jamie O'Brien, Tiago Pettis, Joel Centeo, Timmy Reyes, Brett Simpson, Alejo Maniz, all big guns with great careers. Well, that looks like Rob Machado to the left, the most recognizable face other than Kelly Slater in surfing, according to various polls. They know Rob. He is an icon. He is
kind of the face with the hair.
Either way.
Most recognizable hair in the business, for sure.
And he's just one cool character, but a vicious competitor in the lineup.
Yes, behind that cool exterior is a fierce competitor. And here's a fierce competitor. Evan Geisman has a great section in front of him. He throws a very extended layback snap, and he's able to come around with that.
What a massive move. It looked like he had buried his whole body in the water. The 18-year-old out of New Sermina, his mom, Gina, a former ESA junior women's title champion where she won the title on Cape Hatteras, and father, Greg, not only a shaper, but he won an ASP event, an East event called the Platts Pro Contest against Richie Rudolph. The family is competitive, and they love the sport.
Yeah, their surfing roots run deep. His brother Eric, an unbelievable surfer. He's had a run of injuries. He's been slipping in the ratings, but he's still has a bright future. He's still very young.
Well, we have to blame Josh Kerr for Eric Geiselman's injuries. We'll talk about that later.
Yeah. Right now, though, we have Heath Josky on a nice little left. Sometimes he comes unstuck on that little turn. But a lot of times out here with the bump in the water, if you can get 2 or 3 waves in a set, the back waves are the best waves.
Look at this, surfer in yellow. Going to run and gun, Jesse Merle Jones. So, for brother Eric, you know, just getting back started, he is not afraid to throw what they call the corrupt flip.
Yeah, that's that came as Kerr's maneuver. And Kerr, he's even said how he's gotten away from it, and Eric's definitely taken that into his own.
Yeah, when you think of the corrupt, you think of, oh yeah, Josh Kerr, but you think of Geiselman. Boy, that was a quick heat. Blink and it's gone. Well, what has happened in it? Well, we've got a huge score for Geiselman. It looks like he's going to hold top position and replace his 5.5 with the 6.83. Run and gun, and Kevin Sullivan was looking for a 4.57.
Yeah, he started off strong and then wasn't able to capitalize on his early start. And Evan just built on his scores. And Heath Josky, the 2 top seeds of this heat, were able to stay in the lead throughout the event, throughout that heat. As Evan, this was that 6.83 that we didn't see earlier, as he did a number of moves on his backhand.
Little mini air show for Evan Geiselman. Also, Heath Josky advancing through. Sullivan a third, Merle Jones a fourth. We'll be right back.
Round 96.
Welcome back to the round of 96, heat number 2, and we're just about over with it. That heat flew by.
It certainly did. And oh, to be young again, that last maneuver by Evan Geiselman as he extended his body out and somehow brought the board back underneath him.
Just like an amateur, a Haas, a NSSA, a Surfing America Heat, whatever group you're in around the globe and you're surfing in the amateur ranks, usually heats are 15 or 20 minutes, and these things are flying. Let's take a look at Joel Centeno, I believe. As we came back, well, Joel just got things started.
Yeah, he got off to a very quick start as he linked up this little right, but had great shape. I really liked his first maneuver as he got it on rail, was able to carve back into the pocket. Not many guys have been doing those carves today with the smaller conditions. And this is Yella Hodai Colazo. Tremendous surfer. He's been on the tour, fighting through, near qualifying a couple years now. And he's definitely a tough competitor in every heat, no matter what the conditions, since he throws that tail on just a knee-high inside section.
The 27-year-old from the Basque Country of Spain wearing the yellow singlet knows, doing the math, he needs to get into the round of 64. This is the round of 96, so this is what he's going to try to get out of. Colasso wearing yellow as he heads back out, the 27-year-old. And, well, take a look at Joel Centeno's first wave of 4.67. And on a day like this, with 3 other surfers in the lineup, I guess you're happy.
4.67 under his belt. Gives him great leeway to go out there and sit and kind of control the lineup. Go outside of your competitors a little further and really relax and know that you have that backup score and you can focus on getting a 7 or 8 and put the lead away.
Surfline is the official forecaster for the 2011 Vans Triple Crown of Surfing. 20 free Hawaii HD cameras, 14-day forecasts that are accurate. Know before you go. Surfline.com, thanks a lot. Taking a look at the inside. Actually looking at this way, giving it a shot. Joel Centeno was looking for a little left, meaning a little left that didn't offer much except maybe an air reverse.
Yeah, and Joel, he knows this wave so well, and he knows every little spot on the reef to go, no matter what size or direction the wave's coming, he's going to be in the best spot.
Sean Moody is working. Yes, Sean Moody's working, and he's down, and I believe he's got the winner of the last heat. Moods?
All right, yep. I'm back doing the interviews due to the fact that Paul Fisher's just been arrested. But in all seriousness, you had a good heat out there. What do you think about the conditions?
Yeah, it was fun. It was my first time really ever surfing Haleiwa in a contest too, so it was different. But yeah, there was actually a bomb. I think like the most rights came in maybe through the whole day in that heat. So yeah, we had some waves and it was a fun. I'm glad to get through the first one.
Yeah, it's always good to get that first heat out of the way, kind of get the jitters out. We're expecting little pulse this evening. What are you riding out in the water board-wise at the moment?
I'm just riding my normal shortboard. It's Channel Islands, a semi-pro, like 5'11", 18, and like 3/8 too, and 3/16 or something. But yeah, it's going really good, and just yeah, my standard shortboard.
Nice. So there's been a lot of downtime. What have you been doing the last couple days to keep yourself, occupied?
Yeah, it's been crazy. It's been flat for like a week, but I went to this little go-kart place a couple days ago. That was really fun, and then went to the east side and just been trying to find waves over there. And yeah, just having fun still. You're in Hawaii and it's beautiful, and I'm just really glad to be here, even when it's flat. It's fun.
Good to hear. Well, we'll see you in the next round, and good luck.
Thanks, Eddie.
Well, there you go, Evan Geiselman, the 9th at the Billabong World Juniors in Irvine to start things off in the year. That was for the 2010 title. He won the Rob Machado Seaside Pro Junior. That was part of the Hurley and Reef campaign down there in San Diego, winner of the Pro Junior. And at the 6-star event, Kangaroo Island, a 5th place result. Well, good results give him a number 75 on the world rankings, looking to vault up and chase down his good friend Kalohe Andino.
Yeah, he won't be able to make enough ground to qualify for next year, but getting into that top 96 and being up in the tour next year is going to be his main push to get on tour with Gabriel and Kalohe. And there's a replay of Joel as he found a little inside sneaker to get a second score really quickly. Now Yellow Hodai on his second wave, better looking left with a nice opening top turn, and he's going to look to jam it up in the pocket with 2 solid maneuvers on that quick wave.
Take a look at that, what he pulled off on that size of a wave and how committed the turns were, and he had some speed and power and flow, and I think the judges might love him for that.
7.33 comes in at a great score for today. 7s and above have been very few and hard to come by.
And we all talk about the top turns or launching themselves above the lip or the fin-free wafts, but it's the bottom turn that is the meat and potatoes of what he just did there.
Yeah, bottom turn projects you, able to maintain your speed through bottom turns, and maybe commit to the rail. They want to see that out here. When the guys commit to the rail in these smaller conditions instead of chopping through their turns, it really shows a difference in their scores.
And reason is that wave had a little bit of punch. We've seen a lot of surfers take off on a wave and pump for speed down the line. He actually dropped in and set his rail.
There's a look at that next heat there, Dave.
It looks like Maxime Houssinot.
We'll see Dane Gudauskas coming up next. Always fun to watch him surf.
The Gudauskas brothers, classic. There he goes, ID badge required. I'm not sure. There's a security guy right there. It's for the surfers and the medical personnel right there. Surfer in red keeps another surfer off, and then Joel Centeo, maybe playing a little defense. He has a 4.67, a 3.17, and that was his third wave. Doesn't factor in. You can catch 2 waves and then keep 13 waves, keep people off them, actually, if you want to play hardball. One thing about man-on-man competition, if you do that, you lose priority. But in these 4-man heats, you can constantly be in somebody's face and just drive them nuts and not lose anything.
Joel's been everywhere in this heat. It seems we've been talking about him constantly as he paddles for another wave. And here's Kai Barger. He was a former world junior champion. He's won a lot of the events. He's kind of gotten off the radar the last couple of years. And there's a big air, and you can see why he's been heralded as Hawaii's next big hope.
Well, 6 state titles, 5 national titles in the NSSA. Kai Barger, now 21 years of age, spending time in Haiku, and now I think he's traveling the globe. I don't know how much time he gets back to the island of Maui, but he comes in at number 72 in the rankings, the number 55 seed, and he is a charger.
Yeah, he's a great surfer, rips at pipeline, and he rips it in the air as well. So there's a nice maneuver for him, and it seems like all those Maui guys, they can do it all.
Joel Centeo in the lineup is not in the lead. Who's in the lead? It is Hode Kalaza with a 3.83, and then his rail work gets him a 7.33. So it's tight right now. We'll see if Kai Barger can jump back up. Kai's looking for a 7.10. Will that one move be possibly a 7.0 or one critical aerial?
Yeah, in the air, you have the potential to score up to 7 very easily. We've seen it here last year at Haleiwa. We've already seen it here this morning. That wave was a little small, though, I feel, to get that score. But what it's going to do is it's probably going to come in around the 5-point range and set him up to get in the second on his next scoring ride.
There is something that's not in the rule book, but the size of the wave, the wave that you have to deal with sometime will help your score. And if they have to match, well, that guy got a 3-foot wave and this guy got a 6-foot wave. They did the same thing, but that 6-foot wave might be the difference.
Yes, and it's a lot harder to do airs on bigger waves. And Kai's score is coming into the 6-point range and already up on another wave. If he can surf this wave well enough, he'll go right in the second. He was unable to come up with that move, though.
He's trying to better a 0.9. This is his third wave, and he gets a 6.5 with that one air. Close. But he doesn't need much to jump up into the second spot right now. And to take the lead, he just needs a 4.66. Yes. So if you're looking at home, the first score without parentheses is to move up. The second score is to take the lead.
Yeah, and even though Joel may be in second right now, I believe he's in a very tough position with Hode sitting on a 7.33 for his top wave and Kai Barger sitting on a 6.5. Joel's at only a 4.67. He really needs to get a wave up in the 6 or 7 point range. He has a chance to finish the heat off.
Now, if you're watching on television, Time Warner, what you see are the top 2 scores for the surfers. You don't see what they need to move up on that jump up to the lead. You need what they need to advance out of a heat. Always good to be the leader right now. Hode Kalaza gets a third wave and doesn't look like it's going to replace his 3.83. So everybody chasing down the surfer out of the Basque Country of Spain. Tyler Newton, what has happened to Tyler Newton out there? Just a phenomenal surfer out of Princeville, Kauai. And he has been wave-starved, our surfer in blue.
Yeah, the last few heats have seen some of the better sets of the day, and I believe watching that, he's sitting out the back waiting for one of those waves of his own.
Flowater, reusable water bottle refill stations. They're here on the beach showing everything that you can do to avoid the plastic water bottle syndrome of buying constantly plastic water. And they're part of the solution, ending the plastic water bottle pollution problem. Check out facebook.com/flowwater or flowwaterstation.com. We really appreciate Wyatt Taubman for what he's doing.
Yeah, it's a great invention of his, great idea to really bring clean, good, healthy, environmental friendly water to everybody.
A lot of people come to the beach, they won't drink out of the fountains, whatever the reason is, or they're just running low on water. All you have to do is bring your, what we hope to be, it would be a stainless steel, non-toxic bottle and continue to fill it up. He's put it in the schools around Hawaii. I believe UH is going to get them. I know on Kauai, the elementary schools, good, clean water that's multiple filtered. It tastes so great. And I believe if you went to one of those stations, all it would be cost $0.25 to fill up.
Yeah,
right now it's free, but $0.25. Now
that's nothing. That's cheaper than going anywhere. You can go to Costco and get your case of water. It probably breaks down to each one of those bottles is maybe $0.25, but it's so bad for the environment. And this is such a step in the right direction if we're going to clean up this earth and last the environment, because it's beautiful out here and we want it to stay this way.
Joining us in the booth right now, a man that has put it all together. He probably hasn't had more than 3 hours of sleep the last 2 or 3 months. Heath Nutty Walker. And Heath, when I flash on you, I loved your career. I believe you won an ASP event in France, right?
Yeah, I did. It was, well, it seems like a lifetime ago, Dave, so thanks for bringing that up.
No, I loved your career and watching it and the enthusiasm, and you get it. You get what these guys are going through. All 4 of them have their own agenda out there, and they're all looking to make a career in surfing, correct? And it's not an easy thing in this day and age.
It is. And look, it's a timely process. It's there's so many factors that come into it, and I tell you what, that year in France, actually, Shay, right next to me, was in the final.
Oh, yeah, so you guys are right next to each other and battling it out again. Well, the emotions that you had in that final.
It was a long time ago. I think it was kind of surreal because I'd traveled to France by myself. You know, I'd worked full time as an apprentice chef in Australia, and took time off to do the Pro Juniors, and you know, entered into a pro event. And back in those days, you had to be there the day before the event, give you $100 cash, and that was your entry fee to get in. So it just all came together. I stayed with some really good friends, and you know, got to the last day and was in the final with Shay and Shane Dorian as well. And just happened to, I can't remember who the 4th guy was, but
yeah, I was trying to think about that.
I remember it was a really fun day at Anglet, and kind of 3-foot conditions, 4 foot maybe. And I remember actually you got a really good left, and it went into the swimming area, and there was people swimming everywhere, and Shay couldn't even turn. So he probably got the heat-winning wave, and he couldn't even turn.
There you go, surfing outside the contest area.
No, you were a great competitor. You pushed me in numerous heats, I remember, and that's one of the things about the friendly competition you get here. We were always friends, but you get in the heat and there's no friends, and I know that I've seen you paddle over people's backs, and I'm guilty of that as well throughout my career.
Absolutely. I mean, it's tough. I mean, you're traveling around the world, you're living out of a suitcase, you're spending all your savings, you're racking up credit card debt, and you know, when you've got 20 minutes to prove yourself, you just you got to make sure that you know, those 20 minutes have to go your way. I mean, there's 4 guys in there and 2 get through, so it's really tough. And I can understand the frustrations that these young guys go through. They're traveling together. You know, you're at the same place, the same spot around the world, and whether you've had a hassle or a tussle with a fellow competitor, or maybe just a guy you don't get along with. You're going to see him the next week. You're going to see him the next day. He's always going to be there next to you.
You might need a ride to the airport, and unfortunately, you're up again. Well, how many times do you end up bumping heads with a roommate or somebody you're traveling with? We see that time and time again.
Yeah, you do. You know, you come closer to the guys you travel with than your own family, and it really is this kind of family thing on the road. I mean, you see people go through such emotions. You see guys, you know, lose a couple of heats in a row, and they're at ground zero, and it's up to you as being one of their travel buddies to pep them up, you know, bring them back to the level that they need to be at. And you know, as much as you do that to be there on a brother's shoulder, you got to rely on them to do that for you as well. So as I said, you know, 10 years of being on the tour, traveling with some of these guys, they're more than family, you know.
And you talk about that. I know I only came back many years for the holidays. I would be with these guys all year and just see my family during the holidays.
Well, here's Kai Barger, wave number 4. He needs a 1.50. I think he's done that. That means it's going to shift gears for our surfer Joel Centeo, possibly. A 4.66 would take him into the lead. And one thing I talked to, I believe it was Kieran Perot at the Coldwater Classic. He says, well, are you going to go back? He says, I've been on the road for 3 months with my family. Right. And he's got a couple of kids. You get on the road and you buy one of those One World tickets, you're not coming home for a long time, and you're spending a lot of money on rental cars and locations to stay, especially bringing your family. Not an easy thing to do. But if it's your career,
you got to do what it takes, and that's what Kieran does. I was in New York, and his family was staying on the same floor as me, and his kids were, you know, felt like they were at home. They had the room set up, and the kids were running up and down the hallways. They knew all the other competitors, and he's made the road his home.
Yeah, look, on any given day, it's better than working in a cubicle, that's for sure, and punching out keyboards.
Well, what about being a chef?
Being a chef was the only thing, because I came from a family that thought surfing was a hobby, and that's all it was. It was like, you got to get an education and get a career. And my mum was always like, you're a breadwinner. And so I was like, all right, how can I manipulate my parents to take a career that's going to let me work at night and surf in the day? And cooking was that. So I got a job in a restaurant there. I started at 3 p.m. and, you know, I surfed. Obviously, growing up in the Gold Coast, the morning kind of is the best. and it worked for a while. And I took those. I took a 3-week break to go to Europe on my holidays, and I actually never came back to work. That is,
Surfers are selfish.
Very.
Yeah, they love the surf, but they'll obviously dedicate their lives, which is pretty amazing what's happened over the.
Well, that push for your parents, it must have set you up very well for the position you have at Reef now without that.
Yeah, you know, I look back at it now, and you know, obviously, it was just the fact that my parents didn't grow up on the beach, you know, and they didn't know the sport of surfing and what it had to evolve. So I had to earn it the hard way, and you know, I wouldn't take it back at all from where I've come, and you know, now I've evolved at Reef and work with the company. It's such an amazing company, and you know, it can be such a competitive industry, just like competitive surfing. I mean, all these killer brands that we work with associated around surfing events, it is a very, very competitive environment. And to work at a brand like Reef and, you know, knowing that they are kind of like family as well as really family right there.
That's what we're talking about right there. That was Jolson Teo and Tyler Newton.
And guess what? That's a gift for Kai Barger. Kai moved up into the second spot with a 403. Jolson Teo was looking for a 587. Tyler Newton looking for a wave. He's in the combo situation. Could be a double interference, possibly.
Yeah, I'm not sure, Shay.
Yeah, it's going to be a tricky call. I believe that the one surfer was up much before the other, but it's going to come down to who was backdooring the peak a lot of the time.
A lot of these guys can't really see. It looks like one long line, and you're kind of selling your direction, and you have priority. The judges are probably going to take a look at it any second, but you can have a single interference call, no call, and then you can have the double, which would be a gift.
Yeah, I think it was more of a dominant left, but Tyler, obviously, you know, both of these guys in the situation.
Well, being in third and fourth, you're not going to give an inch. These 20-minute heats, they go down really quick on you. There's only 120 left, and they had to catch that wave, one of them.
It's just like free surfing. Paddling is everything. Positioning is everything if you ever want to get a wave. And now it's going to be a little Jolson Teo, and you know who is keeping an eye on him is Kai Barger.
Yeah, Joel only needing a 5. What does he need? A 5.87. We're at the minute mark. And Joel, former champion here, he's had a first, second, and third. And Joel, I think he's wrapping it up for his campaign for 2011.
Yeah, he might got another third or a fourth, but in this round.
But you know, up again, he and Tyler, it kind of takes the wind out of you when it just escalates to that, where they're just swinging at each other and going for that wave, and it's kind of a bummer.
Yeah, look, competition isn't always. It's good when you win, but you know, at the end of the day, it can be quite frustrating. You can think about, you know, you got the whole day to sum up your 20-minute performance, and if there's things there you've done, whether they're unsportsmanlike or, you know, just being in the heat of the moment, that's the thing. You got the whole day to reflect on that. And I know you don't, you know, it's very easy to personalize it to your fellow competitors, but as I said, at the end of the day, you got to meet these guys next week at sunset, and you just got to try to keep the peace everywhere you go.
There's something that hasn't been said much is in here in Hawaii, coming as a competitor from Australia or Florida, when you have those Hawaiians in your heat and you get into a paddle battle, it's a sticky situation.
It is. You got to be very careful, and you know, everybody has to travel. You know, the young Tyler and Jolson Teo, they traveled around the world as well.
Well, we're going to assume that somebody got an interference, maybe a double, but it looks like Jode Colazo, the surfer out of Europe, comes through, posts a 7.33 and backed it up with a 3.83, which is actually his first wave, and throwing air caution to the wind. No, just making it happen with a 6.50, then a 4.03. Kai Barger, unfortunately, two Hawaiians battle it out right here and basically are eliminated. We'll be back. Interference call. We'll be right back with more of the Reef Hawaiian Pro live from the North Shore of Oahu.
round 96.
And welcome back. We continue with the round of 96. This is heat number 3. That last heat, double interference, and that's just such a bummer right there. Joel Centeo, Tyler Newton. We wanted more waves. We wanted a surf off, and it was a gravel fest to the inside. Jode Colazo comes from Europe. He says, I brought a 6'1". I didn't realize it was going to be this small, but he's advanced through 2 heats. Here we go. Adrian Toyon from Reunion Island starts things off. And how many interferences in your guys' careers? Did you ever get tagged for an interference call?
Couldn't count the number of interferences I've been involved in.
I had more interferences that I'd like to remember about, and yeah, they're not. Look at that turn there from Surfer in red. Is that Granger?
That's Granger. It says, but it didn't look much.
Or was it the other heat? Was it the guys from the other heat? That's Dane. I know that.
Yeah, so it's a good set to start this heat. Some big maneuvers from all our competitors. Dane hasn't been competing as much, electing more to be on the free surf tour after an injury the year before, saw him out of the Prime Series during this season. But in with the wild card starting this heat felt strong.
Yeah, he's a good, the whole family. How good are the whole family, the Gudowski's brothers? Tanner and Patrick and Dane. I mean, just I tell you what, those guys just ooze so much happiness and joy. They're actually a pleasure to be around those kids. And then you watch them out in the water and they're throwing caution to the wind everywhere. So great to have Dane here. He's the Vans wild card here in the round of 96.
He was a wild card last year too, and he took one for the team and let Joel Parkinson in at the last-minute late call. So good to see Dane in the lineup. He's wearing white, and he is 25 years of age. San Clemente, California. Twin brother to Patrick. Also, little Tanner, he's up and running. Unfortunately, we got an injury to Patrick.
Yeah, he had a high ankle sprain, grade 3. He's hoping to come back in time to pull into the barrel at backdoor or pipeline. He said he'd do whatever it takes. If he can stand up, he'll be surfing that. And they're twins, and they celebrated their birthday yesterday.
Oh, really?
So now 26 years of age. Congratulations to the boys.
Is he in? Is Patrick, just back to Patrick, guys? Is he in a struggling position on qualifying, or is he?
If the wrong things happen in Hawaii, he could be on the wrong side looking in, but he should be safe. If it comes down to it, even if he can't surf, there could be potential for him to just go out and hopefully make one heat or block somebody if he gets into that position.
Well, take a look. 3 guys paddling out the back, then the 4th to the inside. Adrian Toyon. Nobody gets that way, but everybody was chasing it.
Adrian Toyon, where's he from, Dave? I get to know Toyon and what area he's from.
Well, born in Lebanon, but moved down to Reunion Island as a youngster. 22 years of age, great goofy footer, and here we go, our surfer.
Maxine from Reunion as well, and he had a good performance out here last year. I remember him having a number of good heats here at Haleiwa, and he's had some big results in the junior tour with some wins in France.
Well, real quick scores, the 667 for Larson's first wave is still waiting for scores for Gudowskis and Toyon. Let's go down to Sean Moody right now. Sean?
Yeah, hi, I got Jode Colazo. He just won another heat. It's his second heat today. Waves were a little tough out there. There wasn't a lot of waves in that heat, but you managed to score a 7.3 down the left. Tell us a little bit about that ride.
Yeah, the waves were really hard to surf. Not many sets. I got lucky to get that left. I was finding that left because before my heat I was thinking like maybe the left you have more like curls out, but you can maybe finish with one big maneuver. So I just tried to find those lefts and I got lucky to get that one.
Yeah, that was, like I said, a tough heat. I know Joel Centeo, he's had some good results here in the past. He's kind of wanted to beat, but yeah, you pulled it together, and we'll see you in the next round.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Sean, you there?
Yes.
Yeah, just a quick question. What was it? Obviously, Jode, congratulations. Moving on through, we've seen Jode surf twice today. You saw Joel Centeo there, former Reef Hawaiian Pro champion, eliminated a little earlier than Joel would be expected.
Yeah, I mean, he, I think the year before last, he won the event, and last year he got second. So it was definitely a early departure for him. It's a bummer to see, but I'm sure he'll pick it back up at sunset.
Let's get him in the coaching box when you're out there, Sean, in the round of 64, mate.
I'm going to need some coaching for sure.
Thanks, guys.
Flashing back, Joel Centeo, the 2009 champion, won $20,000, defeated C.J. Hobgood, Jay Bottle Thompson, Elaine Ryu. And, you know, when you have those feelings and you just like, okay, I'm ready to do it again, good thoughts. And he gets out in the lineup, and a double interference call can really just pop the bubble.
Yeah, as we see on the screen there, the results, Jose Colazo out of the Basque Country. Kai Barger as well, a former world junior champion, winning there at North Narrabeen Beach.
Well, somebody said Tyler Newton's getting 1.12. I'd say no way. The guy is red hot. He's a phenomenal athlete, and that's how it goes. And if you're Jose Colazo, you go, okay, look, I just want to stay away. I'm in Hawaii. I just want to get out of everybody's way, and he gets the one key wave and makes it happen, and then lets a dogfight happen with the three Hawaiians.
Yeah, Shay, you would have seen that too over the years. Sometimes it can actually be such a climactic end that there's so much emphasis on the Hawaiians, or whether they're 3 Brazilians or 3 Australians in heat, and you could be the foreigner, not putting any pressure on yourself, probably sitting away from the pack, and sometimes it goes your way.
Yeah, like patience pays off sometimes to get that one good wave, because especially these 20-minute heats. And that's what happened at 7.33, and they weren't able to catch him. Joel started off strong, was really busy catching a lot of waves, but never got that high score.
Yeah.
From St. Lou, from Reunion Island, probably Adrian as well from the St. Lou region. The 2 surfers in the lineup blue. He's 22 years of age, Adrian Toilen, and Maxime Housseneau, the 19-year-old wearing the yellow singlet. Well, he's got one wave written, a 5.0, looking for a second score of a 5.41. Your leader, Larson, 6.67 and 3.90. Larson to the inside, he might have this.
And we see those trades picking up and holding back. As you paddle into these waves, a lot of times with these paddle battles, you've got so much water being blown up the face that you're unable to even see if there's a competitor next to you paddling. And that can be a very, very difficult decision whether you've got the wave or the competitor next to you has the wave before you in a better position, especially with the shifty lineup.
Yeah, it is a little windy out there. Definitely got a little blustery here as that chattery wind coming up the face there, and definitely making it harder, especially when you're going left. Unless you got an aerial arsenal in your caliber there, it can be really tough on just doing rail-to-rail surfing with this chatter, kind of chatter you call it.
Devil wind.
Devil wind.
These guys did not see this wave until they popped over the last one. Adrian Toilen furthest out, the goofy footer wearing blue. Can he get position? Can he make this section? Can he get in the wave?
Yeah, it's running fast. He's the deepest person in the lineup. And there's a few other surfers in a better position, but they had to give way to him, and he was unable to get out in front of it.
Yeah, unfortunately there for the young surfer from Reunion, but surfer in yellow, we got the young Frenchman Maxime, and he's going to fly around this section. Let's see what he's got as he drives in this big turn here. Unfortunately coming unstuck.
So talking about this right, when it does deliver a lot of wind at their back, quartering offshore wind is going to make it difficult unless they actually punt and grab the rail to keep their board on their feet.
Yeah, they really have to get that tail up and around and almost point it back towards the left if they're going to do any kind of aerial maneuvers. Look at the great view of all those flags. Very international flavor we have here at this event, and the winds are picking up out of that northeasterly direction.
17 countries or surfing regions being represented. That wind going from right to left, and that was the back of the main scaffolding here, and to the front, well, right to left as well from the small board harbor over to Avalanche. We'd like to thank State Farm Insurance for helping us out for this event, one of our great sponsors. Get to a better state with State Farm. Find a local agent in Hawaii. Yes, Hawaiian agent will help you out. sttraffic.net. ST stands for State Farm. Thanks for being a part of surfing and this webcast and this Time Warner Cable television show here as we go live. The round of 96 heat number 3. Who's in the lead? Well,
look at that. We've got a, sorry about that, Dave. Dylan Goodale there, another ankle injury, and you can just tell by the way he's trotting down the beach there, surfing in blue.
Tenderfoot right there.
So I'm not sure what's happening, but where we had Granger Larson, it looks like Brent Dorrington.
Oh, Brent Dorrington. I thought Granger looked a little.
They're just different. and we thought that one surfer was really McNamara in the lineup. So there.
Yeah, so a little bit of the draw's been switched around. I saw Granger here. He is in the area. Hopefully he'll be coming up in a later heat. He's been on fire the last couple of years, just unable to crack that top 32, but right on the edge the entire time.
Yeah, it's a tough grind, Dave. I mean, every year we come into Haleiwa and there's, 2 events left. There's careers on the line. Shay, you've been a part of this for so many years, and just, I tell you what, you build in a calendar year, you put everything, your heart and all your muscles into it. As I said, you drain your bank account. It's so important coming into Hawaii here to get those 2 results. You know, you've got 2 events left there, and your qualification, I mean, your career is on the line, isn't it?
And then stay healthy throughout the year. As your body breaks down, your boards break down. A number of ankle injuries right now. I saw Alejo Muniz getting work on his ankle, Pat Gudauskas, and Dylan Goodale. These new aerial maneuvers, I think that's going to be a trend in surfing.
Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, you're right about the fitness. You especially have that horrific injury back in, what was that, 08?
No, that was much further back, 05.
05, sorry. It seemed like yesterday. And as you see, Dylan Goodale there has a full sprained ankle, and allowing him to get through this morning with a couple of snaps there. He said he was nursing it the whole time, and I mean, that's what I mean. Half of these guys can barely, walk when they have an injury, but they'll still put the jersey on. They'll still do whatever it takes to get through that heat, and I just love that determination.
Yeah, Dylan's an excellent surfer from Kauai. We've seen him with a number of big heats in the junior tour. Now he's trying to step up into this prime series and make a name for himself. He's not going to miss this opportunity here in Hawaii, even with the bum ankle.
That's it. So we're just over 8 minutes remaining here, and as Dave corrected us, we've got Brent Dorrington, young dozzer from the Gold Coast there, out in the red, and isn't he out in form? He started with a 6.67 and backs up with a small score just under a 4-point range, but he's out in front. Dane Gudauskas in the second. Maxime Husinov from France surfed very well on his first heat this morning, was very crisp. He's requiring a second score, and Aiden Toyon from Reunion Island, Dave, as you mentioned. Beautiful place, that Reunion.
It's cool to see. Jeremy Flores came out of there. He was the first surfer to come across and make a mark on the pro surfing, and now you've got all these kids that looked up to him, and they're really traveling the world, getting on that European circuit, and the European circuit's been so strong for a number of years. It's setting the platform for these guys to move up.
Yeah, it's definitely a good tour. I think I called the was it
EPSA.
EPSA. We were talking about JPSA this morning, Japanese pro tour that Jason Shibata competes in the off season. We've got the EPSA. There's an Australian circuit. I'm sure there's a Brazilian circuit. And
the Brazilian circuit's so strong.
Yeah,
getting stronger every year, and you see it. And the kids that are coming up out of that they're ready for the world tour at 17. Like Gabriel winning those 2 events already.
Well, one of the more unusual things, you've got to register on time. If not, and you still want to be in, you're on the alternate list. Number 11 ranked surfer in the world is on the alternate list, down in the 36th spot, Jeremy Flores.
And he's been battling an ankle injury. He's just coming off of it.
Probably at the last minute, he says, you know what, it's feeling good enough. I might be able to get into this event, but a late entry, and we'll see. Well, key thing for the surfers that are on the alternate list is actually showing up and making sure that the beach marshal knows you're here. They'll start checking you off, and you might be the number 1 alternate, but if you haven't checked in, you won't be called.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, you look at that list, you might be 35th on the alternate, but you can easily get in because of, all these guys aren't
We saw
checking in.
Liam McNamara this morning.
And he was number 11. Now, what does that mean? I've seen Brad Ettinger waiting on the beach. He's waiting for his shot. So there's a lot of people waiting to jump in, and we'll see what happens.
Saw Richie Collins on the alternate list.
Rich, he's been busy. He's got a very talented daughter that is...
He is unbelievable.
She's a really good stepper. And I think Liam does as well, as we see the big chiefs there, Randy Rerick, the Executive Director of the Band's Triple Crown of Surfing. And of course, Marty Thomas there, a man who needs no introduction. Former top 10 in the world, Marty Thomas was. He reminded me the other day that he was 9th, his best result. And beautiful surfing there from the young Reunion Island. Coming unstuck. But yeah, Marty Thomas, a fantastic surfer. I remember him in my day when I was at Grom and watching him at Huntington Beach. He had this vicious backside snap. And I didn't know I didn't know he got to top 10, so that's a pretty awesome effort.
Yeah, there was one year where he just came out firing. It seemed like he was making every quarter and semi, and that was the year that he finished 9th.
A surfer with years and years of experience here and living here in Hawaii and in a little community like Seal Beach, which might be compared to in the summer months like a Florida event, a Florida location where you're finding waves, and when the waves come, you're all over it. If not, you're traveling to Huntington. But Marty making things happen and making the transition quite well into a pro career. Now he is the managing director of the Triple Crown. Randy's still the executive director, and also standing there was our beach marshal, Aaron Walters, working with the legend Rabbit Kekai and discussing what's going to happen. The idea today is to go through heat number 8 of a round of 96. We are watching a heat that's closing down. 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Everybody's got at least 2 waves. Dorrington looking to better, a 3.90, sitting in a good spot with a 6.67. Here he is again.
Yeah, young Brent Dorrington. Nice little snap in the face there, just getting a little bit caught from that chop. trying to get busy now as he races around that nice floater over the section there, but just floated over the wind chop there.
So you should have some experience with Brent. I've watched him surf at home in Snapper and Duramba. He's so impressive over there. Seen him surf around, seen his video parts. You think he's going to get up in that top 32?
I sure as hell hope so, because you know what, his brother was a really, really good surfer as well, and obviously, you know, succumbed to the unfortunate of non-sponsorship and not being able to, you know, to get to that level and put a few years in. But his brother was a really, really good surfing. That's Luke Dorrington. And let's hope Brent can get a couple of years in there and hopefully make it. As we've seen Dane Kadauskas there driving around this section. Nice big bird off the top there, and that wave kind of flattening out. But
here's a really nice wave for Maxine. Second wave of the set. First wave really cleaned it up. Nice clean face in front of him, finishing off strong there. He's going to project all the way around this section. And this is going to put some pressure on Dane here. He needed a 5.41. I
think he might have got it, guys.
I think so. And here's our reunion surfer behind him on another excellent right. The swell is filling in and these rights are turning on.
This guy's a really good surfer, actually. He's got a good technique.
That's where my hair went.
He looks like little Robbie Machado.
Well, this is going to be interesting to see the scores drop. I think Dane is going to need another wave now with 250 remaining.
What do you think, Dave?
Well, I think Adrian Toyon is very comfortable over reefs. You would think the Reunion Island has some very spectacular waves, but some very sharp reefs.
Sharp, and they're full of, I remember when I went there,
fire
sea
coral.
urchins.
No, it's the urchins. They're just everywhere. The biggest ones you've ever seen. Seems like they could pierce right through your whole body.
I remember when the surge was there and looking at Taylor Knox's back.
Oh, he hit one?
Fire coral, just it looked like somebody just raked a hot rake across his back. Just nasty stuff, but beautiful waves.
Yeah, it is a beautiful place. You know what? I guess living in America, as we see a replay, we'll get back to
this is that first wave of that three-wave set that Dane was able to pick off. And you see those chops and those bumps from that northeast wind, and you're always having to project over another bump. You can see that on that slow-mo replay. And then the second, third waves were just butter smooth.
Yeah, Maxine, the young French surfer. Nice, just kind of a setup turn around. This was the money turn where he really lit it up there, busted the tail. And he comes driving around this section, and he probably could have finished it a little bit better, and that's why they cut it off. But here's the young surfer out of Reunion Island. Nice driving carve there. I love that kind of surfing.
I love that on the backside. Not a lot of guys do that. The judges don't normally score that, but it's a very difficult maneuver. It's more of a frontside carve on your backhand.
This is some live action there. I wonder what happened there.
I heard some clapping on the beach, and this is going to get interesting as the heat gets down. About a minute remaining. A lot of scores to drop. Maxine, his first score dropping to 6.3.
Minute and 15 seconds remaining, closing things down. Husano, wave number 4, and here's Adrian Toyon winding up.
Nice alley-oop as he really shifted that foot forward onto the nose to get a nice solid stance and came down smoothly.
That was pretty cool.
So Toyon is looking for a score right there. I believe a fifth wave. He has a 2.67 and a 1.67 in his score line, the surfer in blue, and he is in the fourth spot, needing a 7.73. Husano's still got a score to come through, looking for a 5.41, and at this point, looks like the judges are going to give it to him. Gadauskas is trying to better a 7.43. We'll see if that happens. One thing about Gadauskas' wave, the first section of turns, top and bottom, not that great, but the second, he actually got vertical. I mean, he really can stand on that tail, snap it around, and those subtle movements right there in these difficult conditions.
Look at Maxine went the first with his 6.3.
Oh, he did he?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right, Dave. It definitely is, you know, caution to the wind here. We're counting down the 10 seconds here. A couple of scores still to be locked in.
Oh, watch this. If there's enough time. No, it looks like it's going to run out on our competitors. Dorrington needing a 4.63.
More scores coming in as our reunion surfer got back-to-back waves after 15 minutes in that heat with hardly anything. Really put the pressure on. And there's Dorrington, who could be in a bad position right here, going from first to third possibly in the last minute.
Toyon right now in the fourth spot, looking for a 4.51. Judges are dropping the scores. Adrian Toyon and Maxime Husano, the Reunion Island surfers, advance over Dorrington and Gadauskas. That's unofficial. Still a couple more scores to come through. We'll be right back with more action. Stay with us. The Reef Hawaiian Pro continues live from the North Shore.
I'm Roy Powers. Come ride with us.
Round 96.
Welcome back to the Reef Hawaiian Pro. We are coming at you live all across the Hawaiian Islands on Time Warner Cable and across Southern California and Arizona up on the screen right now. We are into Heat 4 of the round of 96 at the Reef Hawaiian Pro, the first event of the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing. In the white, Thomas Hermes out of Brazil. In the red, Nat Young out of California, and Keone Ising and Dylan Goodale, two young Hawaiians boys. I'm joined here with Ross Williams from Hawaii and Rob Machado from Australia. Ross,
yeah, totally. Good
sorry,
one.
Rob Machado is born in Australia. I do like to hail that, but obviously growing up in Southern California. Boys, another tough heat.
I got an Australian passport.
You do?
Yep. This is a good heat, really good heat. Some of these guys have surfed already today, so they've got a little warm-up under their belt, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, they did. We're into round of 96 here, so Nat Young is seated as well as Thomas Hermes, but Keone Ising and Dylan Goodale did have a heat this morning.
Yeah, I can tell Dylan there really nursing that sprained ankle of his right there. We saw before, guys, before you guys came into the booth, Dylan was nearly limping down to the water's edge. I don't know, Rob, you tell me about injuries and, you know, when do you push it too much, or when is enough, or when do you have to sit back and watch?
Yeah, it's a tough call because, you know, I mean, we're coming into the last few events of the year, and it's crucial points on the line, you know. It's and Dylan, being from Hawaii, he's got a spot in these events. These events aren't easy to get into, and some crucial points to finish off the year. So it's hard because, you know, being injured, you're like, yeah. You know, it feels good on land, but you go out in the water, and sometimes it just, you injure yourself even more, and you kind of set yourself behind even more. Sometimes it's worth it to sit out. But
what would have been one of the probably the worst injuries you had in your career? I don't really recall anything major, but maybe a couple of knees or ankles there or something.
Yeah, I strained a few ligaments, ACL on the knee, and broke my ankle one time, broke my hand. And
I don't remember you breaking your ankle. When did you do that?
I broke my ankle in 2007. Pretty recent.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, more recent. As we see Nat Young in the red, line to the line, Roscoe. Bang.
That was some solid surfing there from Nat Young, and for him to project off that lip on that second turn, you can tell it looks like he's got a good board under his feet there.
Yeah, and out the back, up and riding. From Brazil, Hermes.
A little lip climb there, a little wheelie. Yeah, he looks all psyched up, ready to go.
As we see, I think we've got a really young heat here. I think we've got, I'm calling 18 to 20 years of age for all these lads.
Nat Young, he's still surfing in the junior events, is he? Or is he done?
He might be 20. He might be on 20, Rob, but maybe 21 already. But fiery young rocket he is from Santa Cruz, young Nat.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's been in the limelight for a few years now, so he's definitely been on the radar for the, you know, for everyone around in the surf industry. So good surfer, Nat Young, a goofy footer from Santa Cruz.
As we see the new scoring system up on the window there, just kind of going away there, but it shows the new system. Nat Young in the red here, as we see replay once again, just surfers easily getting caught there. And is that a big swoosh on the nose of his board there?
I believe it is.
Straight Nike, just no shame. There's no 6.0.
6 point nothing anymore. Huh?
But that was some good surfing there. That second turn, you know, he fit that in there nicely. And those lefts are not easy to surf on.
Well, we were looking at Keone sitting there for a second, and we cut over to Dylan Goodale.
Looks like out the back, Nat Young just missing out on a nice set wave right there. So I don't mind, you know, it's still a little slow, you guys, but the swell, I still would like to say it's on the incline. What do you think?
It's creeping in.
Creeping in.
Yeah.
It's like a slow IV drip.
Yeah.
It's definitely not smaller. I would say it was smaller this morning.
Yeah, I mean, we had no waves at Avalanche this morning. There wasn't really any indicators advising us of some surf today. So, yeah, it is a sigh of relief. As I said, we were at 9 days with no competition run here at Haleiwa. It was a brutal 9 days for all of us, checking in every day. Is it on? No, it's off again. And not only that, to seeing that northeast swell, knowing that Laniakea was 4 to 5 foot, Rocky Point and all those waves, had fun little waves, but just not, the west not showing up here, Ross.
Yeah, that's the tricky thing about Haleiwa. You need some west in there, but yeah, we're managing to do it.
So it looks like we got downstairs. We got Moody or Fish, guys. Mood Dog.
On. He's the heat winner from the last heat. Tell us a little bit about that heat. Tell us about that last wave you got with that air.
Yeah, I just catch my other score before, and I was paddling back to the lineup. And I saw this wave coming in, and everyone, like some guys tried to paddle on it, and Maxime couldn't catch it, and Dane as well. So I just turned, like, that wasn't my way. I didn't even see it. I took the wave, and I wanted to do alley hoop before I went out there. I told to my friends I gotta do one, and I just did it. Only the wave just offered to do one turn, and I just did this one maneuver.
Well, if you're gonna do one turn, it might as well be an alley hoop, right? So tell us a little bit about, you're from Reunion Island, right? Tell us a little bit about Reunion Island.
Oh man, I haven't been there since so long, since February, so before I leave, it was like so good, sick waves. It looks like a little bit here actually. It's a volcano island too. And yeah, nice food, best place to be.
Nice. Well, you're coming up in the next round, and we want to wish you good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks for that, Sean, and young local Mauritius. What am I talking about? Reunion Island surfer there.
Nice little snap there from
Nat Young getting loose.
Young Nat Young from Santa Cruz.
Langing the tail
there, Rob.
Nice.
Rob, that was definitely your stunt double there, Adrian.
Yeah. I surfed with him down in Reunion actually a few months ago. Well, it would have been probably back in February when he was there. Really good surfer, man. He was just, I was like, wow, who is this guy? And he was surfing really well. We see a replay of Nat. Nice little check snap, sees his turn at the end, lines it up, and spins it around.
I like how he keeps his weight really centered over his board, totally in control there. And that's good for, in a heat. He doesn't look like he can fall very easy. He's really stable.
But getting back to Reunion Island, it's a beautiful island. It's very, very similar to Hawaii. It's got very, almost identical climate. To see Nat Young kicking out. And they've had a crazy year. I think they've had 5 shark attacks this year.
Oh God!
Yeah, it's been like off the charts. The place has always been known as being sharky, but it's you see white. Nice snap right there.
That's a lot, Rob.
Yeah, it's been terrible. They've actually closed all the beaches on the island for like a long period of time, and it's been a full-on ordeal. So we see Keanu Asing lining up a nice little section right here.
Yeah, I love the way Keanu gets really low to his board. Lots of power for just a little guy. He's probably only about 5'4", but
I like the checkered trunch.
This is the Brazilian here.
Little setup turn. I like this turn. Punches through the lip. Gets the pins loose a little bit.
Couple of good scores there. So what gives, Rob? How come Reunion is so consistent with the Sharks and the attacks? And I mean, it's just crazy over there.
Yeah, and it's been, I think for the past, 10, 15 years, it's been pretty consistent that they average like 1 shark attack a year, and this year, for some reason, it's just been out of control. It's been, and
like fatality attacks.
Three have been fatal. And
this year,
yes, and 3 fatal this year, and 2 the guys survived. So
great whites or tigers?
I believe it's tigers. Yeah, the water, it's very similar to here. The water's warm. I think it's very, almost identical. And so it's sad because the waves there's some really fun waves there, and everyone's like scared to go in the ocean now.
Yeah, that's sketchy.
Yeah, I noticed too, and I could talk about Australia this year. I know that there was 3 fatalities within 7 weeks in Australia as well. And obviously on the western coast of Australia there, a couple of rogue great whites. They're not good to have in the lineup anywhere near you, and especially when they're rogue hungry.
Right. I saw a piece on Discovery Channel, I think it was, where they had a lot of those attacks in Australia were from like a warm water current that ran right along the shore. So
Right.
all the bait fish and other fish were right there, and it just promoted all this activity next to swimmers and surfers. So you just never know, and that little freak of nature type of deal happens, and it gets the sharks all aggro.
Yeah.
Anywho, there is some sharks out here.
Yeah,
4 of them.
You've been out there, right? Haven't you, Ross?
Yeah. A buddy of mine that actually taught me how to surf does a shark tour out here, and they go a couple miles out and they put people in a cage, and you get to flop around with some sharks. It's pretty intense, but yeah, the great whites, the tiger sharks are around these waters too in Hawaii, and you know, it's kind of funny, like Rob, you know, you get some surf spots that you've surfed since you're a kid, you get this almost false security, you just feel comfy, you could go for a swim, a snorkel, and then if you go to another country where you're not familiar with it, and it just gives you that spook factor, where you're just totally scared, so.
Yeah, it can creep you out. That feeling is not one you like, but you really have to listen to it when you have it. You know, it's like when you're sitting on the water and you get that you just get that thought or that chill, and you just immediately. I just paddle straight to the beach.
So you see a great shot there of the lineup. Sorry, of the beach side there, of all the scaffolding, and what a beautiful day here in Hawaii. Got a little bit of light cloud there, a little bit of breeze, and a little building swell.
Yeah, that's cool. We'll take it because it's been literally flat here the last 8 days, so it's actually head high here on the sets, and it might even be filling in a little bit throughout the day, so we're going to take this and run.
So we are just under 8 minutes of the Heat 4 of the round of 96 of the Reef Hawaiian Pro. We have kicked off competition today through a lengthy waiting period. We are going to run 8 heats today of the round of 96, so we've got 4 more heats remaining. You see a good little paddle battle there, and it's Nat Young. Nat there just holding off the guys out of position. Another set there about to come in. Surfer in yellow and surfer in blue. Looks like we've got Dylan Goodale on the inside of this little left, and I think he's just going to be a little bit inside here. Oh, big snap there from Dylan, kind of nursing that ankle.
Yeah, that might be into play right now. You can tell he's just off his game a touch.
Oh. Going left, going right. Switches it up. Blows the fins out.
Dang.
That was Thomas Hermes from Brazil, and he is in second place right now. He's got a couple of 4s. He's actually got a 5, and a 4. Nat Young hold it down.
Keanu was seeing, and there's a great little competitor here. I love how just enthusiastic all these turns are. He really
comes unstuck.
I did not see that coming, and that was a huge score. I don't know. I think he'll still get a pretty big score, but throwing lots of spray out the back.
Yeah, let's have a look at a replay right here. Keanu, first little snap right there, sets up for this one right here. Bang. Nice, tight, and like you said, Ross, looked like he just had it so straight.
That kid does not fall.
Yeah.
That's one of the things you think about when you watch him surf. He's just really steady, so that was uncharacteristic.
Well, you see Nat Young wrapping a little cutty around. He's going to look at this closeout. He's got that one down pat.
Oh, he's surfing like a man, isn't he?
He looked like he liked that. He seemed pretty satisfied. That was a great little tail waft, little aerial reverse there, and the judges are going to throw some pretty big scores out for that one.
Well, he's sitting in first place already, and he's looking to better 6.23. I think he might do that with that score.
Yes, for sure.
Well, we've got Tomas Herms dropping a score. He's going to better his situation for sure. He's dropping a 4.17, and he's got something in the range of a 5.5 or a 6. So
yeah, he's got anything right now from a 5.5 to a 6.5. So we'll see what happens when all the scores drop.
Let's have a look right here. Nice little snap, sets up. Blows the tail out. Doesn't quite spin all the way around. Well, yeah, mate, take that back.
And here is Nat Young from Santa Cruz. Nice little cutty. Rob, these lefts are so hard to surf. So for him to pull this move off right here, not many kids can do that. I mean, that wave was kind of bending out to sea, and he still threw it up.
So centered and really just over his board. Like there was never a bobble in that maneuver. So
Robbie, Nat's a fellow team rider as you are with Channel Islands there.
Yeah.
Obviously a lot of those good young, good new kind of new style models. What model would probably best facilitate these conditions out here today?
It's a good question. You know, a lot of guys switch up their grovellers. You know, guys have been riding, you know, some protons or rookies. I see a lot of rookies out there. It's hard to say. Everyone's kind of got their own little flavor that they like to go to. I always go to a little shorter, a little bit thicker, and a lower entry rocker, just to get up to speed quicker. You know, when you got to generate your own speed, you don't want to have too much nose rocker to slow you down.
Right.
So that seems to help out the cause, but you don't want to take away from your turnability.
Sure.
Once you get into a spot where you can turn, you want to be able to lay down some turns still. So it's a fine line. It's a balance that you got to have, and these guys travel around the world and they grovel a lot, so they got their equipment pretty dialed in, I think.
Well, there you go. You heard it from Rob Machado. And as mentioned, you can go onto the Reef Facebook site, jump online there and check out Rob Machado's Channel Islands model, their signature model. And some lucky person is going to go in there and answer the North Shore trivia and walk away with a brand new Rob Machado surfboard.
Hey, as we see Keanu is saying, flying down the line, he's going to go to the air. Nice little boost.
Yeah, I was saying, I'm a little bit out of sorts right now. I've never seen him fall 3 waves in a row.
Well, that wave, Ross, that wave that he fell on, he still got a 6.
He did, didn't he?
So that was a solid score. You know, it definitely helped out his cause. He's only looking for 5.88, as we see. As
the Brazilian Thomas Hermes.
This is going to be a tight heat. You know, we're down to 2.5 minutes. Nat Young just dropped an 8.17. He's pretty solid up there in the lead.
Yep.
And the Brazilian surfer is holding on to that second spot. And we've got Keanu saying needing a 5.88, and Dylan Goodale looking for an 8.70. So.
Yeah, I actually think Dylan's checked out at the moment, and you know, it's unfortunate. I think that injury's just got the better of him. Yeah. I've seen Dylan just, you know, as good as Keanu, and he's just holding it back at the moment. I think maybe the pain or whatever it is, the injury's just got the better of him. So that's really unfortunate for Dylan.
That's bad timing. You know, a lot of these surfers have to deal with that throughout the year. They'll get an injury, and I'm sure he would have liked to have been healthy here to get make a bunch of heats and get some really valuable points, as this is a 6-star. So lots of points out there available for these kids that are trying to move up in the rankings. And yeah, so anyways, it looks like Keanu is saying he's got the one shot to make this heat with the Brazilian Thomas Hermes, you know, holding down that second spot with Nat Young just way out in front. There's only a little less than a minute and a half left here.
And the guys are back in the lineup. I see one little bit of a line there, but not much coming through. Guys, I just wanted to give a little shout out to Eric Abel. Eric has done all the contest artwork, as you see on the scaffolding. All that stuff looks absolutely phenomenal. And we're very, very lucky to have Eric's presence here in Hawaii with us at the moment. So Eric Abel there has done all the artwork for the Reef Hawaiian Pro. You can see it all on the event merchandise, on the caps, on the t-shirts that you can buy on reef.com or down at your local surf shops here in Hawaii. And you can go on and look at Eric's stuff at www.abelarts.com. I'll say that one more time. That's www.abelarts.com, and check out a lot of Eric's artwork. It's fantastic stuff. And as said, we are very, very stoked to have Eric do the artwork for this year, the 2011 Reef Hawaiian Pro. 9 minutes, we've got Nat Young up and running there, and just a quick in and out. 30 seconds left, Ross.
Yeah, speaking of that artwork there from Eric, I love that. That's probably my favorite artwork I've seen out of all the Triple Crown events throughout the years, and that's a huge statement because we've had some awesome art over the years, but I just love it. It's really, you know, it's kind of classy looking, the earth tones, and it's with that little offshore breeze on the waves there, Rob. That's cool artwork.
Yeah, well, this is crucial right here. Keanu is saying 5 seconds left, gets into this little wave, goes left, comes back right.
Needs a 5.8.
Let's see. He's looking for a 5.8. Like you said, Ross. Going to finish it off right here.
Maybe that wave was just a little too small. You can tell he just splashed the whitewash there. He's not happy. I think he had the waves to make it, and that's probably what's frustrating him so much, is he just made a couple mistakes.
Yeah, that's exactly it. You know, when you get the waves and you have the opportunities in a heat and you don't pull it out, that's when you kind of get mad at yourself. I think that's what we saw him splash in the water there.
Yep.
So as we see the recap of that last heat, heat 4 for the round of 96, it was Nat Young, the bruiser out of Santa Cruz. Look at him. He was in fierce form all heat. He led from start to end. And on his, we mentioned his Fire Rocket Channel Islands model there, and look at it go. As Nat Young there just blasting there, serving like a man. Young Thomas Hermes out of Brazil, he was a force to be reckoned with as well. Big vertical surfing there on his backside. And Keanu I seeing, and he lost out today, but believe me, ladies and gentlemen, you will be seeing a lot more of Keanu I seeing coming up. May not be today, but next time. Stay tuned.
Round 96.
Welcome back to the round of 96. We are currently in heat 5, and as you saw that commercial there, Icons of Aloha, it is the Reef campaign. Right next to me I have Ross Williams and Rob Machado. Both of you guys are part of the Icons of Aloha campaign. Guys, we're pushing on. We got 3 more heats of the day. Let's talk about this one, heat 5, Glenn Hall from Ireland in the red. We have Nick Mushcroft out of Torquay, Victoria. He's in the white. Dave O'Connell from Maui as well, and Davey Cathal's their current Billabong World Junior Champion. So a bit of a stacked heat.
So Nadia, it looks like we're going to catch up on some waves during that commercial. Some action went down.
Yeah, Dave O'Connell there started strong this morning, and starting just where he left off. Big snap there and a little rock and roll flow. Do you call that, Rob?
Yeah.
I like those. And red, this is Glenn Hall. They call him micro. And
he is a micro human.
Look at that, he just weaved out of the screen.
The camera couldn't even keep up with him. I think he did a huge error right there. Man, I'll have to get that.
Well, he did. He must have done something. He got a 5.33 on that wave, so, I mean, decent score.
Glenn Hall growing up on the east coast of Australia, but now residing out of Europe. He has an Irish passport there. I believe his father or grandfather, or somebody close in his family, is born in Ireland and been residing over there probably about 10 years now, Glenn, and they call him Micro, Crowy. He's got a lot of little nicknames. He's a little man that doesn't like tomatoes in his burgers.
Oh, no. You know him personally.
Yeah, you know him well. And all he does is drink Coca-Cola.
He's a bit of a veteran, right? How old is Glenn Hall?
Crowy be about 32. I think. Yeah, he's definitely been around for a while. He hasn't grown a hell of a lot in 32 years, but he's a sensational surfer, is Hawley. And there's Mushcroft, another really solid surfer out of Australia, Victoria, Australia. And great
I believe it's his nickname, Mushy?
Mushy. Yeah,
I think he was on tour one year, wasn't he?
He did. He actually made the world tour. And you know, Marsh is a fantastic surfer here in Hawaii. But let's go down, look at that scaffolding as we talked about that artwork before. We got Sean Moody. Who we got there, brother?
We got the winner of the last heat, Nat Young. How you doing, Nat?
I'm doing good. Pretty stoked to get that one out of the way.
Yeah, it's always good to get the first heat out of the way. Tell us a little bit about what you've been doing on the down days to keep them stems loose.
I've been on like a solid program. I've been waking up at like 6 every morning, going surfing with Kalohe and stuff, and it's been flat, but we've been finding little ways. And also been playing basketball and like wiffle ball and football and stuff to pass the time and stuff.
So you're saying you're a pretty good athlete then, huh? Out of the water?
We've been keeping it athletic.
I like it. I like it. So tell us a little bit about that heat. I saw you get a few lefts, a couple little tricky moves. What kind of board you riding?
I'm on a Channel Island spread rubble. It's like a small wave board, and it's 5'11", and luckily I brought a groveler because it's tough out there. It's small and soft.
I know it's kind of a drag to be riding a groveler, but you know you gotta do what you gotta do. Anyway, good luck in your next heat, and keep it going.
Thank you.
Thanks for that, Sean. Nat Young there, guys. Robbie, as we talked about, he's on the Fred Rubble.
I missed that one, yeah. Wiffle ball, that kind of threw me off. But,
Wiffle ball's fun.
It is, athletic.
It's not like a go-to backup sport, though, for the guys. That's pretty original.
That's pretty original.
See that?
He said he was keeping it athletic. I don't know how athletic wiffle ball is.
It could be, well,
what is wiffle ball?
Especially in the
baseball
Hawaiian.
with a wiffle ball instead of a baseball and a little plastic bat.
Still not reading it.
Yeah,
you know, like cricket, mate, except baseball, eh? Plastic ball.
Hey, mate. Don't knock the cricket, mate, at all. It is cricket.
Wiffle ball, like especially in Hawaii, if you're playing into the wind, the ball would go absolutely nowhere. It's got holes in it.
You go backwards right over your head.
If you're playing downwind, it might be somewhat athletic.
Yeah.
But
so Nat Young there, just kind of breaking it down, being up at sunrise every morning, 6 o'clock. Him and Kalohe are on the train, and you can definitely tell he's just a stellar young man right there, and surfing like a tour veteran. And we're going to see more of Nat Young coming up.
Well, he spoke about Kalohe Andino as well. He's coming up in round of 64, heat 2. He's seated in there with Kai Otten, so also surfing the event.
Yeah, Kai Otten had that interview with Paul Fisher this morning, and he's on the bubble, and he hasn't been in that situation before, so he doesn't really, I think he just kind of elaborated, he doesn't really know how to handle it. He's just going to go about it as he knows how, going about his day-to-day job. And Kai Otten, we've got 2 events to see how Otts goes, and he's a sensational surfer, so hopefully we can see Otts prevail.
I've never seen Kai Otten with a clean-shaven face. That kind of threw me off this morning. Yeah, he's usually got some kind of scruff going. But yeah, never fun to be in the hot seat, which is where Kai Otten is, so we'll see if he can keep all the riffraff below him and stay on tour next year.
I think, as Dorian said, though, it is never fun to be in the hot seat. But I tell you what, if you're of a high caliber athlete, and you know, when it comes time to perform under pressure, I think that's when you see some of the best surfing.
Yeah, I think you're right, Nutty. And I think that's when guys shine, and that's where some guys crumble. That's when those really pressure situations happen. And like you said, it does produce some of the best moments in sports.
Right.
Even any sport, really. So.
Yeah, you know, when a guy's career's on the line, and you know, he's looking down the barrel of what am I going to do next, and then you know, can pull the performance of a lifetime out. And we've seen it time and time again over the years here in surfing. I mean, looking back at, you know, both your guys' careers and many others, I think one of, especially it was Michael Mungabarry, had to win Sunset here one year to re-qualify. I mean, he was gone for all money and gets out there, and what does he do? Win Sunset, 10-foot Sunset. I mean, just that was one of many scenarios and situations that happen in pro surfing. And as you said, Rob, the true surfers that can dig deep and pull it out will prevail.
Here's a replay here of Dej O'Connell from Maui. And it was a nice little wave. Unfortunately, just got a little hung up there on that inside bowl where it kind of flattened out. Yeah, a lot of people, you know, when they're in that limelight, like you guys were mentioning, you can use that energy and try and twist it into a positive thing. Because, man, if you think about it too much and get nervous, you know, it'll feel like you're wearing boots out there. You want to be able to clear your surfboard, and you'll just start, you know, digging rail on your bottom turn. So I think it's all up in the head, you know. You got to really turn it into a positive thing and use that energy to get crazy and surf good.
Well, we saw last year, remember, Dusty Payne was a crazy one. And heat against Mick Fanning in the Pipe Masters, he was comboed, and with 5 minutes to go, dropped I think 2 9+ rides.
Unbelievable.
To make it.
Maybe in the quarterfinals. It was kind of far along in the contest too, wasn't it?
It might have been the 4th round, just before the quarters or something, but it was like a crucial heat, and he was comboed.
Oh yeah, Mick had him on the ropes.
Totally.
Done. He said, you know, you're done.
Yeah.
And just.
He got 2 waves, and the last one was in under 10 seconds to go. Gets blown out of a tube, gets a 9.8, and qualifies for the tour.
Thank you.
Yeah, he was pretty psyched on that one.
I think he must have felt a little vindicated too, because he's way too good of a surfer in my eyes to be off tour. So, he had a lot of, adrenaline after making that heat. Like I still belong here, you guys, and so that was good to see Dusty get that heat last year at Pipe and make the tour again.
Well, you tell me, guys. I mean, I don't think anybody ever really says, all right, it's time to hang up the boots. I mean, when you've been doing something for so long, I think there can always be somewhat premature guys that leave the tour, and you two obviously competed for a long time, but when do you know it is time? Rob, obviously you having a long career, and Ross, when was it just like, you know what, I'm done, I'm fed up, I've been doing this for too long? I mean, what goes through your head? I mean, you lose that focus, you lose that concentration. And it's a sport of surfing where someone's always there to pounce on your heels, isn't it?
Right. For me, I mean, I'm a little bit different from Rob, but for me it was almost an injury. I had one bad year on tour, I fell off, and the next year I had ideas and plans of doing a QS, and I broke my foot. So I had about a year of just being in a cast, and then the year after that I had absolutely no seed. I got married, had a kid. I was like, all right, I'm going to take this as a sign as it's time to hang it up, As we see an absolute bomb coming in here outside, maybe the biggest set of the day, you guys.
Yeah, Micro just lighting this little ride up. Bang, he's going to get around the section and finish it off right here.
There's an absolute tsunami outside here.
Oh, this is the biggest wave we've seen.
Capitals, the junior champ, big floater.
Bang.
Nice tail slide to back it up. That's got to be a huge score for how just the sheer size of that wave alone. They're going to love it.
And more coming out the back. We got another wave. And yellow, Dej, O'Connell. Dang. Get some body torque into that one.
Yeah, tricky little left there. Those are hard to fit in moves. Another 4th or 5th wave here in the set.
Yeah, and there's actually more out the back, so there's going to be some unridden waves. I think Mushy's going to kick out and go, oh, mate.
I'm excited. The waves are getting bigger, and being that we got to possibly surf tomorrow, Rob, on our little clash thing.
What do you mean little clash thing? It's a Clash of the Legends. It's huge.
Come on, waves, pick up. It's not fair. Rob weighs about 100, and I weigh about 500 pounds, so we need this swell to come up.
I was really scared that it was going to be like 15 foot. I wasn't going to make it out.
Because it does get like that, and it's not exactly paddling through that toilet bowl isn't a pleasure at anything over 8 feet. Let alone 15 feet. I mean, it's just brutal.
And then once you get out there, that's the worst part. You just get sucked out to that buoy like a second.
It's nothing like having a heat where you could literally be in a situation where you didn't catch a wave. I mean, you could be halfway out the back, get cleaned up by a giant 12, 15-foot wave, get pushed into harbor, next thing you know, your heat's done. You're like, what happened? I just was underwater the whole time. So, yeah, when it's big out here, it's super scary. It's just top to bottom. It's a heaving wave. It's lots of power out there when it's big.
So intense. I think you ask anyone that surfed out here a lot, and they'll say they've got their worst beatings out here.
Oh, yeah.
Especially on those bigger days when you see those double ups and the wedges, the way they come together. There's so much energy focusing on one spot, and if you're in that spot, it's not good.
No good.
You see a great shot of the digital scoreboard there. A couple of fans on the beach. Tuda Bain, I think that's throwing some Brazilian love right there. Yeah, Robbie, I mean, I remember paddling out here, and it's not so much even the waves that you're catching, but looking into some of the waves that are coming past you. I mean, quite frightening. There's a lot of current, a lot of water moving out there. And Ross, I mean, you've surfed this place at its capacity. It can kick your butt.
It can, and there's all kinds of little lineups that people use depending on the swell direction. Ideally you'd like to have the more west the better, and so when it's big and 12, 15 feet and really west, it breaks by the bathhouse, they call it, and which is really deep, and that's ideal. And like you guys were saying earlier, you know, it's scary. It gets really hollow and tons of water. You have really deep channels on both sides. You got your harbor here on the right, and you have I was telling Rob earlier, you have a channel in between here and Avalanche. It's a couple 100 feet deep. So there's just tons of energy focused right on that peak, and the swell has nowhere to go but right there. And if you're unlucky enough to get it on your head, it's no fun.
Robbie, obviously competing over the years in Hawaii, now you're kind of doing more of the free surfing and some exhibition stuff. You won the Pipeline Masters here twice, obviously competing in Haleiwa and Sunset. How did these events affect you?
I surfed Haleiwa a few times, the event. I remember I had one event out here where it was one of those days where it was like 12 foot, maybe bigger. And it was like closing out to Avalanche. And I just remember like coming in, just going, I just don't even want to do that again. And I stopped entering this event.
Sweet.
I was just like, you know what? I'm just gonna go. I'll just stay up on that side. I'm gonna surf pipe every day, and just focus all my energy up there. You know, this wave, I would take this wave over Sunset. You know, Sunset was like, for a skinny little dude like me, it's hard to get anything done out there. It's a super fun wave to surf, but to compete it's really difficult. Like, you have to be so spot on. It's not just strength, it's about technique, and you're bouncing around in bumps and wind out there, and you just got to be really dialed in. So for me, I really wanted to focus on my equipment for pipe and really getting my boards dialed in, and those boards really didn't work. It's almost like you had to have two quivers in my eyes. So I've actually surfed out here more than I have, like more in the past couple years than I have like my whole time in Hawaii, and learned to enjoy surfing out here. It's an amazing wave. I was just so anti back in the day. Now I've kind of opened up to it. Same with Sunset, and just even more waves on the North Shore. It's been really cool. It's been like, wow, there's a lot of waves on the North Shore that I've been missing out on.
Yeah, I think it is definitely that's something to touch on. I mean, obviously renowned for Rocky Point and Pipeline and Sunset, but I think as you do get a bit older like us, you tend to look at those other spots where it's not so competitive, it's not so crowded, and for where I'm at right now to come to Hawaii, if I can sneak out and get a few waves anywhere, I think that's a bonus. And so we heard from Rob there. What about you, Ross? Obviously you as far as competing here in the Triple Crown, we're just under 3 minutes. Maybe we can just you can elaborate a little bit on where you thought the spot where you stood out the most.
Definitely Haleiwa is probably my favorite wave in the world. I mean, it's just, Rob is really biased because he doesn't look right. He hates rights. He wouldn't tell you that, but no, I'm just kidding. But Haleiwa for me is just great because you can surf it when it's 10 to 12 feet, or you can surf it when it's 4 feet. It's really high performance. And it's just the vibe out here is really, I love it with all the energy. You kind of mix, the big moves with big wave surfing. Sunset, like Rob was saying, is really tricky. It's like a real test to try and be in the right spot at the right time. And then obviously backdoor and pipe is the wave to be on a North Shore if you want to get barreled. And whenever I think about like some of my best waves in my life, it's definitely probably out there in that little stretch of reef there at backdoor. It's just the hollowest wave, one of the hollowest waves there is in the world. So. But I think if I had to choose one wave, I think Haleiwa would definitely be my favorite. Alrighty.
So there you go, Ross Williams and Rob Machado breaking it down. We want to thank everybody for joining us on the Time Warner Cable across the Hawaiian Islands and, of course, Southern California and the state of Arizona. You're watching live here at the Reef Hawaiian Pro. We are on day one from kickoff. My name's Heath Walker. As I said, joining us here, Ross Williams and Rob Machado. Some expert analysts breaking down all the events here in the Triple Crown of Surfing presented by Rockstar Energy Drink. We are at the first event, the Reef Hawaiian Pro here at Haleiwa Ali'i Beach Park. And Ali'i, Ross, what does Ali'i mean?
Yeah, this actual beach is called Ali'i's, and that actually means, I think, soldier in Hawaiian. And then just across the way is point to point. But this whole stretch here is basically called Haleiwa. And it's just amazing. It's right next to the town here, and where all the restaurants Ali'i actually means royalty. So, it's right linked to the town here, and that's another cool thing about this surf spot is it's it's right in the heart of Haleiwa on the North Shore. So it's I went to school right down the street, and this is where a lot of local people surf with their kids. I've been taking my little 7-year-old daughter surfing out here every day, and it's like the local spot. It's you know, everyone uses it.
There you go, Ross Williams and Robert Shutter. We're coming down to 30 seconds remaining in Heat 5 of the round of 96, and it looks like out in front he might only be as big as a minute, but that's Glenn Micro Hall with that huge 7.60, backing that up with a 5.33. Micro is out in the front.
We had that flurry of waves, that biggest set we've seen when there hasn't been a wave since. And those scores dropped. We saw Glenn Hall get a 7.6, and Davey Cathal's got a 7.93, and that kind of sealed the heat for those guys. As we hear the hooter.
That's it, Robbie. Your two fellow Australians as mine moving on through. And we're going to see a little breakdown from that heat right now. It was Glenn Micro Hall, who currently resides out of Ireland right now, and the current Billabong World Junior Champion out of North Narrabeen Beach. That's Davey Cathal.
Look at that ocean. She's beautiful, but she is a little on the flat side right there.
There is.
Round 96.
Welcome back, guys. As we are here, we're rounding up day one at the Reef Hawaiian Pro, the first event of the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing presented by Rockstar Energy Drink. We are Heat 6, just paddled out the round of 96. Junior Farrier in the red, Stu Kennedy out of Australia in the white, Sebastian Zietz, the young Kauaian, he is in the blue, and Evan Valaire is the Kauaian surfer as well. So Evan, sorry.
Yeah, Evan had a great frontside little air 360. I don't know if you had a chance to see that, Rob, in his earlier heat this morning. Definitely one of the better airs we saw in the morning. So yeah, we got a couple good Hawaiian surfers here, and then a couple of vets that have been on tour all year, no doubt. So kind of cool to see these matchups throughout the day. A couple of the local Hawaiian guys against the guys that's been on tour all year.
Look at Evan just starting with some really good flow there, Robbie.
That first turn was really crisp, really tight in the pocket, and he got a little float, but he couldn't finish it off with a strong turn. But good way to, you know, get the heat going.
Yeah. And as we mentioned, he looked really good on that board he was riding this morning, Xanadu shape there, and had his brother ship it over actually from the mainland. And Junior Farrier there, look at that, nice crisp vertical surfing there. A bit of a tussle out the back here. Stu Kennedy loves a bit of a hassle, old Stu.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. You know, these sort of vets that have been on tour all year long, I know they don't like to waste time. You know, a lot of them are, when the conditions are small like this, Rob, they know how valuable it is to take advantage of anything breaking, because they can go flat out here right now for 5-6 minutes at a time.
Yeah, let's watch this first turn right here. Boom, really tight, fast, projected really well. Got the whitewash kind of hit him in the face there, and he couldn't get to that last finishing turn.
Yeah, it was a good first turn. And then here is the Brazilian Junior Ferreira. I didn't say that last name, but nice couple little wick whacks there, getting his feet in the wax. And like I said, you know, it's important to take advantage of any waves that come in, because they can go flat for a long time right now.
Just a huge flurry of waves and a couple really big scores going down, and then that was it. It went dead flat, and everyone sat around for a good 5 or 6 minutes.
Alrighty, guys, so we're just going to wait a couple of those scores drop in, as we saw all surfers get a wave under their belt. And while they're going to drop in, let's go down to Moods. Moods, I hear you've got a little man there, but a man with a lot of might.
Yes, we have Glenn Hall down here, also known as Micro. Micro, tell us a little bit about that heat and kind of what went on.
Yeah, well, I'm assuming that was a pretty slow heat for what's been going on because it didn't break for the last, I don't know, 8 minutes. So I was happy I was in the lead, so I just cruised. But it's unfortunate when you're behind, you need a score and it goes flat. But when you're in the lead, you can kind of just pray it goes flat. But I feel bad for Mushy and Dave.
Yeah, no friends out in the water for sure. But I know there's been some lay days. What have you been doing? I know you have good memories here. I think you were married here last year, right?
Yeah, it was a couple of years ago. I got married at Turtle Bay, and yeah, so love coming back every year with the family and cruising around and thinking of good times. But this year the golf resort at Turtle Bay have hooked us up with a bit of a membership, so there's a whole bunch of us play golf pretty much. Actually play every day since I've been here. So the boys, I think Alan and Snake Butter played 45 holes one day and 36 every other day. So they're a bit ahead of me though.
That's pretty incredible. Yeah, it's real hard life down here on the North Shore when it's flat. But good to hear, and you're on to the next round, and good luck.
Thank you. Cheers.
Thanks for that, Moods. And Micro right there. And
He's got an Irish accent, doesn't he?
Micro has been either sucked on some helium or he's just got a tiny little voice there, but he definitely doesn't surf like a tiny little man. He's got tons of power, and he took that heat down pretty convincingly.
Yeah, Crowley's one of those guys that I think he kind of was a late bloomer. He's like a fine wine. I think he really hit his straps in his late 20s there. Nearly qualified for the tour 2 years in a row there. Actually was 1 or 2 spots out, and you know, obviously just been doing the grind ever since. And you know, he's relocating over to the Ireland part of Europe there, and I'm just loving it, loving life. He's got his family with him. He travels everywhere with his wife and kids, and he's a great lad.
Yeah, it's neat to see. You know, on the tour, it's you know, sometimes there'll be a lot of focus on 5 or 10 guys that are going for the world title, but there's a lot of stories out there. There's a lot of journeymen like Glenn Hall that have been, you know, grinding out on the tour for many years and making a great living out of it. And you know, it's not easy. There's a lot of battles that go on day in, day out there, trying to make heats and pay for hotel rooms and rent cars. And you know, it's a real tribute to guys like that can stay on tour for that long and tough it out.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, Robbie, you might be able to elaborate a bit, but the wealthiest guy on tour is the guy having the most fun. And some of those guys are guys that travel with their wife and kids and just really soak it all up. And, you know, Crowley's been doing this for well over 10 years, and I think he still loves every minute of living out of suitcase.
Yeah, you know, there's a super big balance. And you got to be able to go out in heats and in and around heats. You got to be able to focus and get into that mindset, but you got to be able to take that jersey off and enjoy where you're at, what you're doing, and who you're with. As we see Evan Valair streaking across this little left, little check snap. He's looking down the line. You were talking about a big frontside air earlier. Kind of didn't like that one.
That's hard to, you know, we're talking about that wiffle ball into the wind. That's sort of, you know, it's hard to make way into that wind. I mean, that's probably going about 35 miles an hour, and you can see the effect it has on the guys. You know, you're just trying to do a maneuver, let alone get down the line, and the wind definitely affected Evan on that wave.
As we see a little couple bumps out the back, Stu Kennedy paddling in this one. He's gonna go left and doesn't like it.
Yeah, that was a rough left, that one.
Yeah, but out the back, Junior Faria.
Just keep it busy, isn't he?
Get this little swerve on. He likes that backside vertical snap, whips it around. He's already dropped a 5.13 on his first wave, so.
Yeah, that wave is not easy to serve, so he definitely kind of played it careful there and made sure he just kind of hit the lip there. You know, it's easy to try and push too hard sometimes, Rob, and next thing you know, you didn't get even a 4 or a 5. So I think he's doing good. He's already got a 5.13, so sometimes, you know, you got to just get a couple of little scores under your belt and then get loose, or what do you think, Rob?
Yeah. Strategy-wise, I think that's kind of the play he's going after. He's got a 5.13. He's probably going to drop something similar on that wave there, close to that. Now he can kind of go, all right, cool, I got 2 5s. I'm going to go and better that. And he's going to be sitting in a good spot, I think, once his score drops in.
There's a surfer in yellow checking in there. It was the winner of the earlier heat this morning. That's, I think they call it a Janel Bello. So Brazilian surfer. He had an interview up there with Paul Fisher this morning, and
Good one. That was one of the better interviews of the day for sure. But he surfed good. I liked the way he surfed. He had really good style, and he had a great air. And he's up against Mason Ho, legendary father Michael Ho.
Yep. That's
his son there, and he's a great surfer. He's actually seeded into this round with Nathan Yemens along there with the other guy that advanced in that heat with Jano is Charles Martin. So that's a good heat coming up in Heat 7.
Yeah, Charles Martin, he's from Guadalupe, Rob. You been to Guadalupe?
I never have, actually.
Yeah, we're trying to find someone who's actually been to Guadalupe. I know there was an ASP event there, maybe late 90s, but I think it's been a while since Guadalupe has seen a professional surfing event. However, Charles Martin, he's no stranger to competition. We see a lot of him. There he is
right there, running to check in. That's interesting. I wonder how old Charles Martin is. You know, when you think back to when that event was and how old he was when that event came to town and how it affected him.
Right.
You know, like that might have been the first time pro surfing really came to his neck of the woods, and he might have been like 13 or 14 or something.
Just saw it and got hooked. Oh,
damn.
Nice snap there from Sebastian Zietz.
Seabass.
Blowing it out the back. Can he ride out of it? Yes.
That was a really nice first turn. I think the judge is going to give him a big score for that.
It's going to be a solid score as we see Evan Valère getting his groove on. Couple cutties, wrapping it back around. He's going to fly down the line, get the speed going. Boom.
Oh, nice. That was really tweaked out there, how he got kind of sideways and really flared out. So if he would have made that, that would have been definitely the air of the event so far.
Stu Kennedy blowing the pins out into a reverse.
Stu Kennedy's a really good young surfer as well. Very focused young lad, trains a lot. He's one of the kids on the Rip Curl team there, and I know that he's putting his whole life on the line to qualify as we see Sebastian Zietz, that big tail waft out the back and just coming in. This is where the core strength comes in, right, Rob?
Yeah, right there. Rode out of it clean. That's going to be the highest scoring wave of the heat for sure. And Evan Valère, kind of that left broke out farther than normal, and gets a little fat there for a second at Ross, and then doubles up on the inside.
Yeah, there's that weird fat section, and this is no bargain either, but you can just see how he flares out there to keep his board up against the wind, because if you kind of do a normal air, the wind could actually blow the board off your feet. So that was an incredible air there. It was too bad he got unstuck. And then we see Stu Kennedy here at a nice little right, kind of peeling down towards the toilet bowl. Big tail slide. But I tell you what, Sebastian Zietz definitely got the best of that exchange there. And I love when someone does a tail slide like Seabass did, but it's powerful still. He had a lot of power in that first turn.
Yeah, that first turn was really, really critical. It was in a good spot on the wave. It was really fast, really precise, and he came out of it with a lot of speed and then went into that closeout turn where he went into the layback.
He's in second right now, and I see the first two scores of the judges from that. A couple 8.5s. This is going to be a high score. So he's got a 4.9 to back it up. So he's going to be way out in the lead after that wave.
Yep.
And the Brazilian, Junior Faria, has got a couple of 5s, a couple of medium 5s. So it's looking like Evan Valère, you know, he's throwing caution into the wind, but he might want to be careful, because if he keeps getting too crazy, he's not going to have that little 5 or 6 that we were talking about that the Brazilian's getting.
Right. And there we see,
might want to tone it down just a little bit.
Yeah, and we see Seabass dropping an 8.10 and jumping to the lead. Stu Kennedy on that wave behind him dropped a 6, and he's right up there too. He's only looking for a 4.80, and Evan Valère in fourth, looking for a 6.13.
So we got a great shot of the scoreboard there, guys. And for the people at home joining us on Time Water Cable and all around the world online, here's a little breakdown of you see up the top there, blue. He has an 8.10 and a 4.93. You add those two scores together, and that's his total heat score of 13.03. And he's currently in the first position. So that's how it breaks down. The guys are sent out there for 20 minutes. You judge it on as many waves as you can catch, but your two best scores are the ones that are going to take you to the tally.
Well, Seabass up and riding again, flying in the line, going to the air, just gets a little loosey on that one.
Yeah, he's probably feeling it after that 8.1. He just threw it up in the air. Downwind errors are no bargain.
As we see Stu Kennedy flying on the line, he's going to go to the air too.
Ooh, that was
bang. Nice. Can he ride out of it? I don't know.
Barely hung on to that, but
is that a make?
Yeah, probably not quite. I think. I appreciate the effort, but I think he didn't quite ride out of that one.
So a little kind of flurry of waves there, guys, wasn't it? And plenty of time left with just over 6 minutes. Here's Junior Faria out of Brazil. Junior just getting around this section. Let's see what he's got. He floats over that turn there, comes around, nice little snap. Whoa!
Wow.
Wow.
That was very athletic.
We need to slow-mo that because that was interesting.
He could have named that. That was a disco Fruit Loop right there. That was amazing for him to get his foot back on the board like that.
His back foot came completely off his board. He dunked it in the water and then put it back together.
Replay here. Let's check this out. Rob, take us through this little spin doctor.
Yeah, he sets it up, couple little check turns, you know. I think he gets a little float right here. This wave was just difficult to surf. You could tell he was like, do I turn here, there, and then right here. Tries to blow the fins out. Oh, he drop kneed.
What the deuce?
And
he was
then
on his shin for a minute.
He went onto his shin, spun around, sat down on his butt even. Oh man, both his feet were like in the middle of his board and he was sitting down for a second.
That was like a reverse rap dance, I think you could call that.
You think he bettered his low score?
Let's see, what does he have?
5-1-3.
How do you judge that? I mean, is that
a mistake or is that?
Yeah, is it a mistake or is it a?
There wasn't really like a bobble in the turn. Like yeah, his foot came off, but he put it back on.
Right.
The maneuver kept going. Like he spun around and he rode out like pretty clean.
For such a big slip, man, that was smooth. I don't even think he had spray go off his rail. It's like he's really light-footed. But looking at the score, you guys, it doesn't look like he is going to improve on that 5. So yeah, they're not liking it. They said we will not be scoring your new Fruit Loop Disco Nugget spin there. 4.17. So a lot of effort there for a 4, but yeah, that was huge. Maybe put a little wax on that grip. His back foot just slipped off there. There was a lot of torque though with that spin.
Well, as we see yellow, Evan Valair, he's all over these lefts, flying down the line. He's been looking for these air sections. He's going to float. Can he get around this section? Another float. And just never really got to the open face.
See how that wave was always a foot in front of him?
It was.
I've said this all day. This is the most trickiest little left. And Evan Valair, even one of the best in the business, you know, dealing with the wind and the chop. And Evan there, we'll wait for the scores to drop. But just once again, welcome everybody for joining us on Time Warner Cable. You can, a lot of prizes and stuff to give away today. Go on to the Reef Facebook site. There's plenty of North Shore trivia question there. We've got a cool shot of Rob Machado and one of his surfboards to give away in the week to come. Obviously, plenty of Reef merchandise there for giving away as prizes. And you can also go on to reef.com to purchase that stuff. Right now, look in front of us. Heat 7 coming up next. We have Nate Youngmans in the red, Mason Ho in the white, and Jano Bello from Brazil in the yellow. And rounding it out is the boy we talked about, Charlie Martin from Guadalupe.
Guadalupe.
Having a look, little hassle. Stu Kennedy, nice little check snap. Another snap. He's going to finish it off with a whitewash. Little bunny hop. A little reverse.
That's pretty spunky for such a small little section, so definitely making the most of that wave. And here's Nutty's favorite little left here. Let's see if Seabass can do some nice little tail whip air there with a little skate move flick off. So pretty fancy surfing there from Seabass.
Well, we got a little set coming out the back too. Those guys definitely flaring up on those smaller little inside waves. We got Junior Faria.
Yeah, it's going to be a good little left, actually.
Out the back, and there's more ways to approach. And is he gonna? Wow, he definitely got his wax together on that one.
He likes that spin move, but I'll tell you what, guys, out the back, a couple clean lines coming in. Not sure if Evan Valair is in the lineup for one of them. He's definitely way over to the left, looking at the right on the toilet bowl.
Yeah, this isn't going to be a left, I don't think. I mean, the left looks like it's going to close out. He's going to go right.
No, didn't want a piece of it.
No.
What about Stu Kennedy?
Stu Kennedy's going to say, nah, you don't want it? Okay.
That's
Thanks, mate.
Foot, regular foot
totally.
mentality right there.
Yeah. Exactly. He's
like,
like,
if you guys look at the way Stu, you can see a little bit of Adam Melling in there and a little bit of Mick Fanning. He's he grew up in, I think, Lennox Head area as well, and obviously looking up to those guys, and you can kind of tell in that technique there.
Yeah, it's one good thing about it growing up on a point break is you get that nice. It's almost like going to school on how to link a wave together. You know, it's a lot of times when someone grows up on a beach break, you see that's how they surf. They kind of go down the line and stay high and hit the wave, where someone who grows up on a point break, they'll go top to bottom a little more, and they're used to linking waves together and kind of taking their time. So, yeah, it's neat to see when a surfer's influenced by either a beach break or a point break.
Well, Stu Kennedy has moved into second. He dropped a 4.87 on his last wave and a 6 just a couple waves ago. Those little right-handers he's been flaring up on, and he's up in the second spot. So Junior Faria, he does maybe he did drop that score. We saw him just take off just on that last wave and blow the fins out into a reverse, but only one turn. So Evan Valère out the back, still looking for that 6.2. He kind of let a couple waves go by that, you know, they were rights. I think he's looking for that left, that big frontside air maybe. He said he dropped a big one earlier today.
Yeah, he did. He did a really, you know, that little Xanadu was the standout this morning, and he dropped a nice little air reverse. And I think if he had done that on the way before, he got the full rotator, but the wind probably got the better of him.
Yeah.
I think you might see Evan up in that second spot position there, but unfortunately.
Yeah, that was the difference. And there's only 10 seconds left here.
And he's kicking and scratching, trying to get in this little left. Yeah, he's going to catch up to it. He's going to get down the line. He throws it out into the flats.
That looked like that hurt your knee right there.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like Seabass and Stu Kennedy holding off the other two guys there and making the tee.
There he is.
Shot there on the Steve Boyson there. And Valère started strong. You know, that first wave was any indication.
And this was the best wave of the heat right here. Seabass blowing the tail out, laying back, riding out of it. Good looking wave.
Yeah, this is brought me to look at this air that we were talking about where he threw caution in the wind. He went for that 8.5 instead of the 5.5. Really flared out right there and just wind got the better of him.
See Stu Kennedy there. He was the boy getting through there, the young Aussie as well. So it was Seabass and Stu Kennedy.
Round 96.
And welcome back to the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing, the Rockstar Energy Drink presented event that's into many years. Next year will be the 30th year for the Triple Crown. Thanks everybody for joining us here at Haleiwa's Aliki Beach Park for the Reef Hawaiian Pro $145,000 prize purse. Our first day of competition, we waited a long time, and now we're up and running. A couple more heats to go. Heat number 7, heat number 8, then we wrap it for the day. Quick 20-minute heats. David Stanfield here, along with Shea Lopez and Liam McNamara. Liam, well, you got out in the lineup. We were calling you by the wrong name. You got in as an alternate, and if you take a look at the alternate sheet, first of all, our mistake was a local replaces a local, correct?
Yeah, well, the locals have a certain amount of spots, and I was fortunate enough with all the cancellations, and then we had Kieran Jabor, who is one of the locals, so I slid in. Wasn't expecting it, but
there you go. And at the same time you paddle out, your son was out in the lineup as you paddle back out. I think we're going to see all three of the McNamaras that are surfing right now in the Volcom Pipeline Pro, just maybe a month and a half from now.
Yeah, actually, that'll probably happen as long as we all stay healthy. Last year, my older son hurt his foot and he couldn't surf, but my goofy footer son, Landon's, that.
Yeah, but everything's good in the McNamara camp, and we'll see more of you guys as we advance through. Let's go down to Sean Moody with an interview. Sean.
All right, I got Sebastian Zietz here, Seabass. He's a good singer, great dancer, amazing surfer. Tell us a little bit about that heat.
Small, but bigger than this morning, and yeah, I haven't really been going left because I've just been surfing backdoor and it's been north, so just been surfing rights, and yeah, I was trying to look for him out there and lucky to get one and pull a layback somehow, and then yeah, a little air reverse on the left, so I'm stoked.
Well, it's good. Yeah, it's tough out there, but you made it happen. What have you been doing on your downtime? You've been checking out any of the events?
Downtime, yeah. Bud Light party was fun. Opening of the Surfer Bar was fun. Couple football games, been pretty sick, right out in front of the house. And yeah, I'm so happy to be back in Hawaii.
Yeah, it's always good to be back home. Anyway, great job, and we'll see you in the next round.
Right on, thanks.
Well, there are a lot of surfers out there with incredible talent, and they're paying some heavy dues out there, and they get one or two decent results. But taking a look, Seabass has been on the radar a long time, and if you take a look at the record, you go, this guy has so much potential and just needs those minor scores to advance out of a heat and change his career. Still big things to come out of Seabass.
Yeah, Sebastian actually was pretty close to making a move at qualifying last year and the year before. As we see Nate Yeomans there kicking out. But this year, actually, Seabass has dropped down quite a bit, and he's looking to finish strong here. I'm sure Shay's seen Sebastian over the last few years doing pretty well in a few events, but he's actually coming in as one of our Hawaiian spots for Sunset. He didn't even get in off of his own rating.
Sounds like he had an injury or something this year, because what I've seen from him the previous years was every day when the waves would be good, he'd get the highest score of the day, it seemed like.
Yeah, he's kind of like a white Dustin Barca. Growing up with Dustin Barca, I mean, he's real skinny and tall and flexible, does some rad surfing, had some big results in Brazil.
Mason's second wave up and riding as he comes across in this inside section. Pops a little tail out, slides, and his first score, hopefully we'll get a replay on that. I heard the crowd erupt, and I see one judge already awarding him an 8 on the screen.
Yeah, Mason had a nice... Here we go.
Well, let's take a look at Mason's first wave, and looks like it's going to come in something in the high 7s.
Yeah, there was that move, and that was a tremendous aerial. I'm sure you've seen him do that 1,000 times at Rocky Point in your backyard.
Yeah, one thing about...
And Nate Yeomans here, our surfer in red, opened up with a couple of scores.
Yeah, Mason basically has honed his aerial skills at Rocky Point, which is about the only wave on the North Shore that you can really do airs because we have the strong trade winds. And, I mean, that's like bread and butter for Mason. You see him all around the world in heats, and when he needs a score, he'll bust something out like that. His percentage, the thing I look at is the percentage of the guys, their make percentage, and Mason's probably up there in the 70s or 80s with when he does a move like that. You can pretty much count on him making it. You know, there's all kinds of guys on tour, I'm sure you know, Shay, that do airs, but to be able to pull the high percentage ratio is what separates you from other surfers.
No, definitely, and even multiple airs on one wave. We've seen Kelly Slater, he makes one air, tremendous air in heat, but it seems like he tries 6 or 7 before he makes that one crazy Hail Mary.
Yeah, this year obviously Kelly's did some pretty crazy airs, but like you said, I think some of the younger guys' percentage of make to attempt ratio is really high, just like Mason.
And Mason, you see him go out at Rocky Point, he almost gets the complete video section in one session.
Yeah, he had some stuff I saw the other day. Ooh.
Pretty intense paddle battle there. Short right. Interesting to see with the judges because there was some contact there.
Yeah, it looked like there was a little bit of a section breaking on that left and a little open face on that right, but I don't know, Shay, these days with the way the interferences are called, it's really hard to determine what they're going to say on that wave right there because there's so many in the old days, it was one guy per wave. You take off, drop in on the wave 100 yards down the beach, you're going to get an interference. These days, it's like you really don't know. So,
and there it is. You can see that Charlie Martin was up first, but it's depending. Nowadays, it used to be up first with a lot of the criteria, and now it can be backdooring the peak. Was it a letter left? And here's Yeomans now. He's found a good left and flight on line. The really high aerial he pulled off. No grab.
Nice degree of difficulty there, and as we see yellow taking a look here, Dave. Who we got?
Well, Yano Bello been frustrated so far. This is his first wave, and he gets into the rotation. So the air show is starting with the winds here, and on these lefts, Nate Yeoman's acting like he's at trestles and taking that little left into an afternoon breeze. And then Yano Bello, the 29-year-old from Brazil, getting on the scoreboard.
There was no rotation, but Nate got a lot of area between his board and the lip on that aerial.
Yeah, I think I seen him at Huntington this year doing a few airs in those little lefts when it was really small, and this is probably a little more power than that inside section at Huntington he was dealing with. Negotiated that air nice, got the fins kind of above his head there for a second.
It seems like everyone in the seats going to the aerials with this wind coming at them, and Mason started off with that big 7.67, and now everyone else is trying to follow his lead.
Yeah, I think Mason's air was definitely a little more critical. I mean, I'm a Hawaiian, so obviously I'm going to say that, but I think you guys might agree when you see the scores that the degree of difficulty and the pop that Mason got was a lot gnarlier than some of the other technical. And then he also had a good turn before he did that, so he set it up with a turn and definitely mixed it up there. But Nate Yeomans is going to get a good score, I think, out of that last one right there. And like you said, I don't know about Charlie Martin. I know he's a good surfer. I've seen him in the pipe contest. He actually did really well last year. But I don't know about his air skills. But these other three guys are ready to rocket launch on this left right here.
Yeah, definitely. And it's I talked to a few people watching the contest, and they go and get a lot of time watching the aerials in the competition here, and they were really excited to see everyone come. And they watched on the webcast and see everyone doing aerials across the world and around different events. And now here in Hawaii, they get a chance to see it in person and see just how small the waves are, and they're able to generate this tremendous speed and get above the lip.
Yeah, it's just like we were talking about earlier, Shay. If this was 10, 12 years ago, if we had a contest run in these conditions, it wouldn't be that great to watch. But the level of surfing these days, like you saw like in the New York CT event, guys are making it look good no matter what it's like, as we see Charlie Martin with a couple solid backhand cracks. So right there, that was more traditional surfing, but a couple of nice backhand snaps for him.
Now Bello on a little left.
Yano Bello looking for his second wave. First wave score has not come through. Real quick to wrap things up, Sebastian Seabass, when it was the QS for qualifying, he was number 30. He was in a shot in 2009, like you mentioned last year, doing 16 events, and looking at his results, number 79 on the tour. This year, number 96. Watch out, Seabass is on a roll. Now, for every one of these guys, they're looking for results. For Charlie Martin, in the round of 96, he's here. What does he need? Minimum third place to help his cause in terms of replacing scores and climbing.
Third place in this heat.
Third place in this heat. Now, you know he wants first or second, but it's amazing. I think these guys, the surfers that made it out of high school, are now mathematicians, aren't they?
Yeah, they sure are. I mean, my son's, one thing I teach him is if you're good at math, at least you know when they're telling you need an 8, you might actually only need like 2 5s because you're counting a 2, and they say you need an 8. Well, you really need to replace that 2 and get 2 5s. So for all you kids out there watching this show, it is important to know math, because if you're out in the heat and they're telling you need an 8, well, if you know how to do your math, you might figure out some other numbers that might help you.
Yeah, don't panic, don't throw in the towel, just chip away at it. And then obviously it helps when you're traveling the world and we're dealing with foreign currency.
Yeah, that's always a nightmare. I like to just use my credit card and pay for everything that way.
Okay, take a look. One wave, 4 surfers down to 3 and 2. It's Nate Yeomans, a 30-year-old standout out of San Clemente. He spent 1 year on the World Championship Tour, and he wants back on.
So a couple nice turns there. Didn't go to the air, but some solid turns. Nate's a pretty powerful surfer, and he's going to put a lot of power into those turns. And actually, Mason Ho was going right, and I heard a little bit of hooting there.
Yeah, some good surfing going on. His arrow before came in underneath Mason, like you said, a half point at 7.17. So they did factor in that technicality and the fact that Mason got an opening maneuver.
We got some new Reef models down there, and they're holding up the signs and getting on camera. Class of the Legends, yeah, that'll happen probably at least 1 heat tomorrow, maybe 2, and then the finals for sure will happen between the semifinals and final. Clash of the Legends. Let's take a look at a replay here, courtesy of the Air replay, and it's Nate Yeomans.
Yeah, Liam, he's really looking good on these laps. A lot of speed in these maneuvers, and able to fit in 3 turns in a row there.
Yeah, if you can go from one turn right to the next, mix it up a little bit, that's going to be a great score for him. Mason, he's always looking to the air, and to try to do an air shake, and I know with the trade winds, you really have to get a hold of that board or keep it in the right spot to pull the air. And that's, I don't know if the judges are going to really understand that right there, but that was a very hard air to pull, because with the wind blowing at your back, 99% of people will not be able to pull an air.
I'm one of those. With the winds at my back like that, I don't even attempt an air. It's too dangerous. You can see how the board started to get away from him, and just quickly he touched that rail to keep the board underneath his feet.
Yeah, I mean, if he grabbed that thing, Dave, and he held onto it, then that would have been more a safety and a little higher, not quite as difficult to make. But with, like Shea said, he almost touched his rail for a second, but didn't really grab, and that's super hard to pull. And as we see right now, Nate Yeoman's got another good score coming in, Dave. Mason, another one. They're kind of running away with this thing right now.
Back-to-back sevens for Yeomans. He's in the lead with a 717 and a 707. So if he's listening, he's trying to replace the 707, maybe playing a little defense here. And on his forehand, here we go, the top leaders.
Yeah, this is Nate again, and he split this wave with Mason. So Mason's up and going right, and Nate just finished with a crazy flurry of maneuvers there, and so is Mason. And I love the way he can rise out of his maneuvers. It's so cool.
Mason.
Yes.
Oh, Mason claims it with just the classic hands of the piece. Mason Ho, his father won this event in 1984. Mason was born in 1988, now 23 years of age. Here we go. Mason Ho, standout surfer. Uncle, a former world champion in 1993. So a family of great surfers. Obviously, Coco, the brother. It's just an amazing family that surfs around the world in confidence. I mean, he's a standout at the Coldwater Classic at Santa Cruz. You know, guys that can deal with those conditions.
Mason will bust an air out anywhere, anytime. As we see a couple of these replays, I think it looks like he's got Nate Yeoman's got the better of that exchange. But you know what? Mason's wave was pretty decent. I was actually thinking he might replace his 5.6, but I see the first score drop as a 4. I like that first turn Mason did. It was critical. Threw a little tail there, and I don't know, maybe that might be a mistake, but I mean, me and Shea here know a little bit about judging, and I'm not going to be
well, it was hard because he split that wave with Nate, and the left grew and was much bigger than the right. And,
yep.
And Nate, I feel, may get the highest score of the heat on that wave.
Oh, I'm sure he will. I think he'll go up into the excellent range with an 8 right there, but I saw one score there for Mason coming. That might have been a miss thing there, so we'll see. It's going to take a while, like you said. They're going to have to watch the replay, Dave, to really break that down.
Yeomans is going to run away with it, but very good point. When there's two surfers splitting the peak and one is totally terrorizing it, it's really hard to really analyze the other. You just kind of like, oh, he just blew. And if you see a 3-set wave coming through, and the best wave's your third wave, that's the one to be on, not that first one that, you know. You just, you know, it's all emotions what the judges do, and you're presenting something.
Well, Mason couldn't have surfed that little right any better. He maximized every maneuver, finished it strong. And you notice he is one of the only competitors without a tail pad, and that's because his dad, Pops, will not allow him.
Yeah, it's funny, Mason. I get a few of his boards every now and then, and they come into the shop, and I got a shop up here, and the tails are just blasted to pieces, and I grab a tail pad and put it on the board just to make it look better.
So you can sell it to guys like me that are just flying through town. Okay, when you take a look at the beat up, it would be pressure dings from his heel.
Yeah, I mean, Mason does a lot of aerials, a lot of heavy floaters. He's always doing critical maneuvers, so he's going to blast his deck apart, whether it's the tail or the front of the board. And like you were saying, Coco or Mason aren't allowed to use tail pads from when they were little kids. They're pretty much barred. It's funny because I've seen them have sponsors that make tail pads, and then they don't even put tail pads on their board. So pretty heavy call there. I mean, a lot of the best aerial guys will tell you they cannot surf without a tail pad. So
there are a couple of surfers though that are on the World Championship Tour. Sometimes they do have a board, and I go, oh, no tail pad. Right? We've seen that.
Yeah, it's extremely difficult. I, for one, if I don't have a tail pad on, I feel like I'm going to do the splits, hurt my groin. And look at these lefts. Really, I think the tide is benefiting these lefts now, and they're jumping down the beach. It's a nice maneuver. I'm able to come down with it, though.
If he would have rode out of that one, it was going to be tightening things up for second place. Like you said, Dave, look at those scores that dropped in, and let's give these guys a little breakdown as to what we see here on the scoreboard.
Well, wave number 7, a 707, that's thrown away. A 707 ditched, and it is Nate Yeomans out front with a 783 and a 717. His last wave, a 783, nice one. Now, for Mason's last wave does not factor in that 3.90 to the right, but he does have a 5.6 in there he's trying to replace, and he opened up with a 7.67, which is the second best wave ridden. So for Yano Bello out of Brazil, he needs a 7.65, and for Charlie Martin, a 7.11. Charlie Martin, talent, 21-year-old out of Guadeloupe, the archipelago located in the Eastern Caribbean, the French West Indies. Talented surfer, spent a lot of time in Europe, was the European Junior Men's Champion last year, and he's in the lineup wearing blue, needs a 7.11. Charlie comes into this event, number 97 of the world rankings, and you can just taste it. You paid so many dues, and you can just taste it. And it is like you said, as some of these surfers see their friends, or some of these 16, 17, 8-year-olds with great results, you want it. I mean, Kalohe Andino, he said long ago, I just want to get into Triple Crown. Well, all of a sudden things work right, and all of a sudden he sees Medina out there, and he goes, oh, I'm planning on going on the World Championship Tour. Everybody has a goal, and they have somebody they're following. Here we go. Let's follow Yano Bello.
Yeah, he's looking for another aerial maneuver. I think he's going to come around with this, and he does complete that. Needing a big score, though, 7.65. I'm not sure if that's going to be enough with just the one maneuver.
Important wave, Charlie.
Charlie Martin looks like he doesn't have any logos on the front of that board anymore. I thought he was a sponsored surfer, but the way the economy is these days, there's a lot of good surfers without sponsors. And back to that wave of Yano Bello, he needed a pretty big score. He went for the the high risk and high scoring maneuver, but he didn't really get any height out of it. And I think if you're going to compare that to Mason 7.67 on his first wave, him needing a 7.65, there's no way he's going to get it.
Yano Bello, his first one was not completed. He floated out the back. He counteracted that and made sure he was going to land on the face of that wave, maybe then some, to bring it through. One thing about this aerial movement that we are seeing that's been around a long time, if you really take a look at it, but what we are seeing now is where it was, if you could pull off an air reverse on the closeout section, you were that much better than the 2 or 3 other surfers in the lineup. And now it really makes a lot of sense, as opposed to what in the old days it was the floating reentry, or even if you go back further, the longboard guys called it a roller coaster, right? Just that old stuff is out the window, and now if you can punt on a closeout, you're making things happen.
We saw that throughout this whole heat. Mason started that with that very technical backside tail to the beach. Great claim there. Then we saw the little mix-up here. Nate Yeomans, though, this fired him up, because in his next 3 waves were all excellent scores, Liam.
Yeah, that was a pretty solid heat right there, and
he looked to be just in perfect rhythm with those lefts. And Mason, connecting on those smaller rights, put on a great performance. Great job by Nate Yeomans. We're seeing a lot more of him in the next round, and Mason as well.
Reef McIntosh, come ride with us.
Round 96.
Welcome back. First day of competition for the Reef Hawaiian Pro. First of 3, backed up against the wall. The waiting period coming to a close here before Thanksgiving. The round of 96, heat number 8. And after this heat, after 20 minutes, you want to stick around because we have the best 5 airs at this point, and we have the best 5 moments of the contest so far today. In conditions that, well, if you took a look at what happened at Hawaii the last 7 days, you go, it's epic.
Yes, it is. And even across the world, all these QS events we go to, this would be a swell, a proper swell anywhere else in the world. But here in Hawaii, where we expect the best waves out of the year. You come to this event, you want to ride big boards in excellent conditions. I've seen Liam in a number of events here on over 8-foot boards.
Yeah, I mean, basically, Haleiwa is a wave that you can get scared at really easily. There's been plenty events out here where that buoy way out the back there is disappearing, where there's guys who don't want nothing to do with this wave and they're out past the jet ski in the channel. I remember having heats where guys were just in the channel not wanting nothing to do with it. I mean, I can remember an Aussie guy that actually one year had to go up to Waihewa to the hospital, get oxygen put in, and they switched his heat around, waited for him to come back. Forget the guy's name, regular footer from Australia. I'd probably think about it in a minute here, but there's been times where there's been some pretty close calls for surfers out here.
As we watch this heat, our final heat of the day, Alain Rioux from French Polynesia, from Tahiti, needing to replace 488 points, needs a round to 64. He's in the round of 96 right now. He needs to be first or second. Also in the lineup is Keikoa Balcasa, the former world junior champion of 2005.
Liam, how does a surfer, former rookie of the year on the world tour, he's without a sponsor?
Yeah, that's just Hawaii for you. I mean, I know we were talking about it earlier. It's just a bummer that we don't have 1,000 surf stores in Hawaii selling goods and making money for all these big companies, because that's probably what they look at when it comes to their budgets. But at the end of the day, if anybody out there wants some real surfers, I can give you a big list of names of guys that really deserve a sponsor and should be on tour, or at least in the top 100. Guys like Hank Gaskell, Flynn Novak, just to name a few. I mean, you're talking Ola Elagram. There's some really good Hawaiian surfers, and you got a guy who was on tour last year just missing the cutoff, and now he's barely in the top 100. No sponsors. I heard he was parking cars, valet, to make a little money.
Yeah, definitely. And if he does have any sponsor, I think it would be Brian Toth. I don't know if you're aware of this story, but Brian Toth flew him to Puerto Rico. He won the event at $10,000. Great story.
Yeah, that was awesome, man. Good job, Brian. And here's a guy I like to say a little something about here. I mean, this guy is about 200 pounds. You saw him in a dark alley, you'd be scared, you'd be running away. And this guy's like, to me, this is, if you remember back in the day, Batia David reminds me of the similar type of stuff. This guy rides a short board, a thick wide board, and just blasts through sections. And he'll go out in the heat with a guy who's almost half his weight and go neck and neck with him, wave per wave. And, you know, Leonardo Neves, I feel, is a guy who's CT surfer. He was on the CT, never made it back, but this guy's got good style, Shay, and he's a powerful surfer.
Definitely, much like Poto. We used to call Poto's boards canoes. They were so thick. And with those legs, he's able to maneuver those boards, even though they're so thick, and such a powerful surfer. I'd love to see him up in the World Tour level at a place like J-Bay or Bells or even Snapper. He's such a good surfer.
Yeah, I mean, he'd be kind of like a Poncho, the Brazilian Poncho, or Poncho would be the Hawaiian Leonardo Neves. They're the heavyweights.
Like we saw with Poncho, he finally got on that tour, and what did he do? He got up to the top 16 right away.
Yeah, so Leonardo, I mean, coming up second at Sunset a couple years back, has some big results. This guy's, you know, for how big and gnarly he is, he's the nicest guy if you know him, and he's a solid competitor, and it doesn't matter if it's 1 foot or 15 feet, this guy is a force to be reckoned with.
Definitely, that's good to see, and he can mix it up with these kids still. And here's Keikoa. He's not a small boy himself, and he's trying to get up and over the lip on that one.
Yeah, I noticed Keikoa recently is trying to get into the air and doing a little bit of the aerial maneuvers to try to keep up with the young guns. And this is over here at Peaks. I remember in the beginning of this heat, I saw Brian Toth, or Alan Ryu, sorry, over there at Peaks. We haven't seen a guy surfing Peaks for a while now, and he elected to start the heat over at Peaks, so we'll see if that pays off for him.
Yeah, when they come in over there, it's an excellent wave, and if you're sitting there by yourself, you know if a wave does come in, it's going to be yours.
Yep.
A lot of times I would do that if I felt like I could outsurf my competitors and it wasn't going to come down to hassling. I would get away from my fellow competitor and let my surfing win.
That's always a good call, surf. If your surfing can do the talking, and there is 2 sections out here with the new west swell that we have filling in today. It's a pretty westerly angle and actually favors the Peaks area. And then we're going to go ahead and throw it down to Sean Moody here, Dave.
Yeah, how you guys doing? I got Nate Yeomans here, the one and only. He's always got some kind of weird facial hair going on, but this time of the month, it kind of means something, doesn't it?
Yeah, we got Movember. So it's one thing God blessed me with is the ability to grow facial hair, so I'm making the most of it. I got the chops, and it did me well. Had a good heat. It was cool with Mace. Known him a long time, but it was awesome to be able to split peaks with him and Both had good scores, so yeah, it's a good month. It was a good heat, and we're having a good time.
Yeah, I like it. Yeah, you seem to kind of stick on the lefts. It kind of has that air wind going, and you managed to pull off a few airs.
Yeah, I saw, came down maybe a heat or two before, and saw Nat Young do the same, and he did a couple sick airs, so I figured we had the NY momentum going, and I'd follow his lead, and we both made it, and stoked.
Well done. We will see you in the next round.
Peace, thanks.
Well, he had a great result in the Azores. Second to CJ Hobgood. A second place result has him in the rankings at number 51, Nate Yeomans. And his best result at Haleiwa that I can remember, 13th for Yeomans as he exits the interview area. The 30-year-old out of San Clemente. Congratulations to Nate. And Mason Ho with a 13.27 advances as well. Unfortunately, Yano Bello and Charlie Martin have been eliminated. Heat number 8, well, take a look at the scores. Leonardo Neves, the Lion himself, who spent 2 years on the World Championship Tour, 07 and 08, comes into this event number 57 in the rankings from Sacrema, Brazil. The 32-year-old has posted a 6.43, kind of the catbird seat. It's a solid score. But in the lead is Alain Rioux from French Polynesia, 6.0 and a 3.83. He's wearing the white singlet. Red and white are guys that we haven't seen yet. Now yellow and blue are the guys that we have seen that are advancing through. Keikoa Baltaso, the 26-year-old, 2 scorers. He needs a 4.11. And for Love Hodel, talk about paying the dues. Love was over there at Scotland wearing a 3mm suit. The Hawaiian up in Scotland, probably the coldest place on the planet to surf. You've been to Scotland, haven't you?
I haven't been to Scotland. I am almost pure Irish. I'd love to go to Ireland one day, and I know there's some good waves over there. The McNultys are good friends of mine, and they went over there, and I'm sure there's a few McNamara's hanging out, but Europe's a pretty cool place. Maybe I'll bring my kids over to Scotland this year. One thing I wanted to note, Nate Yeomans, I mean, he did really good in that last heat, and I really feel he's CT caliber surfer. I think he got the raw end of the deal. I just wanted to make a point. I think he kind of got the raw end of the deal when he qualified last year and only got to do half of the tour because, you know, it's really tough on these guys that get to do Tanner Godowskis, Nate Yeomans, a few guys who I think...
was right there. It was that same cut. It was the first time they'd done the cut, and they came off of all these events in Australia, right points, smaller, and right before you got into Tahiti, lowers his home break. Tanner and Nate were getting ready to go into their home break just outside the cut. If anyone's going to bet against them at lowers, they're mistaken.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not Californian, and these guys are Californian. I'm not trying to say something about a Hawaiian or anything here. My point is that Nate Yeomans, the way he surfed right there, and I've seen him surf in real waves. He's a good surfer, and he's the kind of guy who I think should be on the CT, has the ability, only got to do half the year, and now he's been struggling, I'd say, the last 12 or 18 months since he got off tour. And that's, you know, there's the yin and the yang. The cool thing is the Gabriel Medina thing where he's, you know, won a couple events and put on a show and proven the cutoff is a good thing to a certain extent. But, you know, I think having 32 guys on tour, 34 guys on tour is pretty tough with the amount of good surfers we got in the world right now, Dave.
Well, another point before we go to Dave is surfing's not tennis. Every event is a different wave. You get Keikoa at pipeline and backdoor, or you get him at small snapper. Where's Keikoa going to shine? And at the end of the year, if he's still on tour, I doubt the Rookie of the Year is still going to be in that back 28.
Yeah. What do you think, Dave?
Well, Nate Yeomans, 333rd places, then 217ths. Well, we know he can surf quite well. O'Neill Coldwater Classic champion in 2009. Absolutely brilliant surfing. Yeah, that was a tough one for him. Right now, he's looking for at least a third place in the round of 64. So he needs to move through this event, and then he needs to replace some scores. He needs at least a 49th at Sunset. Again, that's just to maintain his seed and move up. The 30-year-old Nate Yeomans kind of dominating that heat. I think, you know, the little clash right there, I think it was with Charlie Martin, kind of fired him up. When you have a paddle battle, all of a sudden, it ignites you.
Yeah, we never really went more into that interference possibility there, but the other variable there was, did he hinder the score, which that's what it boiled down to. I think Nate Yeomans got out of the way. Charlie Martin got up, did his turn. There was no hinder of the score there.
And there wasn't much scoring potential on that wave.
Yeah.
And the judges, that's one of the things they have to look at very closely.
Love Hodel needs a wave. There's 8 minutes and 43 seconds remaining. What he needs is a 6.44 to overtake Leonardo Neves with one wave of 6.43, and Love a little bummed out of that. The 40-year-old Love Hodel out of Sunset Beach, and Love Dog given to that nickname given to him by Pancho Sullivan. One of those guys with so much experience that you know, is probably hoping for a solid 8-foot swell.
Yeah, I mean, Love's one of those other older guys like myself that he's pretty smart. You know, I go around to some events mainly to bring my kids these days and get them into the bigger events. But Love, like you said, he paid his dues. I saw him in Mexico and he went to Scotland. He does a few events in random places to get his points so that he can secure a spot into the Triple Crown. That wave right there, he took off. He looked pretty solid, went for his first turn, and right as he was finishing that turn, kind of got a little too much weight back on the tail and lost it there. But he had a pretty close heat this morning, was able to make it out, and this is actually a money round, so he's getting a little bit of money and some extra points right here.
All he wanted to do is replace 49 points, so things are looking good for him. His 7 events this year, so this event will count. His 7 events, Hawaii, Britain, Mexico, El Salvador, and Spain, obviously been running and gunning. And that's the next heat. What does it mean? It means this is the last heat of the day, and our local free session going out. Monday afternoon, school's out, ready to go.
Yeah, this beach right here, Haleiwa, I learned how to surf right here a long time ago. Surfed in many Menahunis, Fred Patacia, Sonny Garcia, Pancho, all the guys, Hank Gascos and Andy Ironses and all the boys over the years. This is where it all started for everyone. So that's one thing I can make note of, and is the point for today is that the guys who grew up surfing this wave, Shay, the young kids that honed their skills out here in the Haasas, the NSSAs, the Menahunis, I think they had a little bit of advantage in the fact that they know where the wave's going to break and when it's going to break. There's a flat section there between Peaks and Haleiwa there, and you can really get caught in what I would call the dead zone. So the only one bonus to the waves today is that the locals were able to little bit take advantage of knowing the wave out there. I'm sure if it was 8 feet, the Hawaiians probably would have done a little better. But we did see a few good performances by some of our Hawaiian locals, and that's a lot attributed to the years of experience surfing this wave in competition.
No, definitely. And all those years of experience add up to a possible berth in the World Tour for these guys. And those little kids going out there, that's what they're dreaming of. And they watch these guys and all the thing, and they're going to go out and try and emulate their performances today and move that into their own local events.
I'd like to remind everybody, Surfer Pole Awards, second year on the North Shore. Time Warner Cable in Hawaii and Southern California are televising the 2011 Surfer Pole Awards live from the Turtle Bay Resort on the evening of December 6th. Oceanic is again taking 6 lucky customers to their show as their special VIP guests. Go to oceanic.com/Surfer Pole Awards for contest rules and online entry form. You must be an active Oceanic internet, cable, or digital phones customer to qualify, and that deadline to enter is Wednesday, November 23rd. So you got another 2.5 days. Get online. That is oceanic.com/Surfer Pole Awards. Well, be a VIP guest. That's the way to go. And go watch the Surfer Pole Awards. Boy, they were a big hit last year.
What magazine is sponsoring the Triple Crown or this event? Is it Surfer Magazine or?
I think it's Surfing.
Surfing? Oh, I was going to put a shout out to get me some tickets. I don't know. I've been trying to get a few, and I've been here for a long time and still trying to get my Surfer Pole tickets. They're thinking of actually moving it outdoors this year and making it a much bigger thing, which I thought would be nice because I think it's about 750 people that get to go to that. So it's a real select crew. When you get 100 of the best surfers in the world with their wives and kids, and there's half the tickets already, and you get all the cameramen and media and the legends of the North Shore and the islands. I mean, those tickets are gone really quick. So that's probably one of the, if you had tickets, I bet you could sell them for a few $100 pretty easily.
Well, that's one of the things. You think this is a small little community, but in the winter, in these 2 months, the whole surfing community is here. There's thousands of people piled into that 7 miles. And the Surfer Pole last year did get overcrowded. Even the Surfer Bar, the opening, was over capacity. And now I talked to a person during that first opening night, and I believe they are going to open up the outside and offer the opportunity for more of the family environment and more people to come and experience what was a great event last year at the Surfer Pole.
Yeah, I mean, I was really stoked to get to go last year. It was awesome. I wasn't able to bring my kids, and I showed up, and there was families all over the place and groms running all over, and I was hoping to get them to come this year. And you know, and I know, Shay, we all got families. Just can't leave them home all the time.
No, and there's not that many babysitters on the North Shore for all of them.
And here we go, our surfer in red looking for a second wave score. He's in the second spot. 3.40 could take him into the lead and get him out of that hot seat, the second spot. And Keikoa, well, Keikoa is looking for that 4.11. He's got a 2.33 and a 2.07. He's in the third spot. Love Hodel sits out the back and waiting for the bomb. Meanwhile, our leader, Elaine Ryu, is down over at Peaks to the far right. Let's take a look at the replay. Now, this is what Keikoa did on his third wave. He was looking for a 4.11.
Nice little crack off the top there. Looks like he's riding a town and country board right there. Couple good turns. I bet that it's an epoxy. It just looks really white and it looks really light. And epoxy boards are definitely a secret weapon. And here's Leonardo right here, Shay.
Yeah, he jams off 3 quick maneuvers on this left to get his second good score of this heat. And I just looked at Dave's card. He's sitting there at 43rd seed on the 57. He's replacing a 410 points. So if he gets up there and gets in that final, he's going to skyrocket up these ratings. And with 2 good results here, he could possibly make the cut.
Who we got, Dave?
Alain Rioux to the far right-hand side, and he finishes off out the back. It looks like it's going to be Leonardo Neves again, but we're watching our surfer here, and Alain Rioux finished off there as live action with Neves. Neves really needed that wave. A 6.43 is a good score, but if you can't find a wave, like Love Hodel can't find a wave, you're going to be in the hot seat real quick. We're down to 2 minutes and 25 seconds remaining. Important wave for Love Hodel. Looks like he's looking for a right.
Yes, he needs to get a score on this wave and hopefully get back out in time to get one more. He's behind the section, though, Liam. It dies out.
Well, you could tell by his body language there he wasn't too psyched on that wave. We saw Leonardo just slamming some 3 turns on that left. And right after that goes and busts a frontside air rotation reverse there. And that just shows you the diversity of this guy's surfing, and that's what I was touching upon. This guy is of CT caliber. He can go left with power. He can go right, bust airs, and as he's proven, he almost won Sunset. So this is my pick of somebody. This is kind of the dark horse wild card guy right here, that if he can get a few heats together, bring him up to Sunset, we could see him with a chance of maybe skyrocketing into the tour next year.
Definitely. With these low scores, he's got a 410 as his 8th result right now. And a lot of these guys that are around him in the rankings, they're looking at 1,500, 1,700 as the points they have to drop. They have to make semis and quarters to replace the result. In just a couple of heats, he's going to start moving up those rankings.
Go to ASPWorldTour.com and go over to rankings. Go down 3 spots and you see world rankings and watch what happens after this event.
Well, the thing is you have like a Joel Centeo who got second last year out here. He needs to get second to stay rated basically right where to keep his rating. And you got Granger Larson, 2 of our highest rated Hawaiians right now. Got seconds and thirds at Sunset and Haleiwa, Dave. So I was looking through the ratings, and it's almost going to be a miracle if a Hawaiian guy qualifies for the tour through the Triple Crown this year.
Leonardo Neves, second wave, a 6.77, the powerhouse, Big Leo from Saquarema, Brazil. And now Love Hodel. Will this be his last chance, needing a 9.67, and unfortunately not working out for Love. Keikoa needs a 3.34. That's the key thing on this wave, and Keikoa throws it up a couple of times. We are looking at just out the back now, trying to make things happen. Leonardo Neves with 25 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, the seat's coming down to the wire here. Big layback snap from Brazilian. Alain Rioux over here at Peaks. Seems like he's been sitting there the whole heat waiting for this final wave.
Well, you know what? That was a pretty major exchange right there. No problems with Leonardo. He's taking this heat out, and Keikoa really forcing those couple turns there. That was really critical to make that last turn, and I think he's going to get it.
Well, Keikoa needing that. Alain Rioux probably looked over. He has been sitting over at the Peaks, the bathhouse area, and saw that Keikoa got a wave, got a couple of vertical hits, and he jumped on. Rioux trying to better a 4.67 and trying to post at least a 3.34 is Malcaso. Well, Leonardo Neves comes here. He has 2 years of World Championship Tour surfing, 32 years of age, and just power pack surfer, as you guys mentioned early on. Well worthy of big waves, big challenges, but in this soft surf, he rips.
Yeah, he had a tremendous amount of speed in that little left. He just kept turning. And Alain Rioux got some really good waves over there by himself at Peaks.
Yeah, Alain started out well, but in the end, I think this last wave that Keikoa got, maybe we'll see that left. Yeah. And I think he's going to make it through this heat.
those of us who share these islands. Flying is a way of life. Every day, Hawaii flies with us.
Round 96.
And welcome back. We've wrapped competition for the first day. It's been a quick day. Every heat 20 minutes and flying by.
24 heats completed, and there was a lot of action. The waves were smaller, but it just went nonstop. A lot of big aerials, a lot of Hawaiian Airshore candidates in this first day.
Well, the Reef Hawaiian Pro with prime points and 6-star prize money comes to a close for day number 1. One thing really interesting is it kind of is living up to the hype with this Hawaiian Air Show, and we do have some highlights. Heath Nutty Walker. Heath, are you down on the beach?
Yeah, I am, Dave, and I am Shay. And I tell you what, guys, a little bit of a sigh of relief here today. We finally got underway here for the first day at the Reef Hawaiian Pro of the Advanced Triple Crown of Surfing. And we didn't see the best conditions in years past, but still we got to saw some really competitive heats, Dave and Shay. I tell you what, we were breaking records for all the wrong reasons, and that was for the longest lay day without surfing. So I'm really glad we got underway today.
Yes, Natty, and it was a good day. The swell surprised me this morning. I was very worried, and I got the call from Marty Thomas at sunrise. It's on, it's 2 to 3. I expected to see it was 1 to 2, and it's on because we have to.
Yeah, definitely. Those first couple of heats there, Shay, were tough, and you know, we saw a couple of the guys. I think the first heat of the day nobody caught a wave for about 7 minutes there. But as the day evolved, you know, we saw that westerly swell kind of start to come in at Haleiwa, and you know, these last couple of heats were very contestable.
Well, looking back at the history of this event, from Mark Richards winning early on, and then more recently Parkinson, Centeo, Perez, you know, the cream rises to the top, and they've had to challenge small conditions, closed-out conditions, heroic conditions, and, well, they're asked to do something a little bit different here. For our top 5, we have the top 5 moments, and we have the top 5 airs. And, Nutty, you're going to chime in, aren't you?
Yeah, I sure am, guys. I can't wait to see some of the feedback from today. And just as you mentioned there, Dave, we talked about, you know, Roy Powers being, you know, the guy that muscled his way through back in 2007 when we saw solid 15-foot conditions. But he was a big standout here today, and it was only 2 feet.
To travel around the world, you don't know what you're going to get, and you're asked to surf, and sometimes they go, okay, what's the forecast? What am I good at? You better be good in all conditions. Roy Powers winning back in 2007. Well, he's charging on. Let's take a look at the top 5 airs for this, and these guys are going after the Hawaiian Air Show. Hawaiian Air Show offering 250,000 air miles. Well, I think it would be good for a Hawaiian to win this thing, you know, Hawaiian Airlines. So here's the air show. Actually, it's the top 6. Let's start with Evan Delir early this morning.
This is early this morning on his board. He's flying down the line with a lot of board speed. He got to only grab the rail for just a moment, and he completed this wave. He got an 8.93 on this ride. So it was a very good start for Evan. Unfortunately, didn't make his second round heat.
And then Nutty, Vincent Duviac with an 8.33 here.
Yeah, Vincent was that really good surfer there out of France, and it was great to see. You know, we talked about the French guys, and he massive frontside air reverse there for Vincent, so good stuff.
And then when you're known as a world champion, as Jack Freestone is in the junior ranks, not a solid 8.83.
Yeah, this is what you expect. You've seen a lot in all these events from Jack. And this is the cool thing about Haleiwa. If it's 10 foot, it's a great wave, and it's still a really contestable, fun wave when it's 2 foot. And here's Sean Canstel with a really, really technical maneuver as he got the tail around, really tweaked it out above the lip.
And then Nutty, our final, sneaking in with the 717, Nate Yeomans.
Yeah, Nate Yeomans in that last heat there, no stranger to competition, and Nate supporting the biggest moustache I've seen yet out of all the competitors, but blazing a big air reverse there, so great stuff there from the San Clemente local, Nate Yeomans.
Yeah, that was Nat Young, and he had a tremendous performance in that heat. It would seem like every wave he was doing an air, throwing his tail out, and then we had Nate Yeomans coming in. This is right after a potential interference. You can tell he was pumped up, and he gets a lot of loft in that aerial.
So Nat Young posting that 8.17, Nate Yeomans with a 717, but it really kind of doesn't matter. It's all about the air, and those guys, well, we talked about top 5, but it looks like we've added 1 or 2.
Yes, there's been a lot of action today, and there was even more than that final heat. We saw Mason Ho on his opening ride with a really good backside rotation where he got the tail and landed almost into the flats and was able to spin it around.
Nutty, what was the big upset you saw? What was the big move? What was the? We did see a couple of close interference calls, but anything that stands out in your mind as we wrap up the day, still with our top 5 moments, but what did you see today that was kind of a standout?
Yeah, well, I think it's tough, Dave and Shay. You know, these conditions aren't really favourable for anyone, but I think probably the biggest upset of the day was the loss of Joel Centeo. You know, he's a former Reef Hawaiian Pro champion here. He's in multiple finals, having a first, second, and third. And to have Joel eliminated so early in the event was definitely an upset.
Yeah, that was quite a loss to see Joel lose. But he's going to be around here. He's going to be coaching Sean Moody, as Moody said, and he needs it. And so we'll see Joel around with that big smile, trademark double shakas throughout the event.
So we can't count, so we go top 5 moments plus 1. So top 6 moments, and I tell you, when they're that good, you got to take a look at what happened today. Let's start with Dage O'Connell, and no relation to Pat O'Connell, but his parents are both named Pat. Dage O'Connell from the island of Maui. A lot of the islanders having to work second and third jobs to be pro surfers.
Yes, Dage is a big kid, and you can see it on these hacks on his backside. 3 really critical moves in the pocket with an 8-point ride.
And you talked about Nutty, you talked about Roy Powers. Roy Powers making it happen today in this serve.
Yeah, definitely a standout Roy boy, and as I said, former Reef Hawaiian Pro champion, and no stranger to the big surf, 20-foot plus, and also the small waves. He's definitely a force to be reckoned with.
Well, we've heard about him a long time. Good to see the Aussie, Davey Cathles. Cathles, a powerhouse surfer. He posting a solid score in heat number 5, a 7.93.
This is one of the larger waves of the day, and he's coming off a big win in Bali, so he's got a lot of momentum right now.
Yeah, great surfer out of North Narrabeen, Australia. They're very proud of Davey Cathles. They're the world junior champion.
Well, how about Glenn Hall representing Ireland?
Yeah, little crowy there. He might be a man of a miniature size, but he packs a powerful punch. And we saw, I guess you guys are watching, I'm freestyling right here, but on his backhand, I know he tore a wave up there and scored in the high 7s.
Yes, on that one, you got 4 or 5 major maneuvers on one of the better rights of the day.
And Sebastian Z, talk about living life and having a fun time. He is just a great ambassador to the sport. Sebastian Z with an 8.1.
Yeah, he's dancing across the lip on that wave as he gets the tail above. Spins a nice little move there. He's able to maintain his speed and get out in front of the whitewash to deem that ride completed.
And Nutty, looks like our final top 5, which would make top 6, Nate Yeomans with a 7.83.
Yeah, Nate Yeomans here, very fierce competitor. I know he's just falling off the tour at the moment over the last 18 months, but he's vying to get back in there and rub shoulders with the big boys.
And we're going to send it back to Nutty one more time to thank everybody. You had quite a team now. Shay, congratulations. Great job. Good to have you here. You're going to be here at the World Cup up at Sunset Beach. And Nutty, we're going to lose you. You got a plane ticket going off in a day or two. You're out of town?
Yeah, I'm going to be here, Dave, until Wednesday lunchtime, and obviously won't be able to see the finals crown this year. However, I will be watching it online and checking it out. But nevertheless, we've still got 2 great days of surfing left here at the Reef Hawaiian Pro. And stay tuned for some action pack. I'm out here on the beach. I'll leave it up to you guys and Shay, but thanks so much, guys. It was a great day.
Well, the Reef team, from those in California and all around the world and here on site, and the Reef surf team members, really putting it all together, aren't they?
Yeah, and they've been having a lot of fun. They have a house rented right there by Laniakea, and that's been the best wave on the North Shore this winter. So they've been out there surfing. We've been going by. They've been having big parties every night, big parties at the new surfer bar every night. It's been a lot of fun to have them here.
Well, day number 1 coming to a close. We wanted about 3.5, 4 days to run this thing, but still looking ahead to the Clash of the Legends.
Yes, that's going to go off in tremendous fashion as this swell is supposed to keep increasing in size. And as we saw today, a lot of action, and I expect even more tomorrow.
Okay, so we're going to get underway hopefully at 8 o'clock right on tomorrow morning. We'd like to thank everybody for tuning in. So an 8 o'clock start, possibly at 7:45 will come on, check the conditions, and give you an update. Well, let's see, the entire Reef team was up here. Ross Williams, Shane Dorian, who else did we have?
Rob Machado, Paul Fisher, Sean Moody.
Just a huge crew. We just had Liam McNamara. I'm David Stanfield on behalf of my partner, Shay Lopez. We'd like to thank you for watching this webcast, and tomorrow we're going to get it underway with an 8 o'clock start. Take a look at some of our, I'm thinking about 20 to 25 people that bring together certain companies to make this happen. The Vans Triple Crown of Surfing, presented by Rockstar Energy Drink and the Reef Hawaiian Pro, coming to a close for day number 1. Please support our sponsors. Here's a list. Aloha. The Vans Triple Crown of Surfing, presented by Rockstar Energy Drink. The Reef Hawaiian Pro, from Haleiwa to Zali'i Beach Park, is brought to you by Nixon. Sponsors of the Nixon WTA. Watches and accessories. On the web, visit nixonnow.com. GoPro. Check out the new HD Hero 2 cameras from GoPro, the world's most versatile HD camera. Cliff Bar. Performance nutrition for sustained energy. Surfline.com, the official forecaster for the 2011 Vans Triple Crown of Surfing. Know before you go. Flow Water, reusable water bottle refill stations. Check out flowwaterstation.com. State Farm Insurance. Get to a better state with State Farm. Find a local Hawaii agent at sttraffic.net. Roadrunner, Hawaii's fastest internet service. rr.com. Make it your homepage. JN Automotive Group, featuring Chevrolet, Mazda, Audi, and the exotics. Come ride with us. Surfing Magazine, print and digital editions. What's now and what's next in surfing. Hawaiian Airlines. Hawaii flies with us. HawaiianAirlines.com. Turtle Bay Resort. Official accommodations for the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing. Discover true Hawaii. Climb On Products. Chemical-free, intensive skin repair and protection. Coral Reef Safe. WaveJet Propulsion. A revolutionary water propulsion system. Visit wavejet.com. Hawaii Tourism Authority. Visit www.gohawaii.com. The people of Hawaii would love to share their islands with you. Skull Candy, the official sound of the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing. Oceanic Time Warner Cable, serving the state of Hawaii with cable TV, high-speed internet, home phone service, and mobile internet. And this event is sanctioned by ASP Hawaii.